Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Snape became Harry's unexpected guardian. Here is short summary. Forced to spend the summer with Snape, Harry expects nothing but misery. However, buried secrets and unexpected truths begin to change everything. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Severus sighed quietly to himself, glad that the boy had nodded off. He wasn't deaf and he had heard the boy cry himself to sleep. Shame coursed through his body. He really did think the child was joking. He hoped Potter didn't take to heart what he said about being 12 and able to hold it. He couldn't believe how harsh he was with the child, and all just because he naturally needed to use the loo. All he needed to add was wife and child abuser to the list and he could be his father. No, what was he saying? He would never hit a woman or a child for that matter. He drove along the road silently contemplating whether or not to apologize to the boy. They had only 6 more hours until they reached his manor, but at the same time, he didn't feel up to driving anymore. He was too tired and he didn't want to risk getting into a crash. He pulled into a hotel, and quickly ordered one room with double beds. As much as he would like to have his privacy, he knew already what types of trouble Potter could get into as he was left alone. Oh well, he would only have to endure it for the night, and by tomorrow they would be at their destination. He looked in the backseat where the boy was still sleepy peacefully, and he found himself reluctant to wake him up. In the end, he just decided that he didn't want to have to look at those bright green eyes that reminded him so much of his Lily. He picked the boy up, amazed at how little he seemed to weigh, before carrying him to their hotel room. He magically changed his clothes to pajamas before tucking the boy in. Shaking his head at that, he walked into the loo to take a shower. Harry was dreaming about a waterfall. It was random and he had no idea where he was. The only thing he was aware of was the fact that he really needed to pee. He squirmed in an effort to hold it, and just when he thought he would explode, he woke up. What the heck? He woke up in semi-darkness. Judging by the outside, he assumed it was early evening. Were they already at the manor? He glanced around and realized that he was in a hotel room, but where was Snape? He couldn't think about where his teacher was for long when his reason for waking up made itself known. His bladder pulsed and he instantly grabbed himself. Why did he already have to go so bad? He quickly walked over to the door that he was sure led to a bathroom and tried to the handle, but it was locked. He pressed his ear to the door and heard the shower. Well, he'd found Snape. He bounced up and down, trying to hold it in, but he didn't know how long his teacher was going to be. He had already wet himself once today, and he wasn't trying to do it again, so this time he would speak up sooner. He knocked on the door with his free hand, already bending at the waist from his desperation. Yes, Snape called, irritated that his shower was being interrupted. Sir, how long are you going to be in there? Harry asked politely. I just got in about 5 minutes ago. Don't worry, Potter, I will save enough hot water for you. Harry shook his head. He didn't care about the damn shower, he wanted the toilet. He walked over to the bed and turned on the telly, hoping that it would distract him. He lasted all of 6 minutes before he was standing back in front of the toilet door. Sir, how long did you say you were going to be? Harry asked, unable to keep still for even a second. He was pacing back and forth, hand firmly pressed between his legs. I didn't, Potter. I will be out soon. What is so important that you can't seem to walk? Severus trailed off as he realized what most likely was the matter. He quickly stepped out the shower and with his towel around his waist opened the door a crack to look at the child. It was just as he suspected. The boy had to pee. Desperation was clear on his face and it made him look a lot younger than 12. Potter, do you need the loo? Harry nodded miserably. Was the man going to tease him again? He gasped as a spurt almost trickled out. He could feel it trying to leak out from his tight grip on himself, and he squirmed relentlessly. Severus sighed before fully opening the door and grabbing the child. He steered the boy by the shoulder until he was facing the toilet. Before he could even fully exit the loo, the child was already going. His audible sigh of relief punctured the silence. He shook his head, the boy really needed to learn not to wait until the very last minute to go. While Harry was washing his hands, he looked in the mirror to find he was in a pair of pajamas he had never seen before. Speaking of which, how did he get from the car to the bed? Did Snape carry him? He shook his head in confusion before opening the door and walking back into the room. Keeping his head low and his eyes on the floor, he quickly got back into bed. He heard his teacher return to the bathroom, and then the shower was on. He was asleep before his professor left the loo. The next morning found Harry waking up really early and dashing to the loo to take care of his morning duties. When he walked back into the room, his teacher was still asleep. Walking over to the man's beside, he stared at the man who had made his life hell for the past 2 years. Acting on impulse, he stretched his finger towards the man's nose, intending to poke it to see if it would make a sound. He knew it was childish, but he couldn't help it. As he was mere inches away from touching Snape's nose, the man spoke. "Don't even think about it, Potter," he said, eyes still closed. Harry said nothing, trying to figure out how the man knew what he was doing. Oh well, since he didn't know what to do, he returned to his bed and turned on the telly. 1 hour later they were on the road and back into the car, only this time Snape made him ride up front. Harry didn't mind, the view was better in the front anyway. He ate some food from the basket and drank a little juice, being careful not to drink too much. Even though he was still thirsty, he did not want to end up like yesterday, so he was content to remain parched. That is until Snape realized that he was going to dehydrate himself if he kept that up, and unless he wanted to get sick in the summer, he would do well to drink a little more water at least. Harry fell asleep 25 minutes after he had eaten, and woke up to Snape pulling off the roadway. He felt a twinge in his bladder, but it was manageable. Still, he wanted to know where they were. "Are we nearly there, sir?" "Just about. We'll be there in about 1 hour. Did you need me to stop somewhere?" Harry blushed, and looked out the window to hide it. He only had an hour until they arrived at Snape's manor, and he didn't want to get the man annoyed with him by saying yes. He would feel comfortable stopping, but it wasn't bad. "No sir, I'm fine." Severus didn't say anything, he just quickly glanced to the child next to him. The boy wasn't fidgeting or squirming in his seat, so he took it as a good sign. The rest of the drive to the manor was quiet as the boy silently stared out the window. When they had finally arrived, Severus got their things from the trunk of the car before leading the child into the house. "Wait here while I go do a sweep of the house." "What are you looking for, sir?" "Nothing. I just want to make sure all the wards are intact and that no dangerous artifacts are lying about. We both know what kind of trouble you can get in when tempted." "Oh," Harry murmured. While Snape went upstairs, Harry gave himself a small self-tour around the house. He didn't open any doors because he wasn't trying to get into any trouble his first day there. Not that he was trying to get into trouble, for once he was practicing caution. Entering the kitchen, he grabbed the food that was in the basket and put it in the fridge. He walked back to the sitting room to find that Snape was still not back yet. Harry shuffled his feet, and shifted his weight from left to right. Now that he was standing up, gravity decided it wanted to touch his bladder. He found himself looking intently at the staircase, hoping the man would magically reappear. "Professor, where are you?" Harry called up the stairs. But if he was expecting an answer, he was disappointed, for no one replied. He tried to sit down on the couch and found himself squirming even more to keep it in. Where the hell was Snape? Harry sighed angrily. He really had to pee and the man was nowhere to be found. As his bladder jolted, he bolted upright from the sofa. He had already defiled the man's car, and he had no intention of ruining his sofa, even if magic could repair it. Since no one was around to see, he ignored his pride and grabbed himself tightly between the legs. His left leg jiggled uncontrollably, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt he had to go. "Oh," he gasped as he leaked a few drops into his boxers. He needed the toilet. Maybe he could search for one. Snape couldn't get angry with him for looking for one, could he? He lifted his right leg and then the other, but nothing seemed to be helping his current predicament. He crouched down on the ground, which turned out to be a mistake because his bladder released a spurt that left a small circle of wetness near his crotch. He quickly stood back up, willing the stupid tears that were shining bright in his eyes not to fall. He figured he could try to call Snape again, hopefully this time he would answer. "Professor, please where are you?" he moaned out. "Here Potter, what did you need?" I was just wondering, what I'm supposed to be doing is all, sir." Harry lied. He was embarrassed to tell his teacher of his need, with good reason too. Severus raised one eyebrow as he looked at the child, who he knew was indeed lying to him. What was going on? Did the boy break something? He wouldn't put it past Potter to destroy his things. "Did you break something, Potter?" he asked cautiously. "No, sir. I haven't touched a thing, except to put the food away." "Good, keep it that way. Now go sit quietly and I'll come get you when I'm done." "How long is that going to take, sir?" Harry pestered. He wasn't sure he could hold on that long. "Why do you want to know, Potter? Is there something more pressing that you need to take care of?" Severus asked as he sneered. "No, I mean, yes, never mind, sir," Harry stammered out. What was wrong with him? Why couldn't he just admit his need and be done with it? "Once again, Potter, you are a terrible liar. Would you like to try the truth now?" "Which door leads to the loo, sir?" Harry whispered softly, half hoping that his teacher didn't hear him, but when it seemed he didn't hear, he was distraught. Now he had to repeat what he said louder the next time. "I didn't hear you, Potter. Speak up." "It's not important, sir. Sorry for bothering you," Harry answered politely as he walked into the kitchen to get away from his professor's gaze. He contemplated going outside in the backyard, but since the manor had wards, it would alert Snape to what he was doing. For the next 25 minutes Harry did all he could to hold it, and by the time his teacher came down he was frantic with desperation. Severus entered to the kitchen to find that the child was working himself into a state. He had his legs crossed so tight Sev was afraid that he would hurt himself. The way the boy's limbs were wrapped up around him reminded him of a pretzel. Harry's face was flaming, but he couldn't tell if it was from exhaustion or embarrassment or both. What are the odds that he gets stuck with the 12-year-old who seems to be afraid to ask for the loo? Before he could say anything about what he was seeing in front of him, the child spoke, or at least that what he seemed to be trying to do. In reality it came out as a bunch of garbled words that he had to strain to understand. But he guessed exactly what the boy was trying to say. "I need loo, Professor," Harry stated when he saw the man in the doorway. "Fairly bad if I'm not mistaken, child. Mr. Potter, why do you wait until the last minute to inform me of your need?" Harry shook his head vehemently. He didn't have time for this. Didn't Snape understand that he was one step away from watering the kitchen floor? "Emergency, sir. Please, where is it?" Harry moaned out, his motions becoming more and more anxious as he waited for an answer. Severus didn't really want to deal with a crying Potter again. He didn't like the way his heart thumped painfully when he had seen those green eyes full of tears. He turned and addressed the boy, who seemed to be doing all he could to hold on. "Go past the stair. The second door on the left is the toilet." Harry nodded that he understood the directions, but he didn't move. He knew the minute he moved his legs he was going to wet. What was he supposed to do now? "What the hell are you waiting for, Potter? I thought you urgently needed the toilet." "I do, sir," Harry answered back, voice full of agony. "Then why haven't you moved then?" "Because I can't, sir," Harry answered, eyes downcast again. "What do you mean you can't, Potter?" "I can't move my legs, sir," Harry answered, and was now blushing a red so deep Severus feared he might choke. Severus sighed audibly before slowly walking over to the boy and picking him up. He heard the boy gasp. He hoped it was from shock and not loss of bladder. He would really hate to get pee on him when he was trying to do a good thing. "Potter, if you pee on me you will be in detention for the first month we get back to school." "I won't, sir," Harry answered. Severus walked quickly down the hall and into the toilet, where he promptly deposited the boy in front of the bowl. He was starting to walk away when he heard the boy whimper. What was the blasted boy waiting for? "Potter, you little imbecile, what are you waiting for? Are you trying to have an accident?" "No, sir. I just can't unbuckle my trousers is all." "Merlin, please give me strength," Severus whispered before helping the boy with his buckle. Thank you, sir," Harry whispered, blushing before the only sound was his liquid forcibly hitting the water. "Couldn't you have waited until I left the room, Potter? he said to himself, not really expecting an answer before exiting the toilet. As he waited for the boy to finish, he knew that they would need to go over some rules. Not just rules of the house, but rules regarding Potter and his toilet duties. He had to learn not to wait until the last minute. Speaking of which, why did he do that in the first place? Harry finished up and flushed and took his time washing his hands. He knew he was stalling, but he did not want to have a talk with Snape. He knew it was only a matter of minutes before the man knocked on the door to see what's taking so long. Why couldn't he just ask like a normal person? It's natural and everybody does it, right? He shook his head. Snape wouldn't understand. The Dursleys never let him go when he wanted to. He had to wait until they let him out, or when he could sneak away. How did he know that his professor wouldn't do the same thing they did? He breathed deeply, trying to calm himself. It would do no good to hyperventilate and give the man another thing to question. Harry finally opened the door and then flinched back strongly. Snape was standing with his fist up ready to pound it into Harry's face, who replaced the door. "Hi, sir," Harry whispered, edging himself away and around the man's fist. He didn't like the way Snape narrowed his eyes at his behavior. It wasn't his fault, he just didn't want to get hit. It was a reflex to get out of the way. "Come, Potter, we need to have a talk." "About what, sir?" Harry asked, hoping his instincts were wrong. "About the rules of my house, and your current behavior." "My current behavior? But I haven't done anything wrong yet, sir." "You say yet, Mr. Potter. Were you planning on getting into trouble this summer?" "No, sir. I was just saying." Harry trailed off, knowing it was pointless to continue. He sat on the chair opposite the couch, and waited for Snape to begin. "That's not what I was talking about, Mr. Potter. I was referring to your inability to tell someone when you need the loo." "Tell me, Mr. Potter, are you 12 or 6? Harry blushed. Yup, he was right, and he didn't want to talk about this, not now, not ever. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to, and I won't do it again," Harry replied in the tone that always worked with his Uncle Vernon. "That's not what I asked you, did I? Answer the question, Potter," Severus answered, annoyance in his voice. "I'm 12 years old, sir," Harry said deliberately, not replying to the first question. "Prove it then. Answer the other question." "What was the question, sir?" Harry asked, stalling for time. "Potter," Snape trailed off as he glared at the child across from him. "I didn't want to bother you, sir," Harry stated dejectedly. "Explain what you mean." "Well, since I'm going to be spending the entire summer with you, I didn't want to do something that would make you my life hell." "Language, Potter. You think I would get upset with you needing the loo?" "Yes, sir. I didn't want to be a nuisance." "That's the stupid thing I have ever heard you say, Potter. Using the loo is natural, even I use it, and I would never deny a child that right." "Yes, sir," Harry replied evenly. He didn't believe the man won, but he wanted this conversation over as soon as possible. His stomach was churning from all the anxiety, and he didn't like the feeling one bit. "You were to ask me if you don't know where the loo is. If we are eating and you need to go, just ask to be excused and you can go. If we end up going somewhere, I would rather you let me know when you need the loo instead of waiting until the very last second. Is there anything else that I should know?" "No, sir," Harry answered, head down in embarrassment. "Good." Harry smiled that this talk was finally over, or so he thought. "You didn't give me the whole answer. Why don't you tell anyone when you have to go?" "The truth this time, Potter. Don't bother lying, I can tell the difference." "I don't have an answer to that, sir. I'm sorry." "That's fine. Just try to break this habit of waiting until the last minute." "Yes, sir. Now come on. Let me show you around the house, and your room." After the tour of the house, when Snape left him alone in his room, Harry laid down on the bed and smiled widely. Finally a room he could call his, even if it was only for the summer. He unpacked his clothes and picked out a book from the bookshelf. He planned to read it, but since the bed was so comfortable he fell asleep halfway through the first chapter. He was awoken by Snape calling him for dinner. He quickly washed and headed downstairs. Dinner was a quiet affair. It was odd, he knew that his teacher ate, of course, having seen him in the Great Hall during meals, but eating with the man just seemed so personal. As he was finishing his dessert, Snape finally spoke the first words since calling him to dinner. "You are to be in bed at 9:30 p.m. tonight, and before you protest, I haven't decided on your set bedtime." At the moment I would like to get some sleep without worrying about you being up, when I'm not. Oh yes sir. Harry knew better than to protest. It didn't work at school and he knew it wouldn't work here either. He headed to the loo to take a shower, and got into his pajamas. He returned to his book on the bed, and was nearly at the end when Snape came in to tell him goodnight. This was very weird. The only thing missing was him getting tucked in. He shook his head at that absurd thought as if Snape would do that for him. Harry smiled as he dug deeper into his cozy blankets. Just when he was nearly asleep he felt a twinge in his bladder. He ignored it. Many times he had to go while locked in his room and he lasted the whole night with no problem. Besides he was way too comfortable to even think about moving, so he just rolled over on his side and let sleep overtake him. Harry was walking through a forest. He had no clue where he was or where he was headed. The only clue he had was to follow the river. He had read somewhere that when you're lost you can always find your way home by the river. He was really relaxed. He had never felt such peace and a part of him didn't want to leave. The other part of him was making itself known the longer he ignored it. While the water was leading him in the right direction, it was also doing things to his bladder. Since he was in the forest he didn't have any problems with peeing on a tree, after all he was a boy. Not wanting to risk wetting his pants here when he didn't have to, and since he didn't have to worry about asking anyone he headed for the nearest tree. When he got to it he struggled to unbuckle his belt and trousers, and he freed himself. He sighed in relief as he let go. It was pouring out of him and he didn't even know he had to go that bad. As he was peeing he felt his trousers getting warm, and he looked down to see if he had accidentally sprayed himself but he was dry. He ignored the feeling in favor to finish peeing, but it seemed like he would never stop. Harry awoke with a gasp. He could feel the wetness soaking through his pajama pants as he continued peeing. He tried to grab himself to stop but he was too far gone, and all he ended up was soaking his hands with pee. He couldn't believe he had wet the bed, and at Snape's house no less. What if the man found out? What would he do to him? He tried not to cry, but the tears ignored him and it was all he could do to keep the whimpers at bay. What was he going to do now? He finally finished and by that moment, the bed covers, the mattress and he himself were completely drenched in pee. He tried to stifle a sob but he couldn't hold it in. He was 12 for Merlin's sake, and 12-year-olds did not wet the bed. He slowly got out of bed. He did not like the way his pants were sticking to him, not to mention the pee was getting cold and itchy. Trying to quiet his cries, he tore off the covers wondering if the man had a house elf. Not really thinking it would work, Harry softly whispered to the air. House elf. He jumped when a house elf appeared out of the blue in his room. He didn't actually think it would work. But now that it had, he wasn't about to spend any longer in his wet clothes than he had to. Young Master, Harry called Tigger. How's may I helps you? Hi Tigger, I wet my bed, do you think you could help me? Harry asked, red-faced with tears still running down. Of course young master, Tigger wills be right back with you's clean sheets and clothes. You should go take a shower while Tigger cleans this mess up. Okay, I will and thank you Tigger, Harry replied, a tiny smile gracing his face. It's Tigger pleasure young master, he replied before popping out of the room. Harry grabbed his stuff. He couldn't believe his luck. He only hoped that the shower wouldn't wake Snape up. He glanced at the clock. It was 3 a.m. and Merlin knew he couldn't explain what happened without making more of a fool of himself to the man. He was actually kind of happy for a moment, glad that he wasn't about to get caught. He stuck his head out the door, and when he saw that it was clear he sprinted to the toilet. He turned the handle but it was locked. Why was it locked? Potter, I'm in here, go use the other one. Harry stared wide-eyed for about 3 seconds before sprinting to the next loo. He quickly threw off his clothes and got into the shower. Taking his specialty showers like he was back at the Dursleys, he was clean and washed in the next 5 minutes. When he got out the shower, he saw that his wet clothes were gone and replaced with new clean pajamas. They were warm when he put them on and he walked back to his room, hoping that he wouldn't run into Snape. He didn't and Harry got back into the bed and laid down. A part of him was still tired but another part was afraid of falling asleep because he could wet again. He soon nodded off an hour later, and when Snape came into the room to wake him up for breakfast he was happy to note that his bed was dry. In the morning hours it was easier for him to pretend that nothing happened. "Did you sleep well last night, Mr. Potter?" "Yes, sir, I did. Did you, sir?" "I slept well." "Good to know, sir," Harry replied before turning back to his food. "What are your plans today?" "I don't know. I was hoping I could fly my broom in the yard." "If that's okay, I mean." "You can. Just make sure you pay attention to the boundary line for the wards. Ignoring them will send you with a nasty warning shock, so you should be careful." "Oh, okay, and yes, sir, I will." After breakfast Harry worked a little on his homework. He didn't want the man to ban him from flying and he knew he would if he didn't do his work. By the time lunch came around Harry had yet to fly, but on the bright side he had finished both his History of Magic essay and Charms essay. Tomorrow he would work on the other assignments, but as of right now he was finished with work. He headed down to the kitchen for lunch, and enjoyed the puzzled look the man had when he emerged from up the stairs instead of outside. "I thought you were going to be flying today." "I am, but I just wanted to start my summer homework. That way once it's done I can have more free time." Is there a reason you don't think like this while we are in school?" Severus asked. He would never admit it to the child, but he was indeed impressed. "Well, school is different, sir," Harry replied before taking a bit out of his sandwich. "Which assignments did you finish?" "Charms and History of Magic, sir," Harry answered. "Good. At this rate you can be done by the time the week is over." "I hope so, sir. What were your plans after lunch?" "I was going to go flying. I mean, if that's still okay." Harry asked through his fringe. "My answer is the same, just pay attention to the wards like I said." "Yes, sir." Harry finished his food and excused himself to his room where he got his broom and headed outside in the backyard. He wished he had a snitch to play with, but once he was in the air it didn't matter anymore, he was free. When Snape called him for dinner, he had this enormous smile on his face and he was sure that nobody would be able to destroy. He was right, not even Snape's sneers made him unhappy, and he went to bed that night feeling good. Harry was walking through the forest again, and following the river like before, only this time he knew that he should not pee here. Not if he wanted to wake up in a wet bed, and he didn't. The urge got stronger every passing minute, and finally remembering something he had seen on the telly, he pinched himself. He woke up rubbing the sore part of the arm. Maybe he shouldn't have pinched so hard. The clock read 1:30 a.m. this time. Oh well, he got out of bed and headed to the toilet. He opened the door and walked in. As he was heading to the toilet, he suddenly felt wetness spread all down his legs and he looked at the floor in shock. He was wetting himself in the loo. How could this have happened? What was going on with his body? He didn't want to call Tigger again. He was embarrassed enough, besides he was in the bathroom, and it was so much easier to clean up. Trying to stop the flow of tears, he angrily swiped at his eyes. He was tired of crying too. He reached down to look into the cabinet to check to see if Snape had any cleaning supplies. He saw a bleach cleaner and he looked around for a sponge. There wasn't one. He had contemplated using his own towel, but then he remembered it was in the other loo, and not the one he was currently in. He stepped across the tiles to grab the toilet roll and slipped on the foot of his pants, causing the bottle of cleaner to fall, and him to knock into the wall. He instantly froze. He knew he was loud. He only hoped Snape didn't wake up from his noise. He strained his ears for anything but found no disturbance that his professor was up. Reaching for the bottle on the floor, he quickly grabbed some tissue and was about to start mopping it all up when he heard a knock on the door. He stilled instantly and tried to sound as normal as possible, which wasn't all that great considering he was still crying. "Potter, what is going on in there?" "Nothing, sir. I'm just using the loo." "What part of the loo are you using to make that much noise?" "Just the toilet, sir," Harry replied, trying to casually mop up the pee. Trying to be careful proved pointless because he knocked over the bottle again. "That doesn't sound like you're using the toilet, Potter. Again, what are you doing?" "Nothing, sir," Harry replied frantically, hoping the man would take his word for it. "That doesn't sound like nothing. I'm coming in, Potter," Severus replied, turning the handle. "No, Professor, don't. Please don't come." Harry trailed off in horror as teacher stood with his arms crossed in the doorway. "Potter, it is the middle of the night. What do you think you're due? Severus broke off the rest of his sentence when he took a good look at the child in front of him. The floor beneath the boy was wet, and had it not been for the color he would have assumed it was water. But he knew it wasn't even without the smell giving it away because the boy's pants were also wet in the liquid. He sighed quietly to himself, just his luck he had to come see what the brat was doing. The boy had his head down, but hearing the sniffles come from that direction he had no doubt that the boy was crying. "What happened in here, Potter?" Severus asked before pulling out his wand to banish away the mess. "I don't know, sir," Harry stated unhappily. "I think you do. Just tell me what happened so we can get you cleaned up and back to bed." "I woke up because I needed the loo, so I walked to the toilet. But when I was almost there it just came out. I don't know why it did. I'm really sorry, sir," Harry finished gasping on his sobs. "It was an accident, Potter, and it's not your fault," Severus murmured tiredly. He was so not in the mood to deal with a crying child, not this late in the night. Severus waved his wand towards the boy, who tensed and then relaxed when he realized that all it did was clean him up and add a freshening charm. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, he led him back to his room. He put the boy to bed and tucked him in, ignoring the quiet cries of the child. Conjuring up a towel, he wiped the tear-streaked cheeks of the boy and gently brushed the messy hair back from his forehead. What the heck was he doing? Shaking his head and blaming it on being deprived of sleep, he turned off the light and went back to his room. Harry laid there in the darkness, wondering if that was really Snape, or was it an imposter? If it was really his professor, then why was he being so nice to him? He actually tucked him in, and wiped his tears away almost like what a dad would do. He even played with his hair. Harry only hoped that maybe Snape would get a chance to do it again. He enjoyed pretending to be someone else's child. Snape took care of him when he had an accident just like a real parent would do. Would his professor only care then, or does he really and truly care for Harry? For the next 2 weeks Harry wet his bed every night. It got to the point where he didn't even need to call Tigger, the house elf already knew to come. It was tiring and he was past humiliation, but he wouldn't tell Snape. What would that solve? Every morning was a struggle to get up, because after he woke up and changed the bed and sheets and clothes, he never could go back to sleep. He was always afraid that he might wet himself again, and when Snape came to wake him up the man would find out. Harry was a walking zombie and he hoped the man hadn't noticed. He slowly trudged downstairs to the kitchen where he was trying to prevent himself from falling asleep face first in his eggs. He was so tired and could barely think straight that when Tigger came out to give Snape his coffee he spoke to him. "Good morning, Tigger," Harry tiredly said. "Hello, young Master Harry," Tigger replied. "Potter, how do you know my house elf?" "Tigger, my friend. He helps me, sir," Harry answered, nodding off. "How does he help you?" "Potter, be careful before you knock over your plate." "Sorry, sir. May I be excused?" "No, you have barely touched your food. Finish your plate like usual and then you can leave." "Yes, sir." Severus watched the boy struggle to stay away and finish his food to no avail. When he looked up from his paper, he saw that Potter had fallen asleep face first in his food. What was wrong with the child? Was he sick? Was he not getting enough sleep? He didn't know what was going on with the child, but he figured Tigger might know. "Tigger, do you know why Mr. Potter is so tired?" "Yes, sir. He's waking up every night. He's having nightmares." "No, sir. He's having," Tigger trailed off. He knew that young Master Harry didn't want his professor to know, but he was also Tigger's master. "Tigger, what is it? If it's something important I have to know, so I can help him." Tigger cannot say. "Young Master made me promise not to tell you." "But it's nothing bad, he's just very embarrassed to tell you." Severus pondered what that could be for a second before he dismissed the house elf. Albus wanted him and Potter to get along this upcoming year, and had suggested that he take the boy someplace to have fun. Severus didn't have a problem with that. After all, in the past 2 weeks the boy hadn't got into any trouble, not to mention he was stuck in a house with only his potions professor. As loath as he was to admit it, the child deserved a break. Feeling a strange feeling in his chest as the thought of spending time with the child, he passed it off as indigestion before telling Tigger to pack a lunch and put it in the car. He then went to Potter's room and attempted to pack his clothes. Attempted was the key word, because everything in the boy's trunk was rags. How hadn't he noticed this in the past few weeks? Scrunching his face in disgust, he just decided to buy the child some new clothes on the way. He packed the boy's photo album just in case, knowing how sentimental children could be, before he went and got his own things. He headed back downstairs where Potter was still asleep, only Tigger had removed his plate from his face. He picked the boy up, shaking his head at the child's weight, before walking out to the car. Laying the boy across the backseat, he buckled him in and got into the driver's seat before he headed down the highway. Every once in a while he would glance in the rearview mirror to check on the boy. Harry woke up slowly. He felt so rested, and for once he was dry. He smiled softly to himself before he realized he was moving. Opening his eyes, he saw that he was once again back into the car. Where were they going? And more importantly, how long until they arrived there? Harry happened to look up at the same time Snape glanced in the mirror, and quickly turned away to avoid all eye contact with the man. Severus knew that when the boy woke up he would need the loo. Nearly everyone did. He saw that an exit was 2 miles away and he planned on stopping there, so no accidents could occur. Where are we going, sir? Oh, we will be spending the week at a hotel where you can experience firsthand the Muggle entertainment experience. Oh, like what kind of things? Harry asked, ignoring the dread in his stomach that he would probably end up sharing a room with his teacher. How was he supposed to hide his bedwetting then? Amusement parks, football games, camping trips, I haven't fully decided yet. Was there any place that you were interested in? No, sir. Anything is fine with me. Good to know, Potter. We will be stopping in a little bit, so put your shoes on. Yes, sir. How long is a little bit? About 10 minutes, or is that a problem? Severus asked, resisting the urge to sneer. No, sir. That's fine, thank you, Harry replied gratefully. When they pulled off the roadway, Harry, although confused, said nothing. Since when did Snape actually listen to him? They stopped at a petrol station where Harry went in and used the loo before they took off again. He found the quietness of the car not uncomfortable, like one would think being in the car with his most hated professor. Ron would never believe him if he told him that there was just something calming about the man's presence. He always felt so protected when he was near the man. He relished in that feeling. Harry didn't know when they were stopping at their destination, and since he had no pressing needs he was content enough to stay silent. He ate a bit of food from the basket, foregoing the drink knowing that he would probably be going to sleep again. Laying down on the seat once again, he fell asleep to the soft humming from the man in the driver's seat and the wind through his hair. Harry awoke to a gently rocking motion and he slowly opened his eyes to see what was going on. His eyes widened in shock, but apart from that he had yet to move. He was in his professor's arms. Why was the man carrying him? Oh well, he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth, and he closed his eyes and pretended that he was still sleeping. When they arrived to their room, the man gently laid him on the bed before he felt a sensation and he was now in pajamas. Letting the man tuck him in, he softly sighed contentedly as the man carted his fingers through his hair. Sleep well, child, the man whispered before walking away and shutting the door. Harry sighed again, wanting to savor the moment a little bit longer. But he knew he had to get up soon. If he accidentally fell asleep before he had a chance to use the loo again, anything could happen. This week he was going to take extra precautions so the man wouldn't suspect a thing. He wondered if it would be possible to call Tigger from here, but then dismissed that idea. A house elf's pop would definitely wake the man up, and he did not want that. Guess he was on his own. He got up and stood in front of the door to the toilet, but he didn't knock this time. He didn't really want to disturb the man, but it wasn't like he could wait the entire time, knowing his luck he would fall asleep the minute the man exited the loo. He sighed again. What was he going to do? Do you need to use the loo, Potter? Harry startled badly and would have fell head first into the door if a hand hadn't caught him. He turned around. What the hell was the man doing behind him? Wasn't he supposed to be in the shower? Harry said nothing. He knew the confusion was plain on his face for the world to see. With great effort he managed to pull his expression to that of boredom. The man's eyes narrowed. Apparently he saw straight through that. Is it locked, Potter? Why are you waiting out here? You weren't in the room, so I thought that you were in the loo. I didn't want to disturb you like last time, so I was going to wait. That was completely unnecessary, you foolish child, for we both know what happens when you have to wait for the loo. Harry blushed and ducked his head in shame, and once again he was reminded why his professor could never know about his nighttime habits. He would only make fun of him. He was just like the Dursleys in a way, a bully. Severus saw the boy's head fall, and he resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Merlin save me from overly sensitive children, he thought. He did not mean anything by his comment, but the boy's reaction showed otherwise. Potter, I did not say that to be mean, I was simply stating a fact, child. Do you still need the loo? Harry didn't answer. He didn't think he could talk without his voice cracking. He knew exactly what the professor meant, and he wouldn't forget it. He stiffly nodded his head, making sure his eyes stayed low to the ground, before turning around and quickly walking into the loo. He took a chance look into the mirror. His face was red and his eyes were shining brightly from unshed tears. His professor called him foolish, basically calling him stupid. Unlike in school, this time Harry was sure he meant it. On the bright side, it at least was an upgrade from what the Dursleys called him, which was freak. He turned on the shower and stepped in. Standing under the hot water, he didn't try to stop the tears that fell. He needed this. He scrubbed his face, making sure the tear tracks were gone, and then washed quickly before getting out of the shower. Getting back dressed, he tried to push the feelings of being unwanted and unloved back into his mind. His teacher was only tolerating him this summer because of the headmaster. He would do well not to forget that. This was still the man who made his life hell for the past 2 years he'd been at school. Harry opened the door, eyes still downcast, which led to him smacking directly into something. His first thought was that he had bumped into a wall, but he saw a pair of black shoes in his line of sight and he knew it was his professor. "I'm sorry, sir," Harry whispered. "It's all right, Mr. Potter. You do know you would see a lot better if you looked up from the ground, right?" Severus stated, a small smile gracing his face. "Yes, sir. May I go to bed now?" Harry asked quietly. Severus nodded to the child, but he couldn't help feeling like he had missed something. What was wrong with the boy now? Before he could stop himself, he found the words leaving his mouth without a second thought. "Potter, are you okay, child?" "I'm fine, sir. Just tired is all." "Why don't I believe you, Potter? Tell me what's wrong." "Nothing, sir. I just forgotten my place is all," Harry stated before walking over to a bed and getting under the covers. Severus didn't know what to make of that statement. What did he mean by his place? Shaking his head, and promising to think on it later, he headed to the loo to take his own shower. When he stepped out of the toilet, he was pleased to note that the boy was asleep. Taking out some of his notes, he set on making a syllabus for next semester for his classes. About 12 a.m. he finally put them away and went to sleep. Harry woke up with a silent sob. He knew he couldn't stop the flow, but that didn't mean he didn't try. What was he going to do now? He looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. like he knew it would be. How was this going to work? He could pretend that nothing happened and go back to sleep, but that wouldn't work. He hated the feeling of being in the cold waste, not to mention it made him itch. He looked over at the man in the bed across from him, thankfully that he wasn't awake to witness this event. The man had already insulted his intelligence once on this trip already, not to mention that first night by practically calling him a baby. What would he say now if he saw this? Would he make him wear nappies? Harry took off the sheets with skilled ease, and headed to the toilet to grab his towel. It took a while, but he finally had the mattress cleaned. As for the sheets, he balled them up under the bed and put the top blanket over the wet spot, and his duvet he would cover up with it. Once in a while he would check on Snape, making sure that the man was still asleep, glad that he appeared to be a deep sleeper. He hoped they would leave this hotel tomorrow, otherwise how was he going to explain away the balled-up sheets? Grabbing a clean pair of pajamas and underwear from his bag, he headed to the toilet to take another shower. So focused on his task, thinking that he had gotten away with it, he never saw the dark eyes watching him. Severus was shocked, so this was the big secret that the boy was hiding, that was keeping him up all night. Now how long had he been wetting the bed? And why did he not know about this? According to Tigger, the boy was embarrassed, even though he had no right to be. It wasn't his fault. Then again, this could explain a lot of things. How was he going to go about this? This situation had to be handled very, very carefully. The child was fragile as it was. Tonight wasn't the night he knew it. He was extremely tired, and knowing Potter's temper as well as his, they would butt heads and that would be bad. Taking out his wand, he put the sheets back on the bed and cleaned up everything, before closing his eyes again when he heard the door to the toilet open. He heard the boy softly sniffling before he gasped, and Severus smirked to himself. Harry was floored. How did the bed get cleaned? Not to mention the sheets and mattress. Who did this? He looked at Snape, but the man had yet to move. Could Tigger have somehow done this? Shaking his head, he lay back down, and contented himself remembering all his Quidditch games, play by play, so he wouldn't fall asleep. By the time 6 a.m. rolled around, Harry was awake, nearly giving his professor a near heart attack when he realized there were eyes looking back into his. Not a way to wake someone up, he noted, trying not to break out into laughs. Severus narrowed his eyes at the child across from him, one hand on his wand and the other over his heart. The boy actually had the audacity to laugh at him, and he gritted his teeth in annoyance. Something funny, Potter. I would think you of all people should know not to make fun of anyone. Because if someone were to find out your little secret, you would be hurt when they laughed at your expense. Harry stilled instantly. What was his teacher talking about? Surely the man couldn't be talking about that, could he? How did he even know about it? He shook his head. Maybe he was jumping to conclusions, and he should clarify it to be sure. Sir, what do you mean? Unknowingly cringing away from the answer. The fact that you wait until the last minute to use the loo. You wouldn't like to be teased by that, would you? No, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to frighten you. You did not frighten me, Potter. You merely startled me. Oh, okay. Still sorry, sir. That's fine. Do you need the loo before I go in? No, sir. I'm fine. Are you sure? Severus asked skeptically. Yes, sir. In truth, of course he needed the loo. He just didn't want the man to sneer at him again. He was more hungry than anything, and there wasn't any more food in the basket. Quickly getting dressed in his clothes from yesterday, apparently the man forgot to pack his clothes and he had nothing to wear. He quietly opened the door and headed downstairs to the lobby. Passing a toilet on the way, he popped in and was out within a few minutes, where he followed his nose to the dining area. He had just walked in when the hotel clerk told him it was a complimentary breakfast with their hotel stay. He had no idea what that meant, so she told him it meant it was free. He blushed and she cooed over him, before telling him to go fix his breakfast. He nodded and quickly went for the stack of waffles laid out on the counter. This was just like Hogwarts. He could eat all he wanted and no one would be mad at him for it. As he was settling his plate down, his eyes widened a fraction when he remembered he had forgotten to leave a note for Snape. Oh well, he was already in trouble, he might as well enjoy his food. Severus knew the minute he stepped out of the shower that something wasn't right. The room was just too quiet. He couldn't hear the boy moving around, or the telly on. Quickly getting dressed, he opened the door and he saw that the room was empty. He sighed in annoyance. The boy had been good for the last 2 weeks. He was a fool if he thought that his good behavior would last. He looked around for at least a note, but of course found nothing. He headed out towards the lobby, wondering if he could do a discreetly point me spell. It was no need because he saw the boy sitting at a table eating breakfast. Grabbing his own breakfast, he sat down across from the child, who had stopped with his fork halfway to his mouth in horror. Before Severus could say anything, Potter had already beat him to it. I'm sorry, sir. I meant to leave a note, I swear. But you didn't, you foolish child, Severus sighed, not wanting to deal with this so early in the morning. I forgot, Harry replied, eyes down. That's no excuse. I should cancel this trip that I planned, especially if this turns out to be a daily occurrence. It won't, sir. I promise, Harry answered. As much as he hated sharing a room with Snape, he was happier that he wasn't stuck at the manor with just the man for company. It better not be Potter, Severus stated before taking a bite of his food. Harry wasn't hungry anymore. He didn't mean to forget. He didn't want the man mad him today. For once he wanted to try to be good, just for Snape. He sighed. What the hell was he talking about? He hates Snape, right? When they had finished breakfast, they walked back up to their room, where he waited for Snape to tell him what they would be doing. "Today we'll be going shopping. I don't know what the Muggles let you wear while you were with them, but you will not be going behind me in those rags." Harry blushed in shame. He couldn't tell the man that was all they gave him to wear, could he? The man would never believe him, so he just nodded in return. He was glad he was getting new clothes. Even if Snape was the one to pay for it, he would pay him back when he got a chance to visit the bank. "When we go out into the Muggle world, we will be father and son." "I'm not thrilled about this either, Potter," Snape said, misinterpreting the shocked expression on Harry's face. "It's the easiest explanation, so you can call me father or dad, I don't care which one." Harry was floored when Snape said they were pretending to be father and son, and a part of him was actually happy to pretend, until Snape said he didn't want to do it. Harry sighed, willing those hurt feelings away. Why was he so shocked? He knew the kind of man his teacher was. He was just another person who didn't care about Harry. The sooner he got that into his head, the better he would be. Before they left their hotel room, Snape transfigured Harry's clothes into a pair of jeans and a t-shirt before heading to the store. He was very surprised to note that the boy didn't ask for anything, regardless of the fact that they were buying clothes for him. He even picked out this shirt with a giant lizard on it, knowing that it was probably a bit immature for the 12-year-old, but Harry just beamed at it and put it in the cart. Severus shook his head. Potter was a weird child now that he thought about it. Harry was in heaven. The man was picking him out a lot of clothes, and he was even picking out cool ones. Who knew that Snape knew the Muggle world? Harry really liked the shirts with the animals on it. He's always wanted one, but his aunt would of course never get it for him. He looked longing at the toys for a minute before shaking his head and turning back to his professor. He had clothes and he wouldn't ask for anything else, because knowing him, his teacher would just take everything back. Severus was puzzled. He saw the way the boy looked at the toys and yet he didn't say a thing about them. Something wasn't sitting right with him, and he was going to find out. When he finished getting the boy to try on new shoes, he headed straight for the toy aisles. He was once a kid once, contrary to belief. He could see those emerald green eyes light up in excitement, and a flash of emotion went through his heart. It was a strange feeling, but he liked it whatever it was. "Go pick out some things. Can't have you bored and getting into trouble, can we?" Harry took that as it was. Snape was letting him get toys of all things. He smiled a bright smile until his cheeks hurt before briefly hugging the man and running to get his toys. He never saw the flash of emotion cross the usually blank mask on the man's face as he hugged him. Keeping an eye on the child, he happened to pass a Muggle chemistry set. He remembered having something like this as a child. It was what led him to eventually want to become a master in potions. He picked up the item and stood there and reminisced about his mother buying this for him. He was so lost in thought he didn't see Harry trying to get his attention. Harry had decided on getting a remote control toy, a few action figures, and if Snape allowed him, a Game Boy Color. Dudley had one and he always wanted to play one. It looked like so much fun. At the moment though, he had to use the loo, and he was extra careful to pay attention to his bladder because he didn't want Snape to take back what he said about buying him toys if he waited until the last minute. The man was currently looking at a chemistry set, which interested Harry because it was a bit similar to potions, but standing still was really making him have to go. "Sir, I have to use the loo," Harry stated, blushing, but Snape didn't say anything in response. "Sir, please," Harry whispered again. He still didn't move, so Harry, figuring he could hold it, went back to looking at which type of car he wanted. About 15 minutes of dancing around, someone finally noticed him. "Sweetie, are you okay?" a random mother down the aisle asked him. "Yes ma'am, I'm fine," he stated, unable to keep his legs still. "I don't think you are, honey. You'd better go and tell your daddy you need the toilet before you have an accident, hun." Harry blushed crimson then, before smiling weakly at her and then quickly walking away. Snape was in the same place as before, but now he had a slight smile on his face. Harry glanced back to see that the lady was watching him and she nodded when he poked Snape to get his attention. "Sir, I need the loo," he whispered, but either Snape was ignoring him or something, but he didn't do a thing. Harry whimpered, and clutched his groin as the pressure in his bladder grew. What was wrong with the man? He was really dancing away now and he bumped his head into the man's arm, startling him. "Potter, what the he?" Severus trailed off as he looked at the boy dancing to the left of him. "I tried to tell you before but you weren't listening to me," Harry said, blinking back tears. "Come on, let me ask where their toilet is," Severus answered before taking one of Harry's hands. They were told the loo was at the front of the store, and they were in the back. One look at Harry and Snape knew in his heart that the boy wouldn't make it walking on his own. He sighed, but since it was his fault the boy was like this in the first place, he gently picked him up. He hurriedly walked to the front of the store, desperation clear on his face and Harry's. Only difference between their desperation was Harry was from having to pee, and Snape's was from not knowing if the child was going to make it. Just his luck there was a line, and he walked back out. Bumping into another store clerk, he asked if there were any more toilets. There was a family bathroom just across from where they were and Snape headed for that one. He noted that Harry had his face pressed into his shoulder and he could feel wetness there. "This isn't your fault, Potter, it was mine. I apologize for not paying attention to you when you asked." Harry said nothing as he sniffled softly. He was doing all he could to hang on. Finally they were in a one-person loo, but Harry didn't even care anymore. He didn't want to wet himself in front of Snape again. His professor quickly put him down and he made a beeline for the toilet. Standing in front of it almost proved to be his undoing. He couldn't get his pants unbuttoned fast enough, because of his frantic movements. All of a sudden the buckle disappeared and he turned around to see the man putting his wand away. He smiled before turning back to the toilet and finally peeing. He sighed in relief as he went, happy that he had made it. After washing his hands they headed back, where in their rush they had left their shopping cart full of their things. It was still there, and unthinkingly Harry grabbed Snape's hand and led him to the video games display. The same lady who told him to go get his dad was looking at it as well, only this time she had a boy a little bit younger than Harry next to her. "I'm glad you made it, sweetie," she said, smiling at him. Harry blushed again before turning his head into Snape's stomach. The man put one hand on his head and patted it. "That was my fault. I was so caught up in memory lane and didn't realize he needed to go." "Tell me about it. I did the same thing to my daughter." "It happens, but thankfully someone told her the same thing I did for your little guy." Harry wasn't really listening as he talking, he was breathing in the sweet smell of potions on the man's clothes. It was a soothing smell to him and he found himself starting to drift off to sleep, leaning on the man. "Looks like someone needs a nap," she chuckled to Snape. Too big for naps," Harry murmured back. He didn't hear what the response was, because Snape picked him up again and he laid his head on the man's shoulder. He closed his eyes and found himself about to drift off to sleep, thankful that he had just used the loo. Severus finished talking with the woman and grabbed the cart and headed to the checkout lane. After buying everything including all the games in the case for that video game Potter wanted, he didn't know which ones the child was interested in since he fell asleep, and he headed out to the car. Laying the boy on the back seat he buckled him in and set off for their destination. Harry was currently dreaming about being at Hogwarts with his friends. At the moment on his mind was that he was extremely thirsty and they had his favorite drink on the table, pumpkin juice. He grabbed a glass and drank. When he stopped it seemed like the whole glass was heading straight for his bladder. He raised an eyebrow at that thought. How that was even possible was beyond him, and as the urge hit him as he knew it would, he whimpered. Severus heard the boy whimper and he glanced in the mirror to check on him. After their trip to the store he went back to the hotel to grab their stuff, check out and head out towards the Muggle theme park. He had read that it was a great source of entertainment, and although he would never admit it, he was excited about going there. They had about a 7-hour drive ahead of them and they were going to be staying in the hotel near the park anyway. He had been driving for 5 hours already and was planning on stopping for a late lunch when the boy whimpered. He could see the child's legs clench tightly together and he had a vague suspicion that the boy needed the loo. When the boy moved and whimpered again he figured he'd better wake him up now. "Potter, wake up, Potter, get up," he said, reaching back with one hand to shake the child awake. "What?" Harry said as he blinked in attempted awareness. His bladder made itself known and he was instantly alert, and glad that the man had woke him up. "Sir, Harry looked at him in confusion. "We are going to be stopping for lunch in 10 minutes, are you fine with that?" Severus asked, trying for once not to embarrass the child. That was in vain because Harry was embarrassed anyway. One glance at the man and he just knew in his heart that Snape knew he had to use the loo. He nodded before turning his gaze to the window. They stopped at a diner where they got seated, and after they ordered, Harry got up to use the loo. He was a bit unsure whether or not he was supposed to go by himself, and it showed on his face. "Do you want me to go with you?" Snape softly asked. "No sir, I'll be fine," Harry said before walking towards the loo. He saw a man a few tables away stand up and follow him, but Harry just assumed that he had to use the loo too. He headed to the nearest urinal and was just unzipping when the hairs on his neck started to rise. He felt like someone was watching him. He glanced a quick look back and that guy from the table was leering at him, in a way that made him feel dirty. He still had to pee, but the desperate urge he had a minute ago was gone and he started to walk back out the way he came in. Only problem was the guy was blocking the exit from him. Harry tried not to show fear and attempted to go around the man. He really wished Snape was here. "Excuse me," he said, trying to scoot around the man. The man shifted a bit as to move so Harry could get through, but at the last minute he grabbed Harry around the waist and tried to drag him to a stall. Harry screamed bloody murder and kicked at the man to no avail. The man had finally got him into the stall and was unbuckling his own belt. Harry still screamed and lashed out. What was he going to do? Would Snape come for him? Severus was wondering what was taking Harry so long. The drinks had already arrived, but the child was still in the loo. The server announced that his food would be at the table in 7 minutes. Why was Potter taking so long? He was just contemplating going in after the brat when he and the rest of the diner heard this ear-piercing scream. It was a chilling sound, even more so when he realized it was Harry. Quick as lightning, Severus was out of his chair and into the loo. He couldn't see anyone when he got in there, but he could hear Potter screaming from inside a stall. He then heard a gruff voice, and that was all it took before he blasted through the stall. The man was apparently behind the door because when Severus got into the stall, the man lay knocked out on the floor. The child was curled tightly into a ball in the furthest corner of the stall. His face had a red hand print on his tear-streaked face and his shirt was stretched. Looking at the man on the floor, he saw his buckle undone. "Did he touch you, Harry?" Snape asked, unintentionally calling the child by his given name. "He tried to, sir. I fought though," Harry answered, sniffling. "I know. I heard you as did half the restaurant," Severus stated, kicking the man on the ground. "Let's go. I need to inform the manager of what this thing tried to do in his establishment." Severus watched the boy stand up and wasn't really surprised to see his left trouser leg wet. After a fright like that, of course the boy wet himself. He did after all go to the loo for a reason in the first place. Severus tied invisible ropes around the attacker so he couldn't move and led Harry out of the stall. The boy didn't seem to notice he had wet himself, and although Severus could clean it instantly, it was proof of what nearly occurred in there. They walked out and somehow Harry had grabbed firmly on to Severus's hand and wouldn't let go. Again the man couldn't blame him, so he said nothing and instead tightened his own grip. They were heading towards a server when they were intercepted by the manager himself. "What can I help you with?" the man asked seriously. After all, everyone had heard the boy scream. "There is a man laid out on the floor of the loo. He attacked my son who went in to use the toilet." Here the man looked at Harry's red face, with tear tracks down his cheeks. He took in the handprint that was starting to bruise on his face and his stretched shirt, before glancing at the boy's wet pants. He narrowed his eyes in anger before calling over a server to call the bobbies. "I want to apologize for everything that happened here. Of course your meal is free and anything else you want," the man stated sincerely. He had a son himself and he knew how angry he would be if someone attacked his child. Severus was about to reply a thank you, but before he could, Harry said the first words since he left the loo. "Don't wanna stay here, Daddy. Wanna go. Wanna go now," Harry chanted before burying his head in Snape's stomach. "Can we get it to go?" Severus asked, concealing the shock he heard when Harry called him Daddy. He bent down and picked the child up, wet pants and all. "Definitely." By the time their food was packed up, the bobbies had arrived. They attempted to get a statement out of Harry, but the child either couldn't or wouldn't answer them. His tear-streaked face and ripped pants and wet trousers seemed to confirm the story. Not to mention the witness of those in the restaurant who saw the man follow the boy, and everyone who heard his scream. Grabbing their food, he headed to the car. He tried to put the boy in the back seat, but he wouldn't be placated, so he set the boy in the front with him. As they drove off, Severus waved his wand at the child's clothes and they were cleaned and fixed, and still Harry said not a word. Harry stared out the window as they drove along the highway. He could smell the food in the backseat, but he wasn't hungry. It only reminded him what could have happened if Snape hadn't walked in when he did. He didn't want to think about that, so he sighed and wiped his eyes again. Severus finally arrived at their hotel. He glanced at the boy, but he wasn't asleep. He couldn't help but feel like this was partly his fault. If only he had gone into the loo with him like he started to. They got the keys to their room, where Potter made a beeline for the toilet. Severus, thinking that the boy was just going to use the toilet, was surprised to hear the shower run. He frowned. He hadn't had a chance to use the loo since that morning, and his urge was getting more pronounced. It wouldn't do for the boy to come out of the loo and see his professor dancing for the loo, especially since he keeps telling the child not to do the same thing. Thinking that he would be back in time before the child came out of the shower, he headed down to the lobby. Harry got out of the shower feeling better than he'd felt 3 hours ago. He was clean and they were miles and miles away from that beep who tried to hurt him. Actually, he was kind of hungry considering he didn't eat lunch, or in this case dinner. He wrapped his towel around his waist before going into the room to get dressed. He noticed as he got dressed that Snape wasn't in the room. In fact, nothing of the man seemed to be here. Only Harry's pack was the only thing that proved that someone was staying here. He didn't even try to stifle his sobs. He guessed the man thought he was too much trouble. He knew it. Maybe he shouldn't have cried on his shoulder today. The 12-year-old who lives to annoy, a bedwetter too afraid to ask for the loo, and who guys come after. With that much baggage, it's surprised the man lasted this long. He laid down on the bed trying to suffocate his face with the pillow, as the tears cascaded down his cheeks. Through his cries and words, he didn't hear the door open as Snape returned. "Of course he left you. You're a freak, just like they always said. You have baggage and you're always getting into trouble. I hate you. I hate me. Why can't I just be? Why does everyone have to try to hurt me? What did I ever do to them? I survived. That's why everyone hates me. I wonder if they know that I wish I had died with my mum. She never should have sacrificed herself for me. I'm not worth it." Severus sighed quietly. Is that what the boy really thought? It must be, because he knows I'm not in the room. How could he think this? He took in the distraught boy on the bed. He should have expected this. The child had been through a traumatic experience today, and he had every right to cry. But what was with his words? Those he didn't understand. They would need to talk about what the boy had said, but for now he had other problems to focus on. "Harry, come here, child." Harry started on the bed, as he glanced at Snape through tear-filled eyes. He would later deny he ever did this, but he tried to smile through his tears before rushing at his professor. "I thought you left me," Harry murmured, face deep in Snape's robes. "Silly child, I was just checking something out in the lobby." Severus replied, his hand naturally coming to rest on top of the child's head. "You didn't leave a note, and none of your things are here." "I thought you left me. I thought." Harry stopped talking as he gasped on another sob. "Harry, I would never leave you here. Or anywhere for that matter. You are stuck with me, and I am stuck with you. My clothes are here, child. They are in the wardrobe." Severus tried to untangle the boy from his person, but the little boy had a strong grip around him. Finally he was able to get him off before picking him up and leading him over to the beds. He tucked the boy in, and even though it was a bit early, he had a tiring day. Wiping the boy's tears from his face, he tried to calm him down. He didn't realize earlier how scared the child really was until he came back and the boy was in a panic. He gently carded his hands through the boy's messy hair in a calming gesture and was pleased when it seemed the boy was falling asleep. As he attempted to get off the bed, terrified green eyes were staring back at him. "Don't," was all Harry said, but Severus understood what he meant all the same. "I won't." I'll stay until you fall asleep. And then I'll be in the bed across from you." Harry nodded, and drifted off to sleep. He awoke like usual in the middle of the night and was about to get out of the bed and clean up, when he saw that Snape was still up. He was grading papers, and although the telly was on he wasn't watching it. Harry chewed on his lip. What was he supposed to do now? His bed was getting cold, and he was feeling icky. He wanted to shower and get out of these wet clothes. He lied there wishing that Snape would just go to sleep already, but that was not to be. "Harry, are you okay over there?" "Yes, sir," he answered, his voice thick with sleep. "Did my light wake you up?" "No, sir. I just woke up is all," Harry stated glumly. "Oh, did you need the loo then?" "No, sir. I'm just gonna go back to sleep," Harry replied. He laid back down in the wetness of the bed and tried to find a dry spot. He hated this. Maybe the man wouldn't tease him. He wanted to tell him, but he was still scared of what the man might do, so he stayed in the uncomfortable bed, and fell into an uneasy sleep. Severus knew immediately that the boy had awoken to a wet bed, but the child was still ashamed to tell him. He sighed and waited until the boy fell asleep before cleaning both the bed and the child simultaneously. Why was the boy wetting the bed in the first place? The minute Harry decided to tell him, they would be visiting a Muggle doctor as soon as possible. He finished grading the last of his papers before turning off the light and going to sleep. Harry got up early the next morning, where he did all his morning duties before getting dressed and settling on his bed to play with his Game Boy. He was shocked and amazed at all the games Snape bought him. He even had more than Dudley, and that was saying something. He didn't know which ones to play with first, but since he knew he would eventually get to them all, he started off with Pokémon. It was interesting, and he was having a blast. Severus awoke to some kind of music playing, and as he took in Potter playing the toy he bought him yesterday, he found the source. Not wanting to bring on the distraught child from yesterday, he refrained from commenting on it, and went to take his shower. After they had eaten breakfast, and packing a spare pair of clothes in his bag for the boy just in case, they headed to the park. Thanking Albus for once having a good idea, he asked this random woman to take a picture of Harry and him on the outside of the park. After all, the child might want to remember pictures of this day, who knows. Harry knew immediately where they were. He remembered Dudley bragging to him about getting to go when he couldn't. He smiled widely at the camera, but look at him now, he was going to get to enjoy it too. It wasn't just an amusement park, it was also a zoo. The last time he went to a zoo was on Dudley's 11th birthday, and he found out he could talk to snakes. Uncle Vernon wasn't happy about that, and Harry paid for it dearly. They were at Chessington's World of Adventure, and Harry was planning on having a lot of fun. They quickly got through the entrance and headed to the closest rides. Severus could see the excitement in the child's eyes as he grabbed his hand and they walked to get on the rides. About 4 hours in, Severus was actually enjoying himself too. He loved getting on the rides. The thrill was very similar to a broom, only you didn't have to worry about falling off. Harry was having the time of his life, and he was sure Snape was too. Snape had even bought him candy floss, and chocolates, and all the fizzy drinks he could drink. Harry was in heaven. Although at the moment they were waiting in line to ride Dragon's Fury, he was so excited to get on it. The drinks were starting to catch up with his bladder, but he didn't want to go just yet. He didn't want to get out of line and have to wait all over again, when he could just go after they rode the coaster. Or so he thought. He was facing forward so Snape couldn't know that he had his hand discreetly into his pants holding onto himself. He didn't want Snape to see and make them leave the line. He shuffled his feet like he was tired of standing, which was true in a way but not the way one would think. Man was talking to him again, and as much as Harry wanted to reply back in earnest, he couldn't afford to take any more attention from holding in his bladder, not unless he wanted to wet in front of all these people. It seemed like Snape didn't notice a thing, and soon they were next in line for the ride. When it was their turn, he sat down and pulled down the safety bars before waiting for them to come and check him. He thought that if he was sitting down it would be easier to hold, but he was wrong. It was all he could do not to wiggle more in his seat than he was doing. Severus could feel the boy next to him moving around a bit, and at first he thought maybe the child was nervous. That was until he strained his neck to look at him. He was moving way too much in his seat to be just nerves, and Severus felt a twinge of annoyance run through his body. As the ride slowly moved forward, he addressed the child. "Harry, child, please tell me you don't need the loo." "I don't need the loo," Harry asked unsurely. "Are you asking or telling, child?" "I don't need it, sir. Let's just enjoy the ride," Harry stated dismissively. Severus said nothing in return, although his eyes narrowed at the child's tone. But since he couldn't do anything about it on the ride, he let it go for now. Judging by the smile on Harry's face when they got off the ride, he assumed the child also loved this one as well. Right now though, he wanted to go check out the animals. Severus took his hand with ease. After all, he didn't want to lose the child before heading towards the animal part of the park. As he was walking, he glanced sideways at the boy who had the hand not holding Snape's gripped tight in his groin. But the boy was denying every time he asked if he had to go, and he did not want their day to end on a wet note. He shook his head at the pun, before looking for signs for the nearest loo. Harry had to pee. No, Harry had to pee really badly. But he had already told Snape that he didn't have to, and now they were going to the zoo. His stomach was hurting where his belt was pressing into his bladder, but what could he do? Severus spotted one, but the line was ages long, and he didn't think that Potter could wait that long, to be honest. He saw a sign for family bathrooms and started walking to it, when he heard the boy whimper. Picking the stubborn child up, he hurriedly walked to the loo. That one had only one person in line, and as he set the boy down, he could only hope that the boy could hold it. "I think you lied to me, Harry. You do need the loo, don't you?" "I'm sorry, sir," Harry whispered. "That's not good enough, Potter. I told you to inform me when you need the toilet, not wait until the bloody last minute." "I was going to after the ride." Harry trailed off when he took in Snape's expression. "No, you should have informed me before the ride, and this could have all be avoided. We would have been able to get back into our spot. This is a family park, and I'm sure they understand about children's bladders." Harry blushed. He didn't think about that. He didn't think at all. He just didn't want Snape to know, but the man did anyways, and he was probably going to get into trouble for lying to the man. And he was even at more risk of wetting his pants in front of everyone. He gripped his trousers tighter as he struggled to keep his liquid in. He tried to stifle the gasp as some pee squirted out into his boxers. Severus and the teenager in front of them both turned to look at the child, who by this time was jumping up and down in place, both hands holding onto himself. Before Severus could think about asking the teen if he would mind them going first, the boy spoke. You guys can go before me. Your kid looks like he's busting, sir." "Thank you. I appreciate it," Severus stated sincerely. Harry whimpered again, and couldn't stop the tears that were starting to fall from his eyes. He couldn't even wipe them away because just the thought of him moving his hands scared him. If the person in the loo didn't come out soon, he was going to wet his pants. "How are you faring, Harry?" "I'm good, sir," Harry spit out in a rush. "I don't believe that, but I'll let it go. It's coming out, it's coming out, it's coming out," Harry whispered to himself as a few more spurts wet his boxers. Severus heard the boy speak, and he turned around to look at the boy on the edge of losing it. "Hold it, Harry, they'll be out soon, I promise," Severus encouraged. Just when Harry thought he was going to wet his trousers, the door opened to reveal a man with 3 other children. The family had started walking out slowly, but when the father took in the state of Harry, he hurried his children out of the way. "Come on, Harry, let's go," Severus said when the boy didn't move. "Can't move, Dad," Harry said to the ground. Picking the boy up, he quickly walked into the toilet and locked the door behind him. He saw that the minute Harry let go of his trousers, they started darkening in color. He closed his eyes. They really needed to have another talk about this. Harry's breath was hitching as the pee flowed down his pants. He was trying to stop crying, but he couldn't. Would the man cancel the trip now? He wanted to ask him not to, but after he just disgraced himself, he said nothing. "Potter, this could have all been avoided if you had just told me. I would like to know the real reason. You do not ask. I won't tolerate anything else but the truth now. If this keeps continuing, I'll put you in nappies because it looks like you seem to enjoy wetting yourself. If you're going to act like a baby, then I will treat you like one," Severus threatened. Although he had no intention of doing that to the insecure boy, the child didn't need to know that. Harry choked on a sob, as he took in his professor's words. This was what he was afraid of in the first place. I'm not allowed to ask for it. I'm sorry, sir. Please don't put me in nappies. Harry answered hysterically. Severus startled at that sentence, and once again he got the suspicion that all was not right in the world of Harry Potter. Tonight we will discuss this at the hotel. Right now we have a lot more rides and animals to see. We're staying, even after I wet? Harry asked, snot and tears running down his face. Yes, I bought a change of clothes just in case. Why can you just use magic? Because I do not want to attract the attention of another magical being who could be here enjoying themselves. That might lead to them investigating us, and I don't think this would stay silent when it revealed one Harry Potter. Do you understand, Potter? Yes, sir, Harry answered, wiping his face with the back of his hand before taking the clothes from Snape. That is disgusting, Harry. Use some tissue or a handkerchief. Come on, let's get you changed. When they exited the loo, Harry kept his head down, not looking at anyone but his shoes. He almost bumped into a few people before Snape grabbed his hand and steered him in the right direction. It's not the end of the world, child. Accidents happen. Harry said nothing, just kept walking. He was mildly pleased at the warmth of the man's hand in his. By the time they had made it to the animals, Severus was amazed at the child's resilience. You would have never known that 15 minutes ago he had just wet his trousers. He wasn't about to bring that up again until later on tonight, because right now they had some animals to see and pet and more rides to get on. They took a shuttle van back to their hotel, where Harry was on the verge of falling asleep. This was his best day ever, and he was a bit sad about it ending. He just hoped that tomorrow would be great too. The hotel was even more so. He hoped that they would be staying in this one for a while. He really wanted to try some of the fun things there, not to mention if they happened to go back to the park. Leaning heavily on Snape as they made their way to their room, Harry struggled to keep his eyes open. As he was heading for the bed, Snape called him back, and he turned around trying to get the sleep out of his eyes. Don't go to sleep yet, Potter. We still need to have a talk. Can we do this tomorrow? Harry asked wearily. We could, but then we would start the day off on a bad note. Did you want that before we headed to the go-karts? We're going go-karting, Harry asked, perking up a little at that idea. Among other things, but right now, we need to talk. Yes, sir. Harry nodded tiredly before going to sit on the bed closest to Snape. He didn't really want to talk about this at all, especially right now. He wanted to sleep. He was so incredibly tired. Severus knew he wasn't being fair. He knew that when you were tired you would talk more than what you normally did. This is what he was counting on. Some of the things and behavior the child displayed was enough to keep him up at night. Like why the child flinched whenever he happened to raise his hand, why he was afraid of asking for the loo. Why the child would get a fearful expression when he yelled, and why the boy never complained of anything he ate. The fact that the boy savored every bite he ate like it was his last meal, did not sit well at all with Severus. Tonight he was going to find out why. Harry, why don't you like to ask for the loo? Severus asked, keeping his voice gentle and soft. Not supposed to ask for things I can't get. Harry mumbled. What do you mean, Harry? Freaks like me don't get to ask for anything. I wasn't allowed to go to the loo, not unless they said I could. Severus's eyes widened, and it was all he could do to keep in the growl that wanted to come out. It wouldn't help him if the boy was suddenly frightened by him. He wouldn't be able to help the child. He knew how Petunia was as a kid, but to do this to a child. Her own flesh and blood, how could she do this? Did they let you eat, child? The scraps off their plates. Sometimes Aunt Petunia would give me a slice of bread though. Don't tell them, but I used to take the food from the rubbish bin when they went to sleep. Severus was disgusted. How long had this been going on? The boy was so starved he ate out of the rubbish. Those monsters were going to pay for this, he would make sure of it. No wonder the boy was so light. They didn't give him enough food for a bird to eat. Severus wanted to stop the questions right then and there and hug the child, after all he had suffered. But he needed to know the most important one. Why did he flinch? Harry, did they ever hit you? Aunt Petunia just swings a frying pan at my head. And Dudley likes to play Harry hunting with his gang. Uncle Vernon just teaches me my place, Harry answered, head drooping forward as his weariness took over. How does he teach you your place, Harry? But Harry was no longer in the land of awareness. The child was on the verge of falling off the bed. Severus picked up the child before getting him dressed for bed. He settled the boy under the covers and gently brushing his hair away from his eyes. Sleeping, the boy looked so innocent. Severus was going to make sure that Potter wouldn't have any more horrors about returning to that home. No matter what Dumbledore said about those damn blood wards, the boy would not be returning. Severus was walking from the loo after taking his shower when he heard the boy whimpering. Thinking at first that the boy might need the loo, he walked over to wake him up, but that was not what was wrong. No, Uncle Vernon, not the belt please, I didn't mean to use magic. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened, it wasn't my fault, please don't do this, Uncle. Severus watched as Harry's cried as he flinched back from whatever was hitting him in his dream. He needed to see for himself what the boy was witnessing. He softly legitimized the child and immediately wished he hadn't done it. He landed in the middle of the dream where Harry was standing with his hands planted on the wall in a beating position, as his man he assumed was his uncle taking a belt to his back. The boy didn't cry out, and that seemed to anger the man even more. Severus quickly stepped out of his mind, and grabbed the child up and rocked him gently. You're safe, child, he can't hurt you anymore, not here, not ever. I promise you, that you will not be returning to that house. Harry woke up from that awful dream about Uncle Vernon to being in Snape's arms. At the moment he thought that he was still in a dream, only this was the good dream and he didn't want to leave. He buried his head in the man's clothes and breathed in sweet smell of soap and sighed in content. He couldn't stop the tears that kept falling, even though these weren't the tears of fear, they were of love. He wanted this to be real so much, but Snape would never willingly hug him. He was Potter, the bane of the man's existence. The minute Harry got that through his head, he would be a lot better for it. That thought only made him cry harder, but for now he was okay with just pretending. After all, he was used to not getting what he wanted, so why think that now would be any different? The man hated him for the past 2 years, how much could he have changed in just 3 weeks? Severus couldn't help but notice the boy being very clingy to him. Everywhere he looked, the boy was near him. It got to the point that whenever he left the room for anything, Harry would be on the verge of panic attack when he returned. The child had even taken to waiting near the door when he showered. That little invasion of privacy annoyed him the most, but what could he do? Harry was trying to deal with his conflicting emotions of being scared. He was terrified that the guy who attacked him was going to come after him, and he only felt safe when Snape was around. He knows he's annoying the man, but he doesn't want to give up that security. He's really waiting for Snape to push him off and tell him to deal with it on his own like the Dursleys would have done, but he never does. At the moment they were both walking into the entrance to Diggerland, and Harry was excited. He felt a twinge in his bladder already, and not wanting to ruin the day by embarrassing himself, he let Snape know immediately. Daddy, Harry hesitantly spoke. He smiled when about 5 other men turned around, when he spoke it before realizing he wasn't their kid. He liked calling the man Daddy. He never got the chance to, and after this trip he never would again. Was it wrong that he relished in their pretend relationship? Even if he was mad at the man still, they still had their parts to play. What is it, Harry? Severus asked, looking at a map. I have to pee. Here Severus quickly looked at him, happy to see that he didn't look desperate before pointing out the loo across from them. Harry frowned. He didn't want to go in by himself again. He could feel his breaths quickening and forced himself to calm down. He felt really silly for asking this, but he was too afraid to go in alone. Can you come in with me? Harry whispered, staring at his shoes in embarrassment. He can't believe he just asked the man that. Severus was going to come in with him anyways, he just didn't think the boy would appreciate that. But after the scare with that man yesterday, he didn't feel secure enough in letting the child go in by himself again. Now he didn't have to find an excuse, the child asked himself. He frowned at that. He must really be scared if he actually asked. Sticking his hand out knowing Potter was going to grab it, they headed to the loo. When they exited, he let Harry choose where he wanted to go first. As interested as he was to learn about Muggle machinery, the child was more interested in being able to drive them. Severus hoped that the child enjoyed today, but he couldn't be sure the boy wasn't actually talking to him. Besides asking for the loo, the child was noticeably silent, and he found it bothered him more than he thought it would. Why was the child angry with him? Harry had a blast today, and he wanted to stay, but he was hot and tired and dirty. He was hungry and he couldn't wait until they got back to the hotel. He wished he could have shared this day with Ron. He knew his mate would have loved it. He was caught up in his excitement and trying to ignore Snape that he didn't realize that he had wandered away from the man. He only noticed when he saw a crowd of people coming his way, and he reached for his professor's hand out of reflex and only got air. He turned dramatically in circles looking for the man in black, but he couldn't see him anywhere. Harry could see his eyes blurring from the tears, and his breath sped up from his panic. Where was Snape? He wondered around, not able to find the man, tears streaming down his face. He bumped into this man who looked like he worked at the park. He did not feel safe with adult males, and he found himself running away until he found a lady worker. Severus was in a near panic. He had told the child to stay right here while he retrieved their bags. But the boy had moved and he didn't know where he was. He was going to kill the child when he saw him, at least that's what he kept telling himself. In reality, he wanted to hug the boy and then shake him once for not listening to him. "Are you okay, sweetie? I'm lost. Have you seen my dad?" Harry asked, sniffling. "I don't know. What does he look like?" "He wearing all black and he looks angry," Harry stated, knowing it was the truth. "Oh, I did see him about 5 minutes before. He was frantic." "Is your name Harry, honey?" "Yes. How do you know that?" Harry asked, making sure his scar was covered just in case. "Your father told me. Let's go alert the security that you have been found." Harry grabbed the woman's hand, not wanting to get separated from her, and they headed to the front of the park. He was scanning his surroundings, hoping he would get a glance of Snape, but he never saw him. It got crowded very quickly since they were standing by the entrance and the exit, and he felt himself getting pulled away from the lady. He was on the verge of panicking. She had told him Snape would be here and he wasn't. Before he could freak out more, he heard the man's voice behind him. "Harry, you foolish child, breathe, boy," Severus yelled as he busted through the crowd. "Move, he's my son. Get out the way," he stated, pushing through the people. "Dad," Harry gasped, relaxing in Snape's embrace. Severus picked up the child, and shook his head. This boy was going to be the death of him this summer, he just knew it. They were done for the day. He headed to the car to go back to their hotel. When they were driving along on the road, Severus addressed one of the situations at hand. "Harry, what's wrong? Did I do something to hurt you, child? Why did you run away from me today?" "I didn't run away from you, sir," Harry stated, confused. "Okay, so you didn't run away. Why have you been giving me the cold shoulder all day? What have I done to upset you?" When the boy didn't seem like he was going to answer, Severus decided to bring up another topic they needed to address. "How long has the Dursleys been abusing you?" "They don't abuse me, sir," Harry said, eyes wide in shock. "According to our talk last night, you admitted that they did." "No, I didn't." Harry trailed off as the memories of what he assumed was a dream last night came back to him. At the present time, Harry was once again angry at Snape. How dare the man do that to him? He was so out of it yesterday, when the man questioned him about the Dursleys. A sense of betrayal washed over him. What was he planning on doing with that learned information? Harry could vaguely remember the man saying he would never go back to the house, but Dumbledore had already told him otherwise, and he was the headmaster. "So you do remember our talk? How long has the abuse me going on?" Harry said nothing as he glared out the window, his stomach churning angrily, in tune with his emotions. He didn't want to have this conversation again, especially since he was tricked the first time. Here Harry stayed silent. Did the man really not know what was wrong? "Answer me, Potter." Severus knew he hit the nail on the head when the child hesitated to answer his questions. But he couldn't remember if he had hurt the child or not, but clearly the boy was distressed. "You tricked me into talking about the Dursleys," Harry replied softly. "That was necessary, child. Would you have told me otherwise?" "No, it was my secret, not yours," Harry answered angrily. But I needed to know, and now that I do, I mean what I said. You will not be going back, I promise you, child. Why? Are you planning on using it against me? Why do you need to know? Because I am the adult and it's my job to help you, if someone is hurting you. Oh, your job is it? Well, I'm just a child and you're basically telling me my words don't mean a thing. You're taking my words completely out of proportion, and changing it to how you see fit. Do not attempt to out-Slytherin me, Mr. Potter, that will not work. I know they hurt you. I have seen a bit of their handiwork since you've been living with me these past few weeks. Your inability to ask for the loo, whatever is set before you, you eat like you have never eaten a better meal, and those are only a few. Harry swallowed back saliva that was building up in his mouth. His teacher knew way too much. What was going to happen when Vernon found out, like in his second year in primary school? He was making himself sick just thinking about it, and unless he wanted to defile the man's car again, he should say something. Can you pull over, sir? Couldn't you have said you needed the loo before we got into the car, Harry? Severus asked, irritation seeping into his tone. Don't gotta we, gotta sick. Harry said, trying to breathe deeply. What's wrong? Severus said, pulling the car quickly to the side, trying to figure out what made him sick. Harry got out of the car, trying to prevent the inevitable to no avail. He spewed his guts on the side of the road, trying to think about the situation. He had a feeling this sick wasn't just from the conversation. He'd felt strange all day, but he didn't want Snape to cancel the trip, so he didn't say anything. Getting back in the car, he grabbed a mint from the glove compartment before resting his head on the window. Feel better? Not really, he said, knowing there was no point in trying to lie to the man. I'll check on you when we get back to the hotel. Harry tried to nod in response, but he found himself drifting off to sleep. Harry awoke in his bed to his stomach churning something awful. He tried to breathe deeply to calm his belly, but he knew what was coming, so he quickly ran to the toilet. He made it just in time to heave the contents of his stomach in the bowl. He felt horrible as he washed his mouth out with water to rid himself of the taste. Looking in the mirror, he saw that his face was flushed and his eyes looked glassy. He knew without a doubt that he was sick. Making his way back to his bed, he fell back into an uneasy sleep, never noticing that Snape wasn't even in the room. He woke back up in the middle of the night to find that the wet bed was the least of his worries. He didn't know where his glasses were, and he didn't have the time to find them. Not unless he wanted to spill his guts all over the carpet. Ignoring the feeling of his wet pants chafing his legs, he headed to the loo blindly and in the dark. He was almost there when his stomach decided to release itself all over the floor. He tried not to cry. This was another time he wished that he still had his parents. As the tears came in anyway, Snape came out of nowhere and started cleaning him up, all the while whispering words that didn't make sense. It's okay, child, it was an accident. Let's get you out of those wet and messy clothes and cleaned up. Severus was awoken by soft whimpering. Looking at the bed across from his, he couldn't see the child. A quick glance towards the loo and he found him, standing near a puddle of sick. The boy was in wet pants as well. Couldn't the child just catch a break for once? He couldn't imagine how the boy felt, but he was done keeping his silence and letting the boy think he was dealing with it by himself. He was the adult here, and he wouldn't be neglecting the child like his damn relatives did. Accidents happen, Harry, and I will not make fun of you for it, Severus said as he led the boy into the loo. Running the bath, he sat the boy on the toilet and returned to clean up the puddle of sick on the floor. Quickly scourgifying the mess away on the floor and cleaning the bed, he headed back into the bathroom and undressed the child before setting him in the tub. He knew the boy was awake because of the steady stream of tears that ran from his eyes, gently cleaning the boy and getting his ready for bed. He carried the crying child to bed, where he gently carded his fingers through his hair as he fell asleep. He was awoken a few hours later to the boy trying to quietly clean up a puddle of sick by hand. He swore silently he had forgotten to set a bin by the child's bed. Quickly spelling the mess away, he got the child cleaned up and gave him some potions before tucking him in bed once again. Severus did that over the course of 3 days. He was there for the boy every time he emptied his stomach or wet his bed, and he never complained about anything. He knew the child didn't want to be sick and he wasn't about to treat him wrong for something he couldn't help. On the fourth morning Harry woke up better than he had been those last few days. Not even the fact that he was sitting in a wet bed could take away his happiness. Then he realized something. He could remember waking up Snape in the night. Oh no. He glanced at the man asleep in the bed across from him. He had seen him wet the bed when he was sick. Maybe he could blame it on being ill. He tensed as the man stirred and he froze in his bed, willing the man not to wake up. His pleas went unnoticed when he saw the man turn towards his fearful expression. He saw the man's face soften, but he didn't know what to say, so he stayed quiet. "Are you feeling any better, Harry?" "Yes, sir," he answered, eyes on his blanket. "Did you wet the bed today, Harry?" "I didn't do it on purpose. I'll try to stop, honest." Harry babbled hysterically. Why didn't the man understand that he didn't want to wet his bed? It just happened. "Hush, child. I know it's not your fault. As I stated before, accidents happen. I need to ask you something though. Do you normally wet the bed?" Harry glared at the blanket. He wasn't angry with the man but at himself. Why did he have to get sick and let him find out? He was 12 years old, too old to be doing this. "Sometimes. Can I go take a shower?" "In just a minute, Harry. What do you mean by sometimes?" Severus asked, wanting to get to the bottom of this problem. "I don't know, sir. Can I go to the loo?" "When you get done answering my questions, did this ever happen at Hogwarts?" Severus pressed. Harry struggled to keep his tears at bay from his frustrations. Didn't the man understand that he didn't want to talk about this now? Why was he ignoring his wishes now? He did not want to spill his secrets to Snape. What if he got angry? He could use this information against him, and what if he did it at Hogwarts? He needed time to come up with other answers that would satisfy the man without him feeling guilty about lying to him, especially after the man took care of him when he was sick. "Yes, when I usually came back from." "Oh," Harry said, bending forward in the bed. He had found his distraction. "What's wrong, Harry?" Severus asked, a hand automatically reaching out to help. "Can I go to the loo now?" Harry asked again, eyes widening. "I know, Harry, you wish to take a shower. Just let us finish this," Severus asked, trying not to let his irritation show at the boy across from him trying to stall the conversation. "No, not a shower. Am I allowed to go pee, sir?" Harry interrupted, eyes filling with tears. Severus's own eyes widened. He had forgotten about that. Of course the child needed to use the toilet. And here he was preventing the child from going when he asked ahead instead of waiting until the last minute. Originally Severus thought the boy was trying to get out of the conversation, but judging by the boy's expression he could tell he had been wrong. "I'm so sorry, Harry. Of course you can go," Severus replied hastily, getting out of the child's way. Harry felt a little bad as he ran into the toilet. On one hand, he did need to use the loo, but not as bad as he played it out to be. In a sense, he just needed a moment to himself. None of his friends knew about his nighttime problems, and if he had his way they never would. He was so ashamed of it. He had been doing it ever since he was 9 when Uncle Vernon accidentally stepped on him. He shook his head at the memory, and willed it away as he finished up in the loo. "You can take your shower, Potter. We'll finish this discussion later." Harry turned on the shower and wondered if Snape knew that he switched between calling him his first and last name. Now that he thought about it, since when did Snape call him Harry? When he came out of the loo after his shower, he knew he couldn't put off the conversation any longer, and a part of him was glad that he wasn't dealing with this alone anymore. Besides, so what if Snape told? He could always deny it, right? He was getting ready for the man to start in on his questions, but he never did. What was he waiting for? "Harry, I didn't find out you wet the bed because you were sick. I knew the very first night, in the first hotel. You thought I was asleep, but I wasn't. I haven't made fun of you then and I won't now. I am nothing like your relatives. Would you believe me if I said I only wished to help you?" Harry was gaping like a fish, and he had to struggle to close his flapping jaw. Snape knew that long, and didn't say anything. "Why didn't you say anything then? Why didn't you help you?" Harry asked, trying to ignore the flash of hurt that was seeping into his chest, at the thought of Snape letting him suffer on his own. "I did help you, you foolish child. Why do you think your bed was dry and clean every time you got out of the shower?" "That was you?" Harry asked, eyes wide. "I thought it was Tigger." Severus had to fight the twitch off his lips as he took in the boy's words. No, it was me. I was just waiting for you to tell me yourself, but then you got sick and I was not going to ignore then, just to save you the embarrassment. Oh, well, thank you, Professor, Harry choked out, blinking rapidly to dissolve the sudden tears from his eyes. He was really touched at his teacher's gesture. I didn't mind, Harry, Severus replied, throwing off the thanks and pretending he didn't see the boy wiping away tears. He knew the child shouldn't be thanking him for looking after him when he was sick, someone should be doing it anyways. When you call me foolish child, you aren't calling me stupid, are you? Of course not, you daft boy, it's a term of endearment. At least it is coming from me, surely you must know that, right? Yes, I do now anyway, Harry answered, grinning widely. Snape liked him. So what do you want for breakfast? Severus finally asked, wanting to get away from how mushy the conversation had turned. Whatever you have is fine, Harry stated, still smiling. Harry had thought that he would still be embarrassed or that Snape would tease him for something he couldn't control, but he didn't. He was not beginning to understand that the man really did like him now, and he actually liked Snape back. Ron would be freaked out. Harry could already imagine the look on his face. He awoke the next day after the talk about his nighttime habits alone. Snape wasn't in the room, but there was a note on the dresser that said he was getting breakfast. Not knowing what else to do, he was in the process of stripping off his wet sheets when Snape walked in. The man froze in the doorway as he took sight of Harry trying to change the sheets. He quickly waved his wand, and cleaned everything up before making the bed. I can't wait until I can use magic outside of school, Harry muttered to himself. When you're of age, it'll come soon enough, Severus replied. That'll be forever, Harry grumbled half-heartedly. Hurry up and eat breakfast, Harry, because we have somewhere to be in 2 hours. Okay, where are we going today? Harry asked, excited. Well, in 2 hours you have an appointment with a Muggle doctor, Severus broke off as Harry's angry voice penetrated the room. What do you mean I have an appointment? I'm not sick, so why do I have to see a doctor? Stop yelling, Mr. Potter, I do not like your tone, Severus asked, eyes narrowing. Harry, recognizing his professor's tone as one he usually heard in the classroom, he quickly shut his mouth. He did not want to do something stupid and have the rest of the trip cancelled. As I was saying, you are seeing a Muggle doctor so they could find out what seems to be the cause of your bedwetting. I know you want to keep this between us, Harry, but I can't do that. This is interfering with your sleep, and something else may be wrong. If you don't complain at all, the entire time we are at the doctor's, you get to choose what we're going to do today. Does that sound fair to you? Harry knew that he didn't really have a choice, but he was happy that the man tried to think that he did. He was giving him a chance to act mature instead of being a brat, while he was going to just hush up and go along with it. Yay, that sounds fair. When are we leaving? Now, if you're ready, get your video game, it might be a while before we get there. Despite the fact that Snape didn't exactly know where he was going, they made it to the office with plenty of time to spare. Waiting outside in the waiting room was boring, and Harry was grateful that Snape had told him to get his game. He played it for 45 minutes before the doctor called them in. Harry took one look at the man doctor, and started backing up instantly. He was not about to be looked at by a male. What the hell was Snape thinking? He found himself pressed against Snape's stomach, with the man trying to prod him further, but he wasn't moving. Harry, do you remember our deal? Severus said, eyes glaring at him. You never said anything about the doctor being a man, Harry replied angrily. What does it matter if? Severus closed his eyes as he himself remembered what happened in the diner. I'm sorry, Dr. Jensen, but Harry recently had a scare when a man attacked him in a loo. Do you have any female doctors here? If not, I'm very sorry for having wasted your time. Oh no, that's not a problem at all, Mr. Prince. If you don't mind waiting a few extra minutes, Dr. Jensen will be out shortly. But isn't your name Dr. Jensen? Harry asked, confusion in his tone and on his face, and why the heck was he calling Snape Prince? Yes, but I was talking about my wife, Harry, he answered gently. Oh, Harry replied, blushing. Like he said, in just a few short minutes she arrived to take them to a room. She seemed a bit intimidated after taking in Snape's blank face. She decided she wanted to talk to Harry alone. Although Harry wasn't that comfortable with the situation, he gave it a go because Snape promised to be just outside. "Hello Harry, how are you doing today?" "I'm fine ma'am," he replied almost silently. "What seems to be the problem?" "I sometimes wet the bed, although lately it's been happening every night now and I don't know why." "I think I might have the answer to that. I just need to take a few X-rays. But I'm sure it's probably due to your body growing, and I think your bladder is taking its time to grow unlike the rest of you. But like I said, we won't know until after the X-ray." "Oh, if that's all you wanted to talk about, then why couldn't my dad stay in here with me?" "Usually children are embarrassed to have their parents in here with them when we talk." "I take you aren't embarrassed." "I was when I thought he didn't know, but he's known for a while. He just said he was waiting for me to come to him." "And you did, that's why you're here, am I right?" "Well no, I got some kind of summer flu and I thought he found out then. He just said he wasn't going to keep pretending he didn't know for the sake of me being embarrassed for a little bit." "That sounds about right. He was probably worried about you." He was always there whenever I sicked up, which was a lot." "That what parents do Harry. Now I need you to take off your shirt." "Why, what for?" Harry asked, looking towards the door. "To check your heart and to make sure you have nothing wrong. Your father stated that you were here for a full checkup." "Oh, okay, I didn't know, so I was just asking." "That's quite all right Harry." Harry took off his shirt then without a second thought. He didn't realize that anything was even wrong until he heard her gasp. When she faced him again, her face looked like she was struggling to hold in her tears. "What's wrong ma'am?" "Harry, where did you get those scars on your back?" "What scars?" "The ones that looked like someone beat you." "Who did that to you Harry? Was it your dad?" "You can tell me Harry, he can't hurt you again, I promise." Harry was confused. This woman was jumping to conclusions. Snape would never hit him, he even said so before Harry had to ask. He didn't want to be in here with her anymore, she was being very nosy. He reached for his shirt on the table, keeping his eyes on her the whole time. "I think it's time for me to leave," he answered, walking backwards to the door. "I'm sorry Harry, but you can't go anywhere. It's against the law for me to let you go back into an abusive home," she stated, making her way to grab him from leaving. "He doesn't abuse me, so just shut up. My daddy would never hurt me like my uncle did," he promised. Harry stood there, chest heaving, glaring at her. It was a wonder his accidental magic didn't flare up. How dare she accuse Snape of hurting him? "Does your father know about the welts Harry?" she asked softly, looking at the door, wondering if the man heard his son's outburst. "I don't want to talk to you anymore, you're mean," Harry said, knowing that he sounded like a little kid, but how dare she? "I apologize Harry, I didn't mean to accuse, I was just trying to get to the bottom of it. Follow Nurse Sydney and she'll help with your X-rays, while I'll talk to your dad." Harry followed the nurse out the door, only stopping once to give in to the childish urge to stick his tongue out at his doctor before continuing down the hall. Severus was wondering what was taking so long. He was just about to go and ask the nurse what was taking so long when the doctor herself appeared in the doorway. "Mr. Prince, could I talk to you for a moment?" "Of course," he replied, getting up and following her into her office. "Where's Harry?" he asked when her office revealed no one else in it but them. "He's getting an X-ray done. I want to make sure everything is okay." "That's good. Has he been behaving?" "Yes, but I believe we got into a bit of an argument." "What was it about?" "I saw some welts on his back, and my first question was who did it. He didn't seem to want to answer, so I thought he was scared, but when I asked if it was you I got a reaction. I of course meant no disrespect Mr. Prince, it's protocol. I will say that at the very least Harry is very angry with me." Severus was angry with her himself, but he understood her position just the same. Did he really look like he abused children? He shook his head at that ridiculous thought. Of course not, he wasn't his father. He of course knew the boy had welts, having seen the dream of his uncle beating him. "What did he do?" Severus asked, hand coming to cover his eyes. "Yelled at me, that you would never hurt him like his uncle. He called me mean before stating he wasn't talking to me anymore." He stuck his tongue out at me, she finished hiding a smile. I want to apologize to you, Dr. Jensen. Harry is not usually like that, Severus started before he was cut off. No, it is me who should be apologizing to you, Mr. Prince. It's all right, Severus answered. Thank you. Let me just go get the X-rays and we can discuss the findings. Severus rolled his eyes to the ceiling. Harry defended his honor. He didn't much appreciate the boy's disrespect to the doctor, but she had deserved it, and since the child was behaving, he was still going to be able to pick out where they were going. He watched her come back in the room about 3 minutes later. His X-rays show that a few years ago, his kidneys suffered a terrible blow. Nurse Sydney was able to get it out of him. She said his uncle, accidentally, stepped on him. So besides that, he also suffering from a lot of emotional trauma from his abuse. It's pretty common in children this age, and with a lot of love and care Harry will grow out of it. So there isn't anything you can do about the bedwetting now. No, although I would invest in some nighttime underwear, it'll give him more confidence. It will especially help his sleeping habits, because he won't be waking up because he's wet. I don't know, he had this whole aversion to nappies, seeing as he's 12. I know what you mean, but these look like underwear, just take a look at them in the store. Okay, I will. Is that all, Drive, Jensen? It sure is. If there is anything you need, don't hesitate to call. Will do, Doctor, Severus replied, standing up to walk out the door. As soon as the door opened, he collided with a blur of green and blue. Harry was hugging him like he was afraid of letting go. He could hear the child sniffling into his shirt. Harry, what's wrong, child? She was trying to take me away from you, he cried. Harry, child. He trailed off as he picked up the boy and hugged him to his chest. I hate her, don't let her take me. Please sir, I'll be good, Harry said, though it was muffled by Snape's shirt. She's not taking you away from me, you foolish child, he whispered to the boy. Thank you for everything, Dr. Jensen, I will be in touch, Severus said before turning and walking out of the office into the car. Sitting in the car, he sat there comforting the brat who lived to cry on his shoulder. Hush, child, I told you that we were stuck with each other. But she said, Harry tried as he choked on his tears. Hush, child, it's okay, you are staying with me. Where did you want to go? Severus asked, trying to distract the child. We never got to go go-karting, can we do that? Harry asked, wiping his face on his sleeve. We can, I just want you to lie down on the seat and rest your eyes, that way when we get there you'll be well rested. Severus finished smoothly, not even mentioning you need a nap, he thought to himself. Okay, Harry answered before buckling up and lying down on the seat. As he drove out of the parking lot, Severus gave himself a pat on the back. Today was a job well done. Now would Harry agree to wear the nighttime underwear? Turning the radio on softly, he hummed along to a Beatles song as he drove down the road. Severus knew that Harry wanted to go karting, and as soon as he got the underwear they were headed for Buckmore Park kart circuit. He had read that they were a great place to drive with the kids, and Harry would enjoy it, he was certain. He pulled the car into the market parking lot, where he parked, before reaching into the backseat and picking up Harry. He didn't want to wake him, and besides, this would be so much easier if he stayed asleep. Walking in, he had no idea where to go, and noticing a woman stocking the shelves, he headed for her. Excuse me, miss, might you be able to help us? He asked softly so not to wake the child. Yes, of course, sir. What are you looking for? She asked, also keeping her voice low. My son here has started wetting the bed. We just came from the doctor. She stated that it's normal, but we should still invest in some nighttime underwear. If we could refrain from anything that looks even remotely similar to a nappy would be appreciated. Harry here has already decided he won't wear them, but you never know. Oh yes, if you'll just follow me. Severus followed her to an aisle where he was immediately overwhelmed. How did you know which one was for your child? He didn't even realize that he had started to think of Harry as his own. What size is now? Small should be okay. Here you go, if you need anything else just call me, she replied before going back to fixing the shelves. Severus grabbed 3 different brands before going to the checkout line. 5 minutes later they were back on the road. Harry woke up when they arrived and they had a blast trying to race against each other. Harry was excited right after they went go-karting. Snape had promised to take him to a playground so he could play with his car. He hadn't had a chance to drive with it and he couldn't wait. Arriving at the park, Harry put the car down and was having a blast. He didn't notice until he looked around, but he had moved quite a bit of distance away from Snape. As he was turning to go back to his professor, he heard somebody that made his heart stop before doubling back over time. "Hey freak, what are you doing here?" Dudley yelled. Harry was terrified. Why oh why did he stray this far from Snape? "Nothing, Dudley," he answered quickly, picking up his car. "Whose car is that? I bet you stole it, didn't you, freak?" "No, I didn't. Someone bought it for me. It's mine." "I don't believe it. Dad says freaks like you don't deserve nice things." "Give it to. I want it." "No," Harry yelled back at Dudley. Snape had bought him this and it wasn't leaving his possessions without a fight. Harry noted that Dudley resembled Uncle Vernon a lot when he got angry. His face was turning colors and Harry decided it would be wise to run. Just as he was turning away, he swore he was about to have a heart attack. Uncle Vernon appeared behind Dudley. He willed his body to run, but he was frozen in shock as his uncle started towards him. Thankfully his mouth still worked just fine, because he beeped in a lungful of air before screaming as loud as he could. "Daddy, help me!" Severus's heart thudded painfully in his chest, as he heard Harry scream for him. He arrived just in time to see this large man lunge for his child. He didn't even think before he wandlessly cast a stupefy at the man. He fell over with a thunk, and Severus quickly went over to Harry, who seemed to be scared stiff. He picked the boy up, who still had a strong grip on his car, before addressed the large boy who was gaping at him. "Who are you?" to Harry. "And who was that man?" "That's my dad and the freak is my cousin." "Who are you?" Dudley asked, whimpering when he saw the glare Severus was looking at him with. "His father. I'm an adult wizard. It would be best if you refrain from calling my child names, or I will do exactly to you as I did to your father." At that Severus walked away with the still silent boy in his arms, shaking his head as he got him strapped in the seatbelt. They really couldn't catch a break, could they? Harry sat in the car unmoving. He had yet to release the grip he had on his car. What are the odds that he meets the Dursleys in that park? Shaking away the "what if" thoughts, he smiled through the tears that were in his eyes. Snape had saved him again, only this time he had called Harry his child. At the reminder of that thought, he knew he was smiling like a loon, but he was so happy. "Where are we going now?" he asked, trying to stop grinning. His cheeks were starting to hurt. "Have you ever been to the cinema?" Severus asked, trying to figure out the boy's changed moods. He himself was still angry with the Dursleys, but he couldn't see how Harry wasn't. "No, I wasn't allowed." Dudley was though. Harry replied, head down in shame. His smile was gone now, he was so ashamed. "Good, then I have the pleasure of taking you to your very first movie," Severus said, interrupting Harry's dark thoughts. "Really? Cool, are you serious? Are we going now? What are we going to see?" Harry asked excitedly. "Slow down, child. Yes, we are going now, and yes, I'm serious. We are going to be watching a double feature. The first movie is called Three Ninjas, and the second movie is Aladdin." Harry had heard the Dean and bunch of other Muggleborn kids talking about seeing them this summer, and he was happy to know that he would finally be able to contribute to the conversation of how was your summer. Not to mention he really wanted to see Aladdin. But he was curious about one more thing: would Snape allow it? Can I have some snacks to watch in the cinema?" Harry asked timidly. "Of course, my favorite is popcorn and along with milk duds. Don't you dare tell Albus that either, otherwise I'd never hear the end of it," Severus said to Harry offhandedly. "I won't, sir. Will I be allowed to try some?" Harry said so softly, Severus nearly missed it. "You'll have your own snack, Harry, but you can try some of mine if you like," Severus stated, knowing full well what the child was really asking. "Thank you," Harry said, turning to stare at the window. Professor Snape was letting him have his own snacks, and he could still have some of his teacher's food if he wanted to. That small act of kindness was almost too much for Harry, and he had to turn away, blinking rapidly to keep the tears where they were. When they arrived at the cinema, Harry grabbed Snape's hand and they walked to the entrance together. He looked around at everyone while his professor paid for everything, then they finally walked in. Harry's eyes widened as he took in the arcade. Sneaking a quick glance at Snape, he decided not to ask. He was already getting his own snacks, and it would do for him to get greedy. Severus mentally sighed. Just like with the toys, Harry didn't say a thing. Oh, he knew the boy wanted to play in the arcade, and who could blame him? He and Lily had a blast when they were kids. Making up his mind, he led the child to the games and gave him a £5 note and telling him to put it into the change machine. They had 30 minutes before their first show started, and he wanted the boy to have this experience. Leaning against the wall, he watched Harry's smile light up his whole face as he played his game. He would never admit it, but his heart nearly melted when Harry turned around and smiled at him. He found himself blinking away tears for some reason, before chalking it up to dust in his eyes. Harry was in heaven. Now he was quite positive that his professor could read minds. How did he know that Harry wanted to play video games? As he was finishing up a Mario game, he could feel his bladder filling it. It was uncomfortable, but it was manageable. He didn't want to stop playing. All too soon, though, it was time for them to get their seats. He found himself trying to give Snape back the remaining money, but the man wouldn't take it. Promising to give it back later, he shoved it in his pocket before they headed to the snack bar. After they grabbed their food, they walked to the theater. Harry was glad that Snape knew the places on where to sit because he didn't. As soon as they got comfortable, the previews started coming on. Then finally the movie had started. About halfway through Three Ninjas, Harry was squirming slightly in his seat, but he tried to ignore it. The popcorn had made him thirsty and he had been drinking his fizzy drink, and now his bladder was paying for it. Oh, he had to pee. Sneaking a look at Snape, the man seemed so into the movie that he didn't want to disturb it just because he needed the loo. Reaching into his pants, he grabbed a hold of himself. He knew he could hold it if he really tried. About 30 minutes later, he was starting to doubt that he could last. It was all he could do to keep from whimpering. He could barely concentrate on the movie, and it hurt to laugh. Not to mention that Snape would be angry when he found out Harry waited until the last minute. He didn't want his professor mad at him, nor did he want to wet in such a public place. Gathering that Gryffindor courage, he poked the man in the side. "What is Harry?" Severus whispered. "I need the loo," Harry whispered back. "The movie will be over in about 15 more minutes, can you wait until then?" Harry didn't think he could, but it was only a few more minutes. He really did want to see the ending. 5 minutes was nothing when you think about it, and besides, Snape sounded like he really wanted to see the last bit. "Yes, sir," Harry said quietly before turning back to the movie. By the time the movie was over, Harry was nearly in tears. He had to wait a minute before he could stand up without worrying about leaking into his boxers, and by then Snape had already walked out thinking that Harry was behind him. He took his hand out of his pants on to put it into his pocket and tried to hold himself. At least that way it didn't look so noticeable at what he was doing. As he was walking to the lobby, someone grabbed him by shoulder and he had to stop himself from freaking out when he realized it was Snape. "What took you so long? You left me." There was a lot of people pushing. Harry said it was true, but not the reason why he took so long. "We have 2 hours until the next movie starts. Do you want to go get something to eat and then come back?" "Could we have pizza?" Harry asked quietly. He still wasn't comfortable asking for things. "I suppose we could," Severus stated like it was the worst thing in the world. "Cool, thank you," Harry replied, happy that his idea didn't get shot down. As they walking towards the door, Harry remembered his immediate need. He knew he couldn't wait until they got to the pizza parlor though. "Before we go, can I use the loo?" Harry asked, trying not to shuffle his feet. "Sorry about that, Harry, it slipped my mind." "Of course you can use it before we go," Severus answered, leading him towards the toilet. Harry suppressed back a sob as he took in the queue for the toilet. It was really long and they were in the back of it. He had a better chance of making it to the pizza place. "Never mind, I'll just wait until we get there," Harry answered, walking back from the line. "Are you sure? We can check out another one." "It won't matter, the one on the other side is just as long," a man in line said. "Oh, Well, come on Harry's, let's go then. Harry walked slightly behind Snape, as they headed to the car. Oh God, he had to pee and it hurt so much. He couldn't hold back his tears anymore, and he tried to cry quietly. He only hoped that Snape wouldn't turn around, or ask him anything for that matter. Getting into the car, he was thankful that he was sitting in the back, and he avoided looking in the front mirror. It seemed like everything was taking extra slow. He was dying for the loo. We should be there in about 20 minutes. Harry, how are you holding up? I'm fine, sir, he croaked out, bending at his waist in his seat. Since he was stopped at a stoplight, he took a glance at the child behind him. His face was the picture of agony. And it showed him perfectly that Harry Potter was most uncertainly not fine. Damn, he whispered. He couldn't blame the boy for this, since he did ask before the movie was over. I don't think you are, Harry. It's okay, you're not in trouble. I'll stop somewhere closer, okay? Could you just hurry please? Harry whispered anxiously. I will, Harry, just hold on. Severus said, eyes looking out for anything. "'Kay," Harry replied softly. Harry sat up straight as he felt a long spurt escape his tight grip. He wasn't going to wet today. Pull over, Dad, please, Harry practically yelled, frantically clawing at his jeans to keep it all in. Severus, for his part, was floored. Did the child even realize what he had just called him? And they weren't even pretending for muggles. Is that what the boy really thinks of me as? He thought to himself, before taking another look at the red-faced child in the backseat. I am Harry, you can hold on for a bit longer, he said, trying to reassure the child. I can't anymore, it hurts, it really hurts, Harry said, crying harder. Severus was startled, thinking it would be better for the boy to just wet if holding it was painful. But then the insecure child would have another setback for wetting his pants like a toddler. He sighed. He didn't know what to do, but try to hurry up and find somewhere. He was passing an empty parking lot, when he had an idea. Quickly pulling in, he parked the car near a few trees, and he could see that they wouldn't be visible to the eye. Harry looked around in confusion. Were they there yet? And if so, where the heck was there? Get out of the car, Harry, Severus said before getting out himself. Harry didn't argue. He didn't know what was going on, but he trusted his professor enough. Quickly undoing his seatbelt, he opened the door and stood by it. Well, he tried to stand by it. He was more or less bent over in an uncomfortable position. What are we doing, sir? Harry asked in a strained voice. You, my child, are about to burst. I don't know what else to do. So you can just go by the car and I'll cover you. Does that sound good? It sounded like the best plan Harry had ever heard, or it could have been his bladder screaming for relief. Whatever it was, he wasn't about to say no, and he quickly tried to undo his trousers. Tried was the key word. He hated that when he had to go so bad he couldn't get his fingers to cooperate. Severus heard the boy struggling and turned around and swiftly undid his belt and buckle for him before he was almost literally sprayed in the face for his good deed. Quickly turning the boy to face the tire of the car, he walked a few paces away to give the child privacy, when he heard the loud sigh come from the boy before the sound of liquid hitting the pavement. Harry was mortified, but that was silenced by what he was feeling. He was actually feeling a little lightheaded from how he was relieved he was by finally getting to go pee. He didn't feel anywhere close to finishing, so he leaned one hand tiredly on the car, holding it in had taken a lot out of him. When he was finally done, he stared comically at the ground at how big his puddle was. He was quite proud of it, and that he could hold that much in. Sorry, sir. I didn't mean to, what I did. Harry stammered, blushing red. It's all right, child. Do you feel better now? He said, trying not to add to the child's embarrassment. Yes, sir. Are we still going for pizza? My answer hasn't changed, child. Come and get back into the car. Harry got back in, and rubbed his stomach. It was still tender, but it was empty. He couldn't wait until he got pizza, and then they were going back to the cinema. This was turning out to be the best summer he had ever had. The next night found that Harry was currently staring at the ceiling in their hotel room. He wasn't sure, but he thought Snape might be asleep. He hadn't been paying attention since they started this trip, but looking at the calendar yesterday, and he realized that his birthday was only 3 days away. He had been having a blast spending his summer with Snape, but he really missed his friends. Would Snape allow his friends to visit him? Professor, are you awake? Harry whispered softly. Yes, Harry, I am. What did you need? Severus asked, eyes still closed. My birthday is coming up, Harry answered, trailing off. On the 31st, I am aware, Mr. Potter. What is it? Could Ron and Hermione visit me for my birthday? He asked, words rushing together. Severus sat up and quirked an eyebrow at the child at his garbled speech. Could you repeat that, Harry, this time slowly? Oh, could Ron and Hermione visit for my birthday? Harry finished softly. Severus blinked slowly. Of course the boy wanted his friends over for his birthday. If he wasn't mistaken, this would probably be the first time he got to celebrate his birthday given the way he was treated by his relatives. He wasn't really looking forward to spending a few days with the Gryffindor trio, but he couldn't tell the child no. Well, he could, but not without hurting Harry deeply, and he didn't want to do that. You may. I'll send an owl to Albus tomorrow morning before we head out for the football game. Will we be going back to Manor, or are they going to come along for the trip too? Maybe we'll spend one night in the hotel, because I'm taking you somewhere special for your birthday. The rest of the time they're here we'll spend at the Manor. Oh, so when we go back to the Manor our trip will be over? Harry asked, trying not to frown. He didn't want that to happen. He loved hanging out with Snape. Wait, what did he just say? Yes, you do want to have a party at the Manor, don't you? Severus asked, puzzled. No, I changed my mind. I don't want to invite my friends anymore. Harry quickly replied, trying to backtrack. Harry, I'm confused now, child. What are you talking about? You just said that when my friends come that our trip will be over, and we'll be back at the Manor. I don't want the trip to be over yet, because I like spending time with you, Harry stayed, blushing for having admitted his feelings. Harry, child, that was not what I meant. After your friends go back home, we will resume our trip once again. There are still plenty of places I want us to visit. Oh, cool then. 2 days later, Harry and Severus were driving to a Muggle train station to pick up his friends. Harry was a bit confused about why they were traveling the Muggle way too. Until Snape informed him it was safe not to mention Hermione's parents were more comfortable with that form of transportation. He was so excited to see his friends that he wasn't paying attention to the signs of his body. Ever since the day he went to the cinema and held it until it hurt, he had been having a lot more trouble with how long he could hold it. He didn't tell Snape though, because he knew now that the man liked him, but he didn't want to embarrass him by acting like a baby. As they parked and headed inside the train station, he could recognize that Weasley hair anywhere. Ron was currently looking around in awe at everything, the same way Harry looked at magic. They had a mini reunion in the middle of the station and Snape introduced himself to Hermione's parents, who seemed to be pretty nice. So caught up on catching up with his friends, Harry missed the opportunity to use the loo at the station. On the way back to the hotel, Harry sat up front with Snape. It seemed that Hermione and Ron were still nervous in Snape's presence because nobody said anything. Harry was so lulled to sleep by the quietness in the car, and the wind in his hair. He was awoken abruptly by that familiar feeling of warmth soaking his trousers, and he quickly glanced back to note that his friends looked asleep, but he couldn't be sure. Snape was humming along to a random song on the radio, and Harry was afraid to speak up. What if his friends weren't really asleep? All too soon they arrived at the hotel, where everyone started to get out of the car except Harry. "Ha, Mr. Potter, what are you doing?" Severus said, just barely able to catch himself from calling Harry by his first name. Harry was shocked. Why was Snape calling him by his last name? He wasn't in trouble already, was he? "Sir, my seatbelt is stuck, could you please help me?" "Harry, I'll help you," Hermione started to say. "No, he can use magic, and I'm really stuck in here," Harry replied hurriedly. They seemed to believe his lie. Well, not Snape, but Harry was counting on that anyways. "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, please take your things and wait for us in the lobby." Harry noted that Ron looked a bit freaked about leaving Harry alone with Snape, but Hermione pulled him along with her. Harry waited until they had entered the hotel lobby before turning back to Snape. "What's really wrong, Harry? I wet your seat." "I'm really sorry, sir," Harry said dejectedly. "You already know it's not your fault, so don't start blaming yourself. I'll clean you up in a hurry, Harry." "Thank you, Professor," Why were you calling me Mr. Potter? I am not in trouble, am I? No, Harry, you aren't. I just didn't want your friends to get suspicious. Why would they be suspicious, sir? Because it's well known in Hogwarts that we have an extreme dislike for one another, Severus replied patiently. That's not true. I like you, sir, Harry answered to the ground. Now you do, Harry, but before you and I both know you did not. Not that I blame you, child, because I don't. I know what kind of person I can be. That doesn't matter now, Harry replied, wanting to get away from the conversation about hating each other. It does matter, Harry. We have to pretend that we still hate each other. What? Why? I don't want to do that, sir, Harry replied, trying forcibly to stay calm. There comes a time when there is going to be many things you don't want to do, Mr. Potter. You need to dig deep because you must do it anyway. I don't understand, sir. Why do I have to do this? Harry pleaded. He didn't want to go back to Snape berating him and yelling at him. He liked the new Snape who called him his child. He didn't want the one who used to hurt him for things that weren't his fault. This is the way it has to be, Potter. I suggest you get used to it, Severus said before discreetly waving his wand and cleaning Harry up before walking towards the hotel. Harry stood by the car, trying to mash the heels of his hands into his eyes. He would not cry over this now. Later, when he was in his bed and everyone was asleep, then maybe he would, but for now he had to be strong. By the time Harry arrived in the lobby about 7 minutes later, his eyes and nose were red, but if anyone asked he would claim allergies. He finally realized that Snape must be ashamed of him, and that's why he didn't want Hermione and Ron to know. He was used to it though. The Dursleys were always ashamed of him, and he should have expected that Snape wouldn't be any different. Harry, are you okay? Hermione asked, her eyebrows furrowing in concern. I'm fine, my own, just my summer allergies. I really hate them, you know, Harry stated with much more enthusiasm than he felt. Okay, Harry, if you say so, she answered, not really believing that to be the case but not wanting push it. They headed to their room, where looking around Harry saw that it was a bit too small for 4 people now. Not to mention one of the 4 of them was a girl and she needed her own room. Pack your things, Potter. When you get done, you and your friends meet me in the lobby. Harry didn't say a word, he just headed to do what was told of him. He missed the look on Snape's face as he didn't acknowledge the fact that the man spoke. By the time they came back to the lobby, Snape had already upgraded them to a suite, but Harry couldn't find it in him to be happy. He knew he should have never asked for his friends to visit him. Now Snape hated him again. Opening the door to their suite, they quickly noted that it had 3 bedrooms. One would belong to Snape, another to Hermione, and the boys would share a room. Later that night found Harry scared to go to sleep. What if Ron found out? What if he had a nightmare and screamed and woke Ron up? He couldn't use magic here, and Snape was mad at him. What was he supposed to do? He wished hard that Ron wouldn't find out about his nightmares because he knew that would only lead to more problems. He finally fell into an uneasy sleep. He woke up predictably at 2 a.m. to a wet bed, not to mention his throat was hurting, like he'd been screaming a long time. If that was the case, then why wasn't Ron or anybody else awake for that matter? Struggling to be quiet, he changed the sheets on his bed. Trying to stay quiet was tiresome, and as he came back to his bed he stubbed his toe. He couldn't stop the moan, or the curse that escaped his mouth. He stared in shock when he realized that Ron didn't move at all. Was there some kind of charm up? Getting back onto his damp mattress, he tried to get into a comfortable position to sleep some more, but couldn't. He didn't know it, but his accidental magic had created a silencing charm, due to not wanting to bother Ron. The next day was his birthday, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He was tired and cranky and he was in a bad mood. He wished the day could be over already. Do you know where we are going, Harry? No, Harry whispered. He wasn't in the mood for talking or anything really. Professor, where are we going? Hermione finally asked when the boys gave her a glare that said they weren't going to. To the aquarium, Miss Granger. Is that all right with everyone? Severus stated, sneering. Harry didn't say a thing as his friends replied. He just got in the back this time and faced looking out the window. It was only the first day and he was wishing it was time for his friends to leave. He didn't want any secrets. It was his own fault putting his faith in a man who he knew hated him for no reason. They arrived and still Harry said nothing. He didn't have to say anything since Hermione spoke for them all. They went through an underground tube that had animals all around them. It was a really cool experience, and any other day Harry was sure he would enjoy it. All the water was making him have to pee though, but he didn't want to deal with Snape. As they were walking past the sharks he saw a sign for the loo. He contemplated going alone. But the thought of being alone in a loo still brought shivers up his spine. All the water was not helping his situation, and he realized he would have to speak up soon, unless he wanted to wet himself on his birthday. "I have to go to the loo," he stated just loud enough for Snape, who was in front, to hear him. "It's right over there, Potter, so you may do so now," Severus said without looking at him. Harry stared unblinkingly at the man. Did he really think he was going to go by himself? Obviously the man really meant what he said. Harry struggled not to panic. "Do you gotta go, Ron?" Harry asked as a last resort. "No mate, I'm good," Ron replied obliviously. "Oh then never mind, I'll just wait then," he said before distracting Hermione with a question. Severus was bothered. He knew the boy couldn't wait that long, and as much as he wanted to go in with him he didn't say a thing. He wasn't sure how he was feeling about the boy right now. He only knew he felt a stab of hurt when Harry refused to look at him. He would have thought the child would have been overjoyed to know that he could keep his friendship with the greasy git of a teacher quiet, but like everything involving the boy he was wrong. He turned around to check on Harry, and saw that he was wiggling around quite a bit already, and his left hand was present in his groin. "Don't any of you move, I'll be right back," he damn near growled at them. "Where are you going, sir?" Hermione asked. "The loo, and you better be here when I get back," he said, glaring specifically at the boys. "We will, sir, we promise," she stated sincerely. Harry wanted so bad to go with the man to the loo. His need was getting really urgent. What was he supposed to do? He was trying not to cry. Was the man that ashamed of him that he wanted him to embarrass himself in public? "Potter, are you coming or not?" Severus said impatiently. "Sir?" Harry asked unsurely. "You just stated you needed the loo, not 10 minutes before." "I'm going in there now. Do you still need to go?" Severus asked like he was speaking to a small child. "Oh, I do, sir," Harry said before heading to the toilet with Snape. As he walking to it he heard Ron mutter, how he could trust Snape in the loo with him. What was he talking about? Was he trying to compare Snape and the beep who almost got him? Wanting to get in and out he ran to a stall so he wouldn't have to see Snape. It seriously hurt to look at the man, to know that you got to know someone, the real them, and then they suddenly just toss you aside like you mean nothing. He understands, having lived his whole life thinking he was nothing, but it still hurts nonetheless. Once again that night Harry cried himself to sleep. He didn't know how to handle his situation and he couldn't trust adults. He was on his own. The next day Severus apparated them each to the manor where he showed Hermione the room she would be staying in, and Ron would once again be staying with Harry. Unbeknownst to Harry, the wards around Snape's manor disables all charms, accidental or not. He didn't know this as he started what he thought would become his nightly ritual for the rest of the summer. He was crying himself to sleep. Ron heard the whimper first, and the sob before getting out of his bed to look at Harry. He could see his friend's shoulders shaking, and tears running from his eyes, but he didn't know what was going on. It was really freaking him out. Harry didn't just cry, something definitely had to be wrong with him. When he touched his shoulder, Harry reacted by flinching back before burying himself deep into the covers. He didn't know what he was supposed to do. He really wished Hermione was in the room. Deciding to go get her, he opened the door and walked down the hall to her room. Before he could knock he heard Snape's voice behind him. "Just where do you think you are going, Mr. Weasley? I do believe your room is on the opposite side of this one." "Yes sir, I know that, but I just needed to talk to Hermione is all." "Whatever you have to tell her, you can just wait until tomorrow." "It can't sir, this is important. Let me be the judge of that, Weasley." "What's so important?" "Something wrong with Harry. He's crying and he won't stop," Ron finally replied. Severus' eyes hardened before walking quickly to the child's room. Spelling the room locked and with privacy charms, he walked over to the boy's bed. He was as Weasley stated. His face was flushed with sweat and he was crying like no tomorrow. "Harry, what's wrong?" he asked, concerned. "Don't act like you care now, because I already know you don't." "It's fine, I'm used to it. Just please, leave me alone," he said, choking on a sob. "Hush, child, before you make yourself sick. Now tell me what has got you into this state. Did Weasley say something to you? Was it a nightmare? Did you wet the bed, Harry?" "Please go away," Harry whispered gloomily. "No, until you tell me what's wrong. I know that you're ashamed of me, but did you at least like me a little, or was it all just pretend?" Harry blurted out around his sobs. Severus shook his head. What was the child on about? What did he mean that I was ashamed of him? "Harry, why do you think I'm ashamed of you?" "Because you don't want Ron and Hermione to know that you like the Gryffindor golden boy," Harry said, sneering similarly to Snape. Severus immediately understood why the child was so upset. He really should have explained his actions before he thrusted the child into this situation. "That's not why, Harry. I didn't think you would want your friends to know that you were friends with the greasy bat of the dungeons. In a sense, I was trying to preserve your reputation." "You thought I would be ashamed of you, why?" Harry asked, genuinely puzzled. "Because most Gryffindors would be, Harry. But I'm not most, I'm just Harry. I know that, child, I know. Do you think you can sleep now? What am I supposed to do about Ron? I mean, I can't keep hiding my sheets, can I? Call Tigger to do it in the morning when we are at breakfast, and tomorrow I'll find a time to talk to you about your appointment." "Okay. Good night, sir." "Good night, child," Severus said before gently ruffling the boy's hair. He walked out the room to find Weasley staring angrily at the wall. He addressed the boy good night before walking into his own room. He couldn't help but feel guilty. He was the cause of the boy's agony. Vowing tomorrow to explain it thoroughly, he headed down to his lab. The next morning Harry woke up sick to his stomach. Blaming it on nerves, he headed to the toilet to get dressed. Avoiding Ron was his main goal for today, and if he told Hermione, her too as well. He couldn't wrap his head around some of the things his teacher said to him last night. He convinced himself that Snape only comforted him because he didn't want to deal with Ron, since he had already proved Harry's worth to him yesterday. As much as his professor hurt him, he didn't want to leave the manor. As Ron headed downstairs for breakfast, Harry called Tigger, who was more than happy to clean up for him. As he was looking in the drawer for socks, he was startled to find something else there with them. Why were there nappies in his drawer? He felt his eyes immediately fill with tears. Well, this pretty much cemented the fact that the man thought he was a baby. He swiped angrily at his eyes before shoving the dresser close and walking downstairs. He forced himself to swallow his breakfast, but it tasted like sawdust and made his throat dry. He never noticed the concerned look Snape was giving him, and if he was being honest, he could care less. "Today we will be heading to Dickens' World." "What is that, Professor?" Ron asked. Before Snape could reply, Hermione spoke up like Harry knew she would. "It's a education theme park," she stated patiently. Harry saw Ron nod that he understood, but Harry doubted he even knew what a theme park was. Oh well, Ron was on his own. He wasn't about to draw any type of attention to himself. After getting apparated back to their hotel, Harry decided he didn't like that mode of wizard transportation and found himself missing the car. But not for long when Snape announced it was about 1 hour drive to the park. Harry was inching himself towards the backseat, not wanting to be alone with Snape in the front. "Mr. Potter, get into the front please," Severus stated. "No thank you, sir. I've already had my turn." "Ron, Hermione, do you guys want a chance?" "No mate, I'm good in the back," Ron replied fearfully. "The front makes me carsick, Harry," Hermione replied, looking grim at just the thought of sitting in the front. "Oh then never mind then." Angling his body so that he would have absolutely no reason to look at the man, Harry got ready for the longest ride ever. Thankfully there was no traffic on the road and they arrived at the destination relatively quick. Getting out of the car, they all headed towards the entrance, with Harry lagging behind. Once they were actually inside the park, Harry found his spirits being lifted. He contemplated that he could mad at Snape later, but for now he wanted to have fun. "Dad, what are we going to do first?" Harry asked, eyes trying to take in everything at once. "What do you want to do?" Hermione and Ron were floored. What did Harry just call Snape, and why? "Harry mate, Are you feeling okay? Ron asked, eyes wide. Yes, I'm fine, Ron. What did you guys want to check out first? Why did you call Snape Dad? He's not your father, Harry. What the heck is going on? He's my pretend dad in front of the Muggles. It's just an easier explanation. Harry whispered. I don't like it, Ron stated. Harry shrugged but didn't reply. He didn't really expect Ron to get it, he barely did. Chancing a glance at Hermione, he saw that she had a thoughtful expression on her face, but she stayed silent. Grabbing Snape's hand, since he was pretending, he might as well live it up, especially since the man hated him, he proceeded to have a blast. Severus was confused. 1 second the boy was fine, and then the next he was mad at you. He thought that mood swings were usually reserved for hormonal girls, not just barely 13-year-old boys. Shaking his head, he tightened his hold on the child's hand and headed to the rides. The day turned out to be pretty good, despite how it all started. By the end of the day he had ended up carrying Harry to the car. The boy had fallen asleep waiting for his last treat, of a funnel cake. Granger and Weasley weren't far behind, and the minute they got into the car they both dropped out. Apparating 3 sleeping children was something he hoped to never do again. Laying each of them in their bed, he headed to his own room for some much-needed sleep. Trying to keep up with 3 13-year-olds all day was tiring, and he wasn't as young as he used to be. He scoffed at himself. Since when was 34 years old considered old, especially in wizard years? Shaking his head, he quickly got dressed for bed, before joining his charges into slumberland. The next day Harry woke up wet like usual, but before Ron. Quickly getting his stuff and summoning Tigger, he was awake and dressed before his friend had even woken up. Today was the day that his friends were going back home, and a part of him was glad. The other part was afraid of what Snape might do to him. He shook his head at his stupidity. Snape promised he would never hurt him even before his friends came. Throughout breakfast Harry remained silent and wouldn't look up from his plate. He was so quiet that he sent Ron into a panic, thinking that Harry was afraid of leaving them alone with Snape. Ron flowed to his house and immediately told him Mum that Harry wasn't safe at Snape Manor. Mum, Harry told me that he was scared of what Snape might do. Plus he said he would rather spend the rest of the summer with me. Mum, please, can't you tell Dumbledore or something? It's Headmaster Dumbledore, Ronald, and I am sure that Harry is perfectly safe. She insisted. Molly was of course skeptical. She knew that Albus would never allow Harry to come to harm. And besides, Severus was an Order member for one, and two, he would never hurt a child. She, along with Poppy, was among the few who knew what kind of childhood Severus had. Nonetheless, her youngest son wouldn't stop pestering her until she called Albus. The minute his friends were gone, Harry made his way to his room. After all, it was better to be out of sight, at the Dursleys. He was stopped midway up the stairs by his teacher, who had intercepted him. Harry, I need you to come downstairs, we need to talk. Sitting on the chair furthest away from the man, lest he decide Harry needed a smacking. He waited patiently for the man to start talking. Harry, first of all I want to apologize to you. I never meant to make you feel like I didn't care for you. I wasn't ashamed of you either. It's a complicated situation, but you need to know that none of it is about how I feel about you. Then why did we have to pretend to hate each other still? Why did you act like you liked it? Severus was appalled. What was the boy talking about? He never showed any emotion when he treated Harry like he used to. What are you talking about, child? You knew that I hated being alone in public loos, and I almost wet before you actually took me. I thought you wanted to embarrass me for thinking that you actually cared for me. Severus stared at the child. What a mess he had created. He knew he should have sat down and talked to the child, the minute they knew his friends were coming. He was not an expressive man. He didn't do hugs or touching, but the boy across from him needed assurance in the worst way. Sometimes you just have to do it for the kids, he sighed before reaching his arms out for the boy. Harry eyed his professor's outstretched arms suspiciously, but he slowly found himself walking towards them. A minute before he got to them, he stopped a second before launching himself at the man and sobbing into his shirt. Through his whole blubbering ordeal, he was happy to note that the arms remained tightly around him, keeping him safe. How could he have ever thought that Snape would hurt him? I'm sorry, Professor. I just didn't know what to think. Especially when I found that you had bought me nappies. Do you really think I'm a baby, sir? Harry asked, eyes shining with unshed tears as he awaited the answer. No, you foolish child, those are not nappies. I know they may feel like they are, but they are nighttime underwear, so you won't have to worry about waking up wet. I meant to talk to you about them, but I never could find the time, and then your friends showed up. Oh, okay. I thought you were keeping your word when you said I should be in nappies, Harry stated with a grimace. That was the day where I was frustrated that you kept waiting until the very last minute to tell me of your need. Well, that was mean, Harry replied, affronted. It worked, didn't it, child? Severus said, smirking. Still it was. Harry was cut off as the flow flared green and Severus was shoving him behind the sofa, telling him to stay quiet. Harry's heart was thumping wildly and he was terrified of who that might be coming through the fire. He was wishing he was back in his room. As he was trying to silence his harsh breathing, he waited for them to start speaking. The minute he heard who the speaker was, he about wet himself with relief. Good afternoon, Severus. How are you doing, my boy? I'm fine, Albus. This is an unexpected visit. Severus replied, hand over his still thumping heart. I know. I just wanted to see how my two boys are doing. Speaking of my boys, where is Harry? Here, sir. Harry answered breathlessly, coming from behind the sofa. Harry, my boy, what were you doing behind the couch? We weren't sure who was coming to see us, so Professor Snape told me to stay quiet. Right, he was, my boy, right he was. Why are you here, Headmaster? Harry asked, confused. Just checking in on you both. Wanted to see how your summer is coming along. Oh, it's going great, sir. Professor Snape is really taking me to fun places. Harry answered, smiling. Severus, do you mind if I speak to young Harry here, alone? No, not at all, Albus. I'll just go get started on lunch while he shows you his room. Harry walked up the stairs to his room, wondering what the headmaster wanted with him. He hoped he wasn't here to tell him that he had to leave, because he didn't. Sitting on his bed, he waited for the man to start talking. Harry, are you happy here with Professor Snape? Yes, sir, I am. He can be really nice when he wants to. I'm sure he can, my boy. What did he do for your birthday? We went to the aquarium, only I couldn't enjoy it though, Harry replied sadly. Why not, Harry? Because Professor Snape said that we had to pretend to still hate each other for Ron and Hermione. I didn't understand why, so I thought he was ashamed of me. Did he explain to you why? He said it was a complicated situation, but that it didn't change how he feels about me. Which is what, Harry? He likes me, and sometimes I think he might even love me, Harry whispered the last part. What makes you say that, Harry? Albus asked, eyes twinkling brightly. He keeps calling me his child, and not just when we're pretending for the muggles. That's good, Harry. I'm glad to hear that. Is that all you wanted to talk to me about? No, my boy, there is one more thing. Mr. Weasley seems to think that you are afraid of Professor Snape. Why would I be afraid of Snape? He told his mother how afraid you were when Professor went into the loo with you at the aquarium. Oh, I wasn't afraid of the Professor going in with me, I was afraid that he was going to make me go alone. Earlier this summer a creepy guy almost got me when I went to the loo by myself, but my professor saved me. Harry said, shuddering in remembrance of his attack. Albus was a bit alarmed at that. I mean, who wouldn't, but he knew he would be speaking with Severus in depth on the situation later. So I take it that you do not want to spend the remainder of the summer with the Weasleys? No, sir. I'd rather stay here. Harry answered. Are you sure, my boy? Albus asked. Yes, I don't want to go with the Weasleys. I am fine right where I am. See, I don't understand this, Harry. Earlier this summer you told me that you'd rather be at the Weasleys than with Professor Snape. What changed? I don't know. He just stopped being so mean to me, I guess, Harry answered. And you're sure that Professor Snape has never hurt you? Albus asked. He knew that Severus never would, but he wanted to know what changed Harry's attitude towards his teacher. What is it with people thinking he hurt me? He doesn't hurt me, and I don't want to stay with Ron, I want to stay with my professor. You can't make me leave. Everyone always tries to take me away from him. He promised. He said he was stuck with me and I'm with him. You can't, Harry said through tearful sobs. Harry, my boy, I didn't mean to make you think that I would take but Albus was cut off from the shock of the child's word. "Daddy, please help me," he cried, running out of the room and away from the headmaster. Severus, who was eavesdropping, thankful that his manner allowed no one to set words but himself, was once again floored when he heard the child call for him. Did the boy even realize during his emotional outbursts what he was saying? None of that mattered anymore. His child was calling for him, and he reached to open the door only to have it open by itself. All he saw was a blur of black hair run at him and jump, and he instinctively caught him and held Harry tight. "Don't let him get, please, Dad, I'm sorry," Harry pleaded in Snape's shoulder. "He's not going to get you, Harry," Severus soothed, forgetting about Albus for the moment. "He's trying to take me away. He wants me to go to the Weasleys, but you promised," Harry answered, gulping on a sob. "And I keep my promises, child, do I not?" "But he's the headmaster," Harry said, unconvinced through his tears. "Yes, but we are not at school, are we?" "No, but he still has the power. He will not be taking you, not unless I say that he can." "But you won't, right?" Harry asked as his heart stilled for a moment. "No, you foolish child, you are mine," replying honestly and feeling the child relax at his words. "Good," Harry murmured in his ear. Severus continues patting the boy's back before finally glancing up and remembering that they weren't alone. He can't help the grimace at how bright Albus's twinkling eyes are, and he knew then that Albus had no intention of removing Harry. The boy had once again jumped to conclusions, although given his past history with adults, who could blame him? He notes that the boy is no longer sobbing into his shoulder, just sniffling. Thinking the boy wants to be put down, he starts lowering the child to the ground, only to stop when he hears him start whimpering. Gesturing to Albus that he would be back, he headed to his bedroom. He sets the child on the bed before handing him a handkerchief for his face and nose. "Harry, I want you to lie down for a bit while I talk with the headmaster. I promise you that I will not allow him to come in here when you are asleep, okay?" "But I'm not tired," Harry weakly protested. "Then you don't have to sleep, I just want you to lie down quietly, okay?" "Yes, sir," Harry answered before obediently lying down on the bed. Severus stayed for about 5 minutes until the "not tired" child drifted off to sleep. Shaking his head, he set a ward around the room to alert him when Harry woke up before heading back to talk to Albus. Walking into Harry's room, Severus could see that in his absence the twinkle remained just as bright as ever. "Albus, what is the true meaning of your visit? Were you really planning on taking Potter away from me, ere my manor?" Albus hid his grin behind his hand. He had no intention of removing the child. He knew then that Harry was on the right track when he told him that Severus might just love him. "I got a flow call from Molly today. She wanted me to know that Ronald was upset about leaving Harry here alone with you. And she believed that I would willingly hurt a child." He couldn't help the stab of hurt and betrayal that hit his heart. He thought he could count on Molly. "Whatever you are thinking, it's wrong, Severus. She didn't believe him, but he wouldn't leave it alone until she flowed me. She actually told me to tell you that Ron would be sending you an apology letter, and she would flow you tomorrow night." "Oh," he replied. He was grateful that the hurt vanished just as quick as it came. He hated making himself vulnerable, especially in front of people. Those types of emotions were for the weak and could lead to death if you weren't careful. Yes, it was better if he remained closed off, but he knew in his heart that it wasn't possible, at least not with Harry in the picture. Harry, who was so like his mother, who forgave anyone, even those who never thought it would be possible. The child was so pure, he wouldn't be the one to hurt him again. He would never hurt his Harry, his child. "Severus, why did Harry call you daddy?" Albus asked, trying to bring the younger man back to earth. "I don't know. Sometimes he forgets and accidentally calls me it. When we are in the Muggle world, we use the disguise of father and son since it's easier. I guess he just forgets that he's not in the role." "If you say so, Severus," Albus replied, smirking. Severus was shocked. He never wanted to see that particular expression on Albus's face. It made him look like he knew something that Severus didn't. "Albus, Potter was abused at the Dursleys. I had a chance to see the outcome of their work." "What did you say?" Albus asked, friendly nature gone in a blink of an eye. "They starved, neglected and beat him. They even made it where he was afraid to ask for anything, and I'm specifically referring to the loo. What do you mean? He's afraid of asking for something that is natural in every way because he was afraid he would get denied. The first day he had an accident in the car because he was afraid of letting me know of his need. I have come to know of his little signals so I can get him to a loo on time. And I'm not even talking about the fact that his uncle stepped on and damaged his kidneys. Or the welt marks on his back. He has an assortment of bruises. As of right now he wets the bed, another thing I found out on my own because he would afraid I would make fun of him for doing it. I promised him he would not be returning to them come the end of the next year. Are you going to make a liar out of me, Albus? Severus asked, glaring at the man across from him. I never believed that Petunia would allow something like this to happen. But no, Severus, he will not be going back, I promise you that myself. I'll be back over here this week with the guardianship papers, Albus stated absently, already thinking about what he was going to do to the Dursleys. How dare they harm an innocent child like Harry? Guardianship papers, Albus, what the hell are you talking about? Surely you can figure it out, Severus, and don't even try telling me that you don't want this. We both know you want this just as much as that little boy asleep in your bedroom. Meddling old man, Severus murmured softly to himself. One more thing, Severus, Harry mentioned that a man attacked him earlier this summer. What happened there? It was during our first week, I believe, and we stopped a diner for food, and Harry needed the loo. He told me that he didn't need me to go with him, so I didn't. That was until I and the rest of the diner heard this scream emerge from the toilet Harry was in. I walked in on the man in the process of taking down his pants, while Harry was locked in the stall with that beep. Since it was such a serious discussion, Albus decided not to comment on the fact that Severus was calling Harry by his given name. I assumed the Muggle has been dealt with. By his Muggle police. I couldn't do anything because Harry needed me. Albus's twinkling eyes was back full force once again as he took in Severus's words. Well, I best be off. I need to have a little chat with Ronald Weasley about jumping to conclusions. Where is Harry, Severus? He's asleep. He's had an emotional morning on top of this outburst that he was due for a nap. Oh well, you take care of him, and do tell him that I was never going to take him away from you. I will, Albus. Maybe one day this week you can come along with us one day on our trip. I'd like that. I hope I have a free day. Good day, Severus. Goodbye, Albus, Severus said, walking with him towards the sitting room and fireplace. Going to Harry's room, Severus repacks his suitcase and toy bag before going into his room to do the same thing. The boy was still asleep as he expected him to be. He shrinks their bags before picking up the child. Once he has a firm grip, he walks outside and apparates to a forest near where he parked the car. Quickly getting the car, he drives to the hotel, and is able to get their same room as before. Turning the telly on quietly, he proceeds to write out some lesson plans, and he dresses the boy in one of the nighttime underwear before tucking him into his bed. About 2 hours later, and finished with his work and wanting to take a relaxing shower, heads to the loo. Harry awoke with a gasp, and after glancing around saw that they were back in their hotel room. Snape was right. He didn't allow the headmaster to take him away. Before he could think any more on the subject, the source that woke him up made itself known again as his bladder jolted. Walking swiftly towards the loo, he heard that the shower was on. What was he supposed to do now? Already grabbing himself, he quietly knocked on the door, and just as he expected, the man didn't hear a thing. He was dancing and he knew he couldn't hold it for much longer, so he tried the door handle and it was unlocked. Hoping the man wouldn't mind, he opened the door, walked in and shut it behind him. Professor, can I just use the toilet really quickly? Harry asked, already undoing his pants. Yay, just let me get out of your way, Harry, Severus replied, already reaching for his towel. No, it's fine. I need to go really bad like now, sir, Harry answered softly. Not waiting for the man to reply, Harry walked the few feet over to the toilet before pulling down his pants. Ignoring the fact that he was wearing a pull-up, he pulled it down and so he could relieve himself. In a weird way, Harry liked the fact that he was in here with Snape. It was the kind of things people usually do with their siblings or parents. Washing his hands, he headed back out to the room to play with his video game. Severus himself was uncomfortable during that little ordeal. It was just a testament on how comfortable Harry was in his presence. Using the toilet as a private affair for one and for the boy to use it with him in there meant something, what he didn't know. While he was playing his game, Harry was worrying whether or not he offended the man. Before he could work himself up, the door to the loo opened and his professor walked out of it. "Did you want to check out the hotel's entertainment for kids since it's too late to go anywhere else?" "Yes sir, I would," Harry answered, grinning. "Then get your shoes on and we'll go." Harry was in awe at what he saw. He didn't even protest when Snape dropped him off and left him alone. Sitting on the carpet with the other kids, he learned they were going to be watching a movie. He smiled. So far as his time as a Muggle, he had seen more movies than he ever did at the Dursleys. He even made a few friends. When the show was over, he found himself smiling again as he lined up with everyone else to wait for their parents to pick them up. Going back to the hotel room, Harry quickly showered before going to bed. Harry got up the next morning later than what he normally would, and for a moment he was confused. That was until he realized that his bed was totally dry. He almost smiled until he remembered he was wearing a pull-up. Oh well, at least he didn't have to worry about wet sheets today. Heading to the loo for another shower, he got dressed and turned on the telly as he waited for Snape to come back with breakfast. As soon as the man walked in the door, Harry bombarded him with questions. "What are we going to do today? Do you know why the headmaster was trying to take me away from you yesterday? Are we going to another theme park?" "Slow down, child. I can only answer one question at a time. I was thinking we could head over to a park. It has a mixture of everything, but it's not a theme park." Albus was responding to a complaint he got from Mr. Weasley. Apparently he had got it into his head that you were very unhappy here with me. Harry sat looking slack-jawed at his professor. Ron was the one who nearly ruined his summer. How could he do that? Wasn't Ron supposed to be his best mate? Shaking his head, wishing that he could see his mate soon, he would tell him a thing or two. "Tonight we will be apparating back to the manor and then to the burrow." "What for? Are we still going to have our trip?" Harry asked, already thinking of the ways he was going to get back at Ron. "Of course you, Harry. We're just taking a little break to set a few things straight with your friend." They spent the day at Clissold Park in London, where Harry was able to convince Snape to play a Muggle game called basketball. He had a blast with the man who turned out to be quite good at it. He loved looking at all the wildlife too, but way too soon it was time to go back to the manor. Hugging Snape, they apparated to the manor before taking the flow to the burrow, which Harry insisted on flowing together with Snape. "Why do you want to flow with me, Harry? You were old enough to go by yourself. You just turned 13, did you not?" Severus asked, confused. "Yes I did, but last time I flowed alone, I ended up in a place called Nocturne Alley," Harry said, looking through his fringe. At that admission, Harry noted that Snape didn't say anything else. He just held him tightly as they flowed to the burrow. When they landed, Harry only managed to stay upright because Snape had a firm grip on him. Nonetheless, he was grateful for it. After hugging Mrs. Weasley and assuring her that Snape was feeding him well, he headed upstairs to see Ron. Foregoing his manners, Harry walked right into his friend's room, before giving him a glare worthy of Snape. "Blimey, Harry, you scared me. I thought you were Mum coming in to scold me some more," Ron replied with a grimace. "Why did you tell your mum that I wanted to spend the rest of the summer with you?" Harry asked, arms folded in anger. "Because I figured you didn't really want to stay with that git. I mean, it's way funnier here at my house. I like staying with Snape. Ron, he's actually pretty nice to me." "Harry, have you gone bonkers? This is Snape we are talking about. He hates all Gryffindors, especially you. He doesn't want you there, so why don't you just tell the headmaster that and you can stay here with your best mate? He does to want me, he told me so. And I don't care if you are my best mate. I'm staying with Snape for the rest of the summer," Harry replied defiantly. "You would choose that greasy git over me. What the heck did he to you, Harry? Did he brainwash you or something? Believe me when I say, Snape would rather you die than stay with him because he's just a..." But Ron never got to finish his sentence because Harry had reached the end of his self-control. Harry didn't know what came over him. He was just trying to get Ron to see his point of view, but he never realized how judgmental his friend really was. How dare he say that Snape didn't want him there? He knew the man a lot more than Ron, and Snape had just told him that Harry was there for the rest of the summer. Although a part of him hoped it could be longer, but he wasn't trying to push his luck, otherwise the man might come to his senses. At the moment he was on top of Ron's stomach and giving him a thorough pounding, he noticed how similar this reminded him of the way Dudley treated him. The only difference between him and Dudley was that Ron really did deserve this. Just when he thought he had the upper hand, Ron, who had a ton of older brothers to learn from, flipped him, and just like that, they were rolling around on the floor and knocking things down. He could feel hands trying to break them apart, but he wasn't letting Ron go until he decided. Ron called himself his mate, but he almost ruined his life, at least his summer anyways, Harry thought. Severus was just explaining to Molly and Arthur what he and Harry were going to be doing tomorrow when Percy Weasley ran into the kitchen looking flustered. "Professor, you have to come quick, the boys are fighting, and it's not even a play fight either," he said, not even addressing his parents. Quickly headed up the stairs, Severus located the source of the scuffle in Ronald's room. Just as Percy had said, the two little idiots were actually trying to bash what little brains of each other that they had left into the ground. Severus moved the twins, who were struggling to keep them apart, before taking his hands and pulling them both at arm's length. "Enough of this, right now," Severus all but roared the last bit, and he saw them finally still. "What is the meaning of this, Mr. Potter?" he said, unconsciously using his last name as he always did when the child was in trouble. "Nothing, sir. We were just playing is all," Harry replied, lying and eyes firmly on the ground. "If that is the case, Mr. Potter, then why does Mr. Weasley have a black eye, and why is your lip split?" "I guess we hit too hard," Harry asked unconvincingly. "Try again, Mr. Potter, what happened?" Severus's tone was hard, and there was a steely glint in his eyes that promised repercussions if you lied to him. This time Harry had the good graces to say nothing. After all, he had technically started the fight, but Ron had started everything else. It was his fault he was almost taken away from his his professor. "I'm waiting, Mr. Potter, are you going to answer my question or not?" "I hit him, okay, it was his fault that Dumbledore tried to take me away from you. And when I tried to talk to him and tell him that it was all a misunderstanding, he said that you would never want me. He said that you would rather me die than have to stay with you. But that's not true, because you said you wanted me to be with you, right?" By the time Harry got done explaining what happened, he was in tears. Granted, he knew that he shouldn't have hit Ron, but he was more upset at the fact that Ron said that Snape would rather have him dead. He grimly noted that Ron's mum was looking at Ron with the same expression Snape had on his face. The only difference was Snape wasn't holding a wooden spoon. "Ronald Weasley, is there something you have to say to both the professor and Harry?" Molly asked in such a calm voice that the rest of her children and Arthur could only stare at her in horror. "I'm sorry for saying those things about you, Professor, and I'm sorry too, Harry." Ron asked, face as red as his hair in embarrassment. Harry knew the tone of voice that Ron spoke in well. He was only saying the apology because he was forced to. At the time he didn't even mean it. "Mr. Potter, isn't there something you need to say to Mr. Weasley?" Severus asked, eyes trying to glare a hole into Harry's scalp. "No, sir. Saying the apology, it wouldn't make a bit of difference, because I wouldn't mean a word of it," Harry replied honestly. "Besides, the apology he gave me, you could clearly tell he was only saying it because his mum made him," Harry answered, not having courage to look at the man's face as he took in his words. He was speaking the truth. Wouldn't it be worse to just lie? "Molly, I'm really sorry about this, but we really must be going," Severus replied firmly, latching onto Harry's shoulder with his right hand. "Oh, it's quite understandable, Severus. It's just as well that I'll talk to you later. It seems I have some business to take care of with my youngest son." "Quite right you are, Molly. We'll see ourselves out," Severus stated before walking out the door and towards the fireplace. The minute they landed in the manor, Harry tried to make a beeline for the stairs, but Snape's firm grip didn't loosen at all during the trip. "Just where do you think you are going, Mr. Potter? Get back here this minute. We are going to have a talk about your appalling behavior there at the Weasleys. I understand that you had a disagreement, but you know better than to use your fists instead of words. You will not be a bully, and I will not allow you to punch people just because they made you mad. Accio bruise salve." Harry waited silently, He hated that he had disappointed the man and maybe even embarrassed him. What kind of father would be proud of his son for picking a fight? He knew if his mum was alive she would be so angry with him, not to mention his other dad. I am very, very disappointed with you, Mr. Potter. I expected better out of you, Severus said as he rubbed the healing paste on Harry's knuckles and lip. But Dad, he was the reason Dumbledore tried to take me away from you, Harry said, sniffling piteously. It's Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry, and that doesn't excuse your actions. Like I said before, you are 13 years old and you know better than to act like that. Now if you know what's good for you, you'll stand yourself in the corner and stay there until I come get you, Severus replied, trying to control his anger, lest he do something he might regret. You can't tell me what to do, besides that's for babies, Harry replied, face the picture of misery. I am your father, Harry James, and you will stay there until I come get you. Harry watched Snape storm away from the sitting room. He had no idea where the man was going though. He couldn't help the happiness that blossomed in his chest once again when Snape declared himself Harry's father. He didn't know how long the man was going to make him stand here, but he was going to take his punishment without complaint. Besides, this was a lot less painful than if he had been caught fighting at the Dursleys. 1 hour later, Harry was feeling pretty bad at some of the things he said to Snape, and for punching Ron. Shifting his weight from one foot to the other, he hopes he's going to get let out soon. He hadn't had a chance to visit the Loos since after lunch at the park. It was nearly dinner time and it was normal that he had to use the toilet by now. Severus couldn't believe that Harry would start a fight, and at someone else's house too. Those were the kinds of things that usually made it where you were never again brought back over to their house. Thankfully Molly wasn't one of those mothers, and hopefully all will be forgiven in a few hours when the boys had a time to cool down. That was precisely why Severus put him in the corner. It would allow him to see exactly what he should have done, instead of doing what he did. Going to lab to cool himself off, it wouldn't do to take out any anger on Harry. He resumed working on a potion he had put on a stasis charm, oblivious to everything but finishing his potion. 3 hours later, Harry is still in the corner, and he gripping himself as tight as he can to keep holding it all in. He was crouching and dancing and turning every way that he can to keep his pants dry. His stomach is hurting and he notices that it's even starting to bulge out a little, and that is scaring him a little bit. He crying silently over and over for Snape to come for him, but he never does. He shudders once and then twice, and his bladder ignores his plea to stay where it is, and it contracts and releases itself all over the floor of the sitting room. It's pouring out of him and he finally sobs in a mixture of relief and pain, all the while wondering, was he going to be in trouble for this? Severus was in the process of bottling his potion up in various vials, when he had a stray thought of what Harry might be doing. The empty vial dropped from his hand and shattered on the floor as he grasped exactly what the boy was most likely doing. He had left the child standing in the corner for 4 hours after taking a glance at his watch. As he headed to the sitting room, he was hoping that the boy had moved, but knowing already in his heart that Harry lived to please, he knew that the boy wouldn't have moved. He was proved right when he walked into the room and saw him still standing in the corner. His shoulders were shaking and Severus got a funny feeling in his stomach. "Harry, child, are you okay?" he asked softly. Harry was humiliated. Snape had came back for him, but just like a baby he couldn't hold it, and he probably ruined the man's rug that he was standing on. Not knowing what else to do, he shrugged his shoulders, keeping his back to the man. "I apologize for making you stay so long in the corner, Harry. That was never my intention for the punishment. You can move now, Harry. I'm sure you're dying for the loo." Harry's shoulders shook even harder as stronger sobs threatened to overtake him. By then Severus had moved closer to the child and grabbed him gently by the shoulders and pivoted him around. He could only glare frostily at the wall for his stupid mistake. He was wrong. The child wasn't dying for the loo. He had already wet himself because Severus had forgotten him. The child's face and nose was red and wet, and Harry just looked so sad it broke Severus's heart. He hated to put himself in the category with Vernon Dursley, but he knew that the man had probably punished Harry this way. Harry was staring at the man in fear, and he interpreted the man's anger at being mad at him for not being able to hold it, and messing up his rug. "I'm really sorry, sir. I'll clean it up, I promise. I tried to hold it. I held it until it hurt, and then it just came out of me. I couldn't control it. I'm really, really sorry, Professor. Never do that again, Harry. I would rather you wet yourself than hurt yourself by holding it in longer. You don't want to do anything permanent to your body, do you? Severus answered, scolding him lightly. No, sir, Harry answered, looking at his shoes in mortification. Harry, child, this isn't your fault, this was all mine. I got so caught up in a potion that I had forgotten I even put you in the corner. It's fine, sir, it was punishment. I did something bad, so I deserved this. No, child, you did not deserve this at all. Come on, let's go get you cleaned up. Ignoring the mess on the floor, Severus picked up the light child, who still did not look his age at 13, before running the bath and setting the boy in the tub before going to get his nightclothes. He didn't know what this accident meant for the boy's low self-esteem. He only hoped that this didn't do anything to mess with the damage already done to his kidneys. Harry woke up the next morning in his bed to a soaked pull-up, and he gently rubbed his stomach. It was still tender and it was hurting a little bit. He tried not to remember what he did yesterday in the corner, but with his stomach like it was feeling, that was impossible. Going to the loo, he threw away the pull-up and washed up before getting dressed. He headed down to the kitchen to eat breakfast. As he was sitting there working on his porridge, he felt his bladder twinge. That wasn't unexpected. He didn't use the toilet when he woke up this morning, but he wasn't all that worried. That was until he felt a spurt just come out without any warning. May I be excused, sir? He asked, holding on his groin for extra precaution. After you eat your breakfast, Harry, Severus stated, not even looking up from his paper. I forgot to use the loo, sir, he answered, trying not to whine. You're excused, Harry, Severus answered, immediately putting the paper down. Harry ran to the nearest bathroom, where he barely made. His boxers were soaked through and were cold, and starting to stick to his legs. Quickly rushing up the stairs to his room, he threw off his trousers and underwear, and even though he couldn't believe what he was about to do, he grabbed a pull-up and put it on. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't even tell that he was wearing one. He went back downstairs to the kitchen, avoiding the dark gaze that was looking at him in concern. He finished his breakfast. Harry, is everything okay? It's fine, sir, he answered before taking a gulp of his juice. Why did you go back upstairs? Did you have an accident? Severus asked, dark gaze staring unblinking back at the child. I just forgot something, sir. What are we going to be doing today? Harry asked, trying to change the subject. Do you think that we should resume our trip after your behavior yesterday? Severus asked, serious. Harry's eyes widened before filling with tears. Shaking his head no, he refrained from speaking. Of course, you idiot. You embarrassed him yesterday, but didn't he say that he wasn't angry about the mess in the corner? I'm so sorry, sir. I will go get the stain out today, I promise. I shouldn't have asked about that after what I did, sir, Harry answered quickly. Not what happened in the corner. Like I said before, that wasn't your fault. I was referring to yours and Mr. Weasley's fight at the burrow. Severus stated, running his hand through his hair in disbelief. Oh, then I guess I don't deserve to finish the trip. I'm sorry I ruined it for you, sir, Harry replied mournfully. Harry was no stranger to punishment, whether it is justly or unjustly. He would take it silently and be done with it. He knew that he had earned whatever the man would throw at him. You haven't ruined anything, child, but for the rest of the week you will be writing lines for fighting. Every night for an hour. When we come back from our outings, you will be writing. I will use my words instead of my fists. You mean we're still going? Harry asked hopefully. Of course, child, Severus answered. Severus would never take away something that the child never had the experience of having. Not to mention he enjoyed every minute he spent it with Harry, and he couldn't wait until Albus came over with the guardianship papers. While he was on the subject, he needed to find a way to break it to Harry. Just because the boy accidentally let the word dad slip every now and again, didn't mean that he wanted to stay with his greasy potions professor. So where are we going today? Apparate us back to the car. We will be driving to Deer Leap Bikes. Do you know how to ride a bike, Harry? Yes, sir. Miss Fig taught me one weekend. Harry was never more grateful that he had learned on her daughter's old bike than at that moment. Severus was a bit shocked at that admission. Not that Harry knew how to ride a bike, but the fact that he was referring to Arabella, who was a squib and an order member. Later he would have to talk to Harry about her. What was Albus thinking leaving only her to check in with Harry? Severus had to admit, then again, that leaving Harry with Petunia wasn't one of his good ideas. Thankful that his bags were still in their hotel room, Harry grabbed his video game knapsack and reached for Snape's hand. They apparated to the car where Harry chose to sit down in the front seat this time. As he twisted in his seat to get comfortable, he gently touched his still sore stomach and sighed unhappily that it seemed to be already filling up. "How long is the ride, sir?" "It's about a 40-minute drive without traffic, but since it's early in the morning I doubt there will be any." "You already used the loo before we left, right?" "Yes, sir. I'm fine." Getting out his game, Harry took out Mario and started playing it. He would have to ask his professor if he could charm it so it could work at Hogwarts. His Game Boy was way too brilliant to leave behind at the manor. He was so caught up in his game that he didn't notice that traffic seemed to be extremely heavy that morning for some reason. He actually didn't have a reason to look up, until he felt that familiar and annoying twinge in his bladder. Looking up out the window, he was dismayed to see that the cars on the highway were at a standstill. Why weren't they moving? "Professor, what's going on?" "I don't know, Harry, but I'm going to assume there is an accident up ahead." "So how long will it be now?" "If the traffic remains like this, it could take about 2 hours. But if it lets up, I'd say about 45 minutes. "Oh, okay, this really beeps." Harry tried to return to his game, but once he acknowledged the fact that he had to pee, he couldn't stop himself from thinking about it. He kept going back to his accident yesterday in the corner, and it was stressing him and his bladder out. Over the course of 7 minutes, Harry went from having to go to needing the toilet now. He shifted in his seat like he was trying to get comfortable again, occasionally sighing quietly. He found himself looking discreetly around the car for a water bottle, but it seemed that Snape had cleaned everything out. He glanced quickly at Snape, who seemed to be drumming with his hands on the steering wheel, as he eyed the traffic. What was he supposed to do? Putting his Game Boy back in his knapsack, he put his entire bag on his lap and was able to slip his hands into his pants to give himself a little squeeze without Snape noticing a thing. Severus could see the child moving around in his seat out of the corner of his eye, but he just chalked it up to being restless. After all, they were stuck in traffic, and he knew the child was probably getting tired of sitting and was excited about the bike trip. Harry squirmed a little bit more before leaning towards the glove compartment like he was trying to see out of the front window. He was glad that he had out a pull-up on now, but he still had no intention of wetting himself like a little baby. Maybe he could bring it up to the man kind of casually, so he wouldn't suspect anything. "Professor, can we stop somewhere?" Harry asked casually. "Why? What's the matter, Harry?" Severus asked, immediately concerned. "I think I need to use the loo," Harry admitted softly. "What do you mean you think? Didn't you just go back at the manor, not 2 hours ago?" "Well, yes, but my stomach is feeling kind of funny," Harry said softly. What was the matter with him if he just barely went a few hours ago? Why couldn't he hold it? "Oh, I see, child, Harry, soon as we start moving I'll try to get over," Severus stated, understanding wrong. Harry turned his face to the window, because he knew he was blushing. This was even worse than having his professor know that he had to pee. This time the man thought he had to poop. He should have just told the man that ever since yesterday he was having a hard time holding it in. He stilled once as he wondered if he really did damage something inside of him. As he was pondering on what that meant, he felt a small spurt hit the pull-up and he instinctively looked at his trousers to see if it was showing. Nothing was visible, of course, but that didn't stop him from trying not to freak out that he leaked. "I gotta go, Professor," Harry declared in the silence of the car. "I know, child, as soon as I can get over I will stop somewhere, I promise," Severus avowed as he continued trying to find an open space. Unable to keep still for any longer, Harry found himself wriggling in his seat like a little worm. He knew the man thought he had to poop, and in a way that was a good thing. Because he knew the man definitely didn't want him to do that in the car. He found that leaning forward in the seat helped hold it in immensely, although he didn't realize how it looked to the man next to him because he was so focused on holding on. Severus knew the minute the boy asked to stop somewhere that he needed the loo. Granted, he was sure the child had just gone not a few hours before, but after the strain of his body yesterday he wouldn't be surprised. But that wasn't the case. The child had stated that his stomach was feeling funny. And after seeing the position the boy was currently sitting in, he had no doubt in his mind about what the boy needed to do. It seemed like no one was in a good mood this morning because he could not seem to get over. Checking on Harry, he was troubled to see that the boy's face was the picture of anguish and he was gritting his teeth so hard Severus was afraid he would crack them. He watched the child tremble and shudder before closing his eyes tight. What was going on? "Harry, child, are you okay?" Harry stifled a whimper as he struggled to hold it all in. He knew he wasn't going to make it. Just as he thought it, he felt his bladder let go, and he could feel the pull-up getting wet. Closing his eyes, he wasn't going to cry over this. After all, Severus didn't even know of his accident. So he didn't have to worry about embarrassing the man about the fact that his pretend son couldn't even hold his liquid in. "I'm fine, Professor," Harry answered breathlessly from his relief. "We'll be there soon, and then you can go, okay?" "You are doing great, Harry," Severus encouraged. Harry found himself feeling a bit guilty. Here the man was encouraging him to hold it and he had already gone. He rationalizes that this was better. At least he didn't have to feel too humiliated, because after all he was the only one who knew of his accident. He couldn't stop the faces he made as the pull-up got colder and gross against his skin. Snape just thought. He was worried about holding it all. Severus was finally able to get over one lane, but by then Harry was making faces, and he couldn't help but sympathize. The child was probably in agony, and he was still stuck on the highway. Reaching his hand over, he patted his back, to let him know that it was okay. Harry was trying to figure out how he was going to explain this one. After they stopped and he got rid of the pull-up, was he going to have to commando all day? Or did Snape bring a spare pair of boxers like before? That was going to be an uncomfortable conversation, he just knew it, but it was either that or get a rash from his jeans. Severus nearly whooped in relief when he was finally able to get off the highway. Harry had been really silent for the past couple minutes and he wasn't sure what was going on. Stopping at the first place he saw, which just happened to be a supermarket, he parked. "We're here, Harry. Let's go find you toilet, child," Severus said, getting out of the car. Harry realized that the wet pull-up was hard to walk in, and it gave him sort of a strange kind of walk. Keeping his head down, he waited for Snape before heading to the store. Severus observed the way the child was walking and he was hoping that what he was thinking was wrong. The boy was literally waddling as he walked, and he had a feeling that they were a tad too late. Walking through the store into the loo, he knew that he was mistaken when the boy ran full speed towards the toilets. By the time he had entered the loo, Harry was already in a stall. Harry sat down on the toilet and took the pull-up off before balling it up and hiding it behind the toilet. He didn't know what to do with it, and as he pulled his jeans up he didn't like the way it felt against him. He then stood up and tried to force any remaining pee that was in his bladder, just to be safe. Flushing the toilet, he came out of the stall and he washed his hands before turning to the man. "Is everything okay, Harry? Did you bring extra underwear like before?" Harry asked, face burning in mortification. "I did, just in case. You never know what might happen." "Good. When we get to the bike place, can I put it on?" Harry asked, now choosing to stare at his shoes rather than the man's face. "Why do you need to?" "Oh, but I thought you made it." Severus asked, mildly confused. "I'm sorry, sir. I tried to, I really did, but..." "Calm down, child. It was the traffic that held us up, no need to worry." Deciding to take the back streets, Severus was happy to note that they arrived at their destination in under 30 minutes. Grabbing the bag with Harry's change of clothes, they headed to the loo, and then to the trails. Back at the hotel, Harry was looking curiously as Severus, who had been acting strange since he received mail just a few minutes before. The man was now muttering to himself, and it was starting to alarm Harry. Between every sentence, Harry found himself looking at the man to see if his stance changed. "Professor, are you feeling okay?" he finally asked. "I'm quite all right, Harry," Severus replied absent-mindedly. "Severus the First wet my pants," Harry stated, trying to see if the man was really paying attention to him. "That's nice, Harry. Good for you, child," was his reply. Harry stifled the grin that was overtaking his face. He had called the man by his first name and he didn't even notice. What was so important? Maybe since the man wasn't paying attention to him he could tell him how he couldn't seem to hold it for so long. Maybe then he would stop feeling so guilty about keeping it a secret. Plus if Snape wasn't paying attention he had nothing to worry about, right? At the moment his curiosity was back full force and he found himself walking silently to stand behind the man. He only got to glance at the paper for a second before the man came to his senses and it was pulled away from his line of sight. Just what do you think you were doing, Mr. Potter? I was, that is to say, wondering what we were going to do today. Harry attempted to lie convincingly for once. You want to try again? No, sir, I'll stick with what I said. That wasn't a request. What did you think you were doing, Harry? I wanted to see what was making you act so weird. It was freaking me out, okay? I understand, Harry, but this is private and if you would refrain from trying to read my personal belongings in the future I would be most appreciative. Not to mention it would be more beneficial to your health. Yes, sir, I understand, Harry replied before going back to his lines. In the middle of writing his lines Snape got up and headed to the loo for a shower, but Harry knew to leave well enough alone and didn't search for the letter. As he was writing he noticed the words were starting to blur together, and he found himself drifting off on the desk. That was how Snape found him, hunched over the desk, face on his parchment, quill still in hand. Harry, child, I need you to wake up and go to the loo, then you can go back to sleep. I'm too tired, can't I just stay here? He murmured, face first in the desk. That's not going to be at all comfortable, child, besides you still need to put on your underwear. You mean the pull-up? Harry asked sleepily. Wasn't he already wearing underwear? Yes, so the sooner you do that, then the sooner you can go to bed. Harry replied. He was aware that he was still half asleep as he made his way into the loo, but it didn't register that anything was amiss until he had finished. As he was walking to the sink, he felt his sock get wet, and thought that maybe some water was wasted on the floor. Too tired to pay attention, he put on the pull-up, before peeling off the wet socks and heading to bed. Severus went in after to the child, and saw that the boy had missed. Next time the boy needed the loo when he was asleep, make sure to wake him up first. He itched to use his wand, but he was serious when he told the child, a witch or wizard could also be here, and they didn't need any more attention drawn to their situation. Cleaning up the mess on the floor, he tried to figure out what and how he was going to tell Harry. Albus had sent the guardianship papers but he didn't want to sign a thing unless he knew what the child wanted. But Albus clarified that he needed them signed as soon as possible or Fudge or worse Malfoy would try to get their hands on Harry. And Severus would never allow his son to have to deal with that. The next morning found Harry unable to look the man into the eye, he was so embarrassed. He can remember using the loo before bed, and then stepping in something warm on the way out. What are the odds, right? New plan for this trip, try not to humiliate self more, he thought silently. At the moment he really needed to let his teacher in on his little secret. For once he was glad that he could confide in an adult and know that they would listen to him. Professor, when we went to the Muggle doctor, why were they calling us Prince? I thought that your last name was Snape. It is, but Prince was my mother's maiden name. I used that name as an alias. Oh, so in the Muggle world, I'm known as Harry Prince. In a sense, or rather I have you named as Henry Prince. They just assume that Harry is a nickname. Does it bother you, Harry? No, that's really cool. Harry, what would you say if you could stay with me next summer? Severus asked, trying to ease into the subject of the guardianship. At the manor, you would allow that? Harry asked, getting excited at the thought. If it's what you wanted I could persuade Albus to allow you to. And I don't have to go back to the Dursleys next summer at all? Harry asked, eyes shining with hope. Not unless you want to, which I know is highly unlikely, child. So what are you saying, Professor? Why would the headmaster allow this now? Don't I have to go back because of the blood wards? Harry asked, trying not to be too pessimistic, but he refused to allow himself something just for it to be taken away from him. Well, Albus and I have declared that the Dursleys are unfit to be your guardians. And we thought that maybe you would like to stay here with me. Severus said, bracing himself for the rebuke he knew was coming. You mean it? Harry asked, wide and suspiciously shining. If Snape could do this, then he was definitely right when he said that the headmaster didn't have all the power in the summer. Severus shook his head. He should have just come out and said it rather than beating around the bush with the child. Well, it was better late than never, right? Do you want to come live with Harry? I mean, have me be your new guardian? Yes, of course I do. When do we tell the headmaster? Harry asked, grinning. Snape really did want him. Harry, this is a big decision, so are you sure you want to live with your potions professor? Severus asked, wanting the child to make an informed choice. I want it more than anything. Please, can I stay with you? Harry asked. His emerald green eyes stared back at the dark gaze of Severus. Of course, my child. Just let me sign and send the papers back to Albus, Severus finally replied, trying to clear his throat. Okay, Harry beamed. While he watched Snape take the papers, Harry tried to figure out how their conversation got to this when he was trying to explain to the man about his bladder. Wouldn't it be unfair to the man when he found out his kid couldn't hold his pee like a normal child? Harry sighed. Well, he knew it was too good to be true. I'd better tell Snape before he finds out himself, he thought. And he knew without a doubt that the man would find out. Wait, Professor. Before you sign the papers, Harry stiffly stated. Severus stilled his movements instantly. Was the boy having second thoughts already? Forcing himself to occlude the hurt feeling he felt coming up, he turned his full attention to the child. What's the matter, Harry? Are you having second thoughts now? He asked, trying his best but failing at trying to sneer. No, I'm not having second thoughts, sir. I just wanted you to know what you would be getting is all, Harry said, eyes downcast in shame. What are you talking about, Harry? I know exactly what I'm getting. You foolish child. Severus answered, halfway confused. Yes, I know that, but I have a lot of problems. You are a child, and I am the adult, and I already know this. But it didn't matter before, and it won't in the future. So what are you really trying to tell me, Harry? Ever since I was in the corner, I've been having trouble holding it in. Or sometime I have to go away too soon from when I wouldn't normally have to. Sometimes my stomach still hurts like someone punched me in it. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? And what does this have to do with me signing the guardianship papers? Severus said, turning his full attention to the child. Well, you already know I wet the bed, and that my aunt and uncle hurt. I mean, they don't like me. I didn't think you would want to add this into all this. I don't want you to have to take care of a kid with all this baggage. Harry said, finally admitting it. Harry, I am the adult for the last time. Now, if that was all, I am about to sign these papers. And after I do, we will be heading back to Dr. Jensen's so she can run another can to see if everything is all right with you. I don't want to go back to see her. I don't like her. Harry said with a frown. I know, Harry. If you want this time, I'll come in with you. Okay, Harry stated happily. Going to the doctor's office this time, Harry was nervous. True, Snape wouldn't let the headmaster take him away, and he sure as heck could handle himself against a muggle, but why tempt fate, right? The minute she called him, he grabbed tight to the man's hand and wouldn't let go. He didn't care how old he was. He didn't even look his age, so he could get away with it. Hello again, Harry. How are you doing? Dr. Jensen asked, hoping that the boy wasn't still mad at her. Harry said nothing, and instead looked at her eerily like he had seen Snape do. With his green eyes as bright as they were, he had the pleasure of seeing her shudder. That is until Snape pinched him on the arm, before giving him a look. Enough, Harry. What did I say? Severus said warningly. Sorry, sir. Harry answered, rolling his eyes. Harry, don't start. Severus warned again. Can I go to the loo? Harry asked. He didn't want to be in here when they talked about him like he wasn't sitting in the room with them. Besides, he knew that Snape would explain everything to him when they got back to the hotel anyways. Of course, Harry. Do you remember where it was? Dr. Jensen replied. If she was expecting a reply, she was disappointed because he just turned around and walked out, ignoring the glare that Severus was sending to him. I'm assuming he's still angry with me, she asked lightly. He doesn't trust you not to try to take him away again. I'm sorry to say I passed that down to him. I can hold a grudge for the longest. What seems to be the problem, Mr. Prince? She stated, not even replying to the previous statement. There was an incident a few days ago where Harry got into a fight with his best friend. When we got home I sent him to stand in the corner, and although I only meant for him to stand there for a half hour, he ended up staying in for 4 hours. I know you're thinking, why didn't he just move, like any other kid? You've seen some about his past. He lives to please. He ended up needing to use the loo very badly and he held it until he couldn't anymore. It got to the point where it was hurting him, before he wet himself. Now he told me that he's been having a hard time trying to hold it in, or having to go a lot more than usual. I'm not at all surprised, his bladder was stretched. But it was already small to begin with. Make sure to tell him not to hold it for so long. His bladder is still healing and trying to catch up, and continuing to hold to that extent can lead to some lasting damage. What do you mean? His bedwetting, for instance, can become permanent if he's not careful. Not to mention he could have some daytime accidents, and at this age this could be harmful for his self-esteem. I understand, thank you. By the time Harry walked back in the room, his pockets were bulging with sweets and chocolates. Nurse Sydney was there and she remembered him and gave him a lot of sweets. Ignoring the looks in his direction, he headed to stand behind Snape, but the man wasn't having any of it. Do you have any questions, Harry? She asked him sweetly. No, Harry answered, glaring at the ground. He only answered her because he didn't want to get pinched again. Well, it was nice seeing you again, Harry, and Mr. Prince, if you need anything else you have my number, she said before walking out of the room. Walking to the car, Harry tried to ignore the glare he felt coming from Snape directed at him. Was it his fault that the lady rubbed him the wrong way? Relatively speaking, he didn't want to deal with her anymore. Sitting in the car with nothing else to do but listen to the man, Harry wished he had though to ask for some headphones. Harry, you were very rude in there to her. Dr. Jensen is only trying to help you, Severus stated in his quiet tone. Harry said nothing, although it was clear that he was paying attention to what Snape was talking about. I understand what you were doing, Harry, and I know that you were angry with her for what she did, but that doesn't give you the right to act like that, Severus continued. What do you mean, act like what, like a brat? Well, if she wasn't being such a bie. Do not finish that sentence. What is going on with you, Harry? Why do you have this attitude, Harry? What's wrong? I hate that I don't have any control over my body, and that people can decide what's right for my life. You mean me having guardianship over you? No, I mean people thinking that they know best, and trying to take me away from you. Oh, I understand now. But I thought I told you that no one was taking you away. It's kind of hard to believe when you are faced with the situation, where one wrong word can prove to be your undoing. Harry replied angrily. I can see today, we're just going to spend it doing something small, instead of what I had in mind. I didn't realize that you needed this much assurance, child. But that is my fault, for I should have known. Turning the car and heading out of the parking lot, Severus drove back to the hotel, intent on making sure that the boy understood that when he said stuck with him, he meant it. The next day Harry woke up in their hotel room to a shock. The headmaster was sitting on a chair watching the telly. It was shocking because of what he was wearing, some strange Muggle attire. Who wears bright purple trousers with a neon green shirt? Snape would never allow it, not to mention Harry, who had no sense of dress style himself, was embarrassed for the man. As he started to get out of the bed he became self-conscious of the fact that his pull-up was wet. It was nothing new, but only Snape knew of his nighttime problems and he didn't feel comfortable with anyone else finding out about it. He was just about to pretend to still be asleep when Dumbledore himself noticed he was awake. Good morning, my boy. Did you sleep well? I did, sir. Thank you for asking. What are you doing here, and where is my I mean Professor Snape? Harry finished blushing at his slip-up. Severus went to get breakfast, and he invited me along for the day. You don't mind, do you, Harry? Albus replied, not commenting on the boy's slip-up, while the twinkling in his eyes showed otherwise. No, sir. This is going to be great, but I think your clothes are wrong. Since me and Professor are pretending to be father and son, what is going to be your Muggle disguise? What's wrong with them, my boy? I think Severus said I would go as his father, and your grandfather. What do you think of that plan? Cool. You mean I get my very own dad and a grandfather for the day? This is going to be so much fun, it's like I'm gaining family left and right. Your clothes stick out a bit, headmaster, Harry said lightly, not trying to offend the old man. Albus smiled sadly at the child, who was still smiling at his conclusion. He couldn't help but hurt at the thought of what Harry had missed. He was very thankful that Severus and Harry were able to overcome their differences. They really did need one another. They do. I thought they blended in quite well myself, Albus said, looking down at his clothes in bemusement. Let's just let Professor Snape handle it then, Harry replied, flustered from stumbling over his words. At this time he didn't know what to call the man. He didn't want to keep calling him sir all the time either. I think Dad will do quite nicely, Harry, that way you won't get so confused, Albus stated, openly grinning now. Harry blushed again before shifting in his bed. He wanted to get out of this wet pull-up, and he had to pee. He didn't think the pull-up could handle another wetting, and he had no interest to try either. Slowly scooting his body towards the edge of the bed, he proceeded to stand up. Did he say where we were going today? Harry asked, trying to distract himself and the headmaster. No, he didn't, but I think you should get dressed, Harry. Severus should be back any minute now with our food. Yes, sir, Harry replied softly. Quickly shoving the covers back, he got out of the bed and headed to the drawers to get an outfit to wear for today. As he was looking in the wardrobe for a shirt, he felt his bladder stutter. He remembered quite clearly what Severus had told him, what the doctor had said about letting it heal and to not hold it too long. He was basically to go when he felt the urge, because if he didn't he could end up doing permanent damage to it. He reached up to grab that lizard shirt that Snape had picked out for him especially, when he suddenly had to cross his legs to prevent a leak. Dropping everything, he ran to the loo, forgetting for the moment that the headmaster was still in the room with him and he saw everything. Walking back out, he was surprised to see that his shirt and jeans were folded by the door. Picking them up and walking back into loo, he got dressed and finished his morning duties. By the time he came back out, Snape was back, and with breakfast. Morning, Professor, he said, putting on his shoes. Good morning, Harry, everything okay? Severus asked as he took in the child. I'm fine, sir. Where are we going today? Well, after breakfast we'll be taking the car to the Roald Dahl Museum and Story Center. I'm sure you are familiar with a few of his stories you read in primary school, right? Yes, sir. He was a really good writer, Harry answered, remembering his days where he spent his break in the library to hide from Dudley and his gang. It's about an hour's drive, so I would suggest bringing something to do so you won't be bored, unless you are planning on falling asleep on the way there. No, sir, I'll bring my game. Professor, is the headmaster really going outside in those clothes? Harry asked, unable to kill his curiosity. Dear Merlin, no, Harry, I will change it to something more appropriate, Severus whispered as he shuddered at the thought of the looks they would be receiving if he didn't. When it was time to leave, Harry grabbed his game bag and got ready to leave. He stood by the door trying to stifle the grin that tried to take over his face as the headmaster tried to explain to Snape that his outfit was presentable. Out the corner of his eye he would see that even in jeans and a bright blue shirt, Dumbledore still didn't look like a muggle. His beard was just too noticeable, not to mention he gave off an air of power that demanded respect, quite like Snape did. He got into the back seat, and immediately turned on his game. The hour passed by quickly and he found himself looking up as soon as Snape parked the car. Putting his games in the boot of the car, he reached for the hand of his teacher that was open to him out of habit. What are we going to do first? Harry asked curiously. He couldn't remember the last time he went to a museum. I have no idea. Let's just see what others are doing and then we'll take it from there, Severus answered back. Despite not knowing what they were supposed to be doing, Snape once again was able to lead them around with no problems. And Harry was having a blast. Some of the things they showed about the man were very fascinating to him. It wasn't at all boring like Dudley always claimed it was, so he decided that he liked museums. Just a moment, Harry, we're going to have lunch and then we're going to take a walk down the trail behind the museum. But it's not lunchtime and we barely just got here, Harry replied, trying to stifle his disappointment. Didn't they just get here, not 30 minutes ago? Harry, please take a look at your watch, child, Severus said, smirking. Oh, wow, where did the time go? Harry murmured to himself in shock. 4 hours had already passed. Wait here with Albus while I go order some food, okay? Yes, sir. While Snape went to get some lunch, Harry returned to looking at the illustrations on the wall. There really were some interesting things here, and he hated that he wasn't going to get a chance to see it all. Looking at story behind his book Matilda, he ignored the feeling in his stomach that told him he needed the loo soon. He was currently oblivious to his bladder because he was so into the story, but some else noticed his frantic dancing. Albus was currently looking at a picture illustration called The Twits. The cover showed these two people who didn't look nice at all. They reminded him of the Dursleys. He was fascinated nonetheless. Despite not having magic, the Muggles still knew thing or two about making things appear realistic. Movement out of the corner of his eye caused him to turn around and check on Harry, who couldn't keep still. Not really knowing what was wrong with the boy, he immediately found himself looking to see if Severus was back, but he wasn't. Glancing at the child again, he looked really into the drawing on the wall. When he saw Harry's hand move to his leg, he remembered earlier that week about Severus saying something about having to recognize the boy's signs for the loo. He instantly looked up trying to see if he could spot a toilet, but he couldn't see one near them. He didn't really want to leave, because that might put Harry into a panic if they happened to stray too far from Severus. "Harry child, are you okay?" Albus asked after the boy seemed to be stuck at a bent-over position. "Grandpa, I need the loo," Harry whimpered pitifully. "I figured you did, child. Can you wait until Severus gets back?" Albus asked, turning around again to check to see if the man was back. "I don't think so. I'm not supposed to hold it," Harry said, wriggling around some more. "What do you mean, Harry? When we went to the doctor, she said that if I hold it too long I could end up hurting myself since my bladder isn't fully healed." "Merlin, maybe I should have you looked at by Poppy. I'm sure she has a potion for just this purpose," Albus said, muttering to himself. "Can't you take me?" Harry asked, hand now stuck in his groin. "Let's just wait 5 more minutes for Severus, and if he's not back then we'll go," Albus said, looking around once more for Severus. Harry was biting his lip, trying not to wet his pants. He didn't want to embarrass himself, nor did he want to end up damaging his insides. Snape was going to be so angry with him if either thing occurred, and if he had to wait for much longer he wasn't going to make it. How long did it take to pick up lunch? "I can't wait any longer, Grandpa. Can you please just take me?" Harry asked, sniffling and trying to blink away the stupid tears. He was jumping up and down, unable to be still for just a second. Not knowing what else to do, Albus grabbed Harry's free hand before walking towards the way they had came through. He was hoping he would find a loo, or if not, find someone who worked there who could point one out to them. He was beginning to see what Severus must go through. He was so worried that the child wouldn't make it that his heart was pounding in his ears. Thankfully, as they were passing the cafe where Severus went, they saw him coming towards them with their lunch. Judging by the way he sped up as he took sight of them, Albus assumed he saw the state of Harry. "Daddy, I need to go pee," Harry quickly said as soon as Severus appeared in front of them. "What did I tell you about waiting until the last minute?" Severus asked, annoyance seeping into his voice. Harry winced at the tone, but he was warned. But if he was being technical, he did ask the headmaster to go when it was still manageable. How was it his fault that the man didn't want to take him? "It wasn't my fault. Grandpa didn't want to," Harry trailed off. Telling the truth never helped him either in the Dursley house. He knew better, so he quit while he was behind. "He didn't. That was me, Severus. I wasn't sure where to go, and I didn't know if you would even know where we would be if we did," Albus said when it seemed like Harry wasn't going to finish his explanation. "I understand. Could you hold the food, Albus, while I take him?" Severus asked, but he didn't really wait for a reply as he handed the food to the man before taking Harry's hand and walking away. "Excuse me, where are your toilets located?" Severus said, asking a worker who just happened to pass them. "There's a few, sir. There's one where you first came in, and another." "Where is the closest one to us right now?" Severus said, interrupting the man, but one look at Harry and he knew the boy didn't have that long to hold. He noted that the man looked insulted at his interruption before he took in the child who was unable to keep still at his side. "Go straight down that hall, and it should be on your left." There isn't usually a line because it's a family toilet and we tried to make sure it stays that way in case of emergencies, like this one. He said, pointing out the way with his hand. Thank you. I apologize for being rude, Severus responded, already walking away from the man. Not a problem, the man replied, but Snape was already down the way. Harry halted in the middle of the hallway as his bladder jerked, and he found himself bent over again and moaning in pain. He could feel his control slipping as he tried to keep walking, he was so close. I'm gonna go, I can't wait anymore, he groaned sadly. Not here, Harry, hold it for just a few minutes more, Severus said before picking him up and jogging the rest of the way. Opening the door, he quickly locked it behind him, before unbuckling everything for the boy before setting him in front of the toilet. As he heard the sound of forceful liquid hitting the water, he allowed himself to relax. Trying to get his heart to slow down, he nearly missed the boy talking to him. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to wait until the last minute, Harry said, breathless and still going in the toilet. Harry, Albus has informed of what happened. I didn't mean to jump to conclusions, I was just worried that you didn't pay attention to what Dr. Jensen had said. Oh, I understand, sir. The headmaster thinks Madame Pomfrey might have a potion to help me in my bladder, Harry stated quizzically. Go on, Harry, Severus muttered as the boy stopped mid-sentence. Wouldn't you be the one with the potions, because you're the potions master? Harry asked as he flushed, and then buckled up his trousers as he headed to the sink to wash his hands. I didn't think of that, which just goes to show I had a lot more important things on my mind than potions this summer, he replied as he headed to the toilet. Harry had to wonder what could be more important than his potions. He wanted to ask, but he didn't know if that would be an invasion of privacy. What's more important than potions, sir? He finally whispered. You or Harry, Severus answered before unzipping his own trousers. Harry stared wide-eyed at the man's back. Did he just admit that Harry was more important than potions? He felt himself smiling, besides that fact that tears were welling in his eyes. He finally mattered to someone. He was more important than a potion to a potions master. That meant something, didn't it? He waited until the man finished and washed his hands before launching himself at him. Why was he so emotional? Harry, what's wrong, child? Severus asked, startled. Wasn't the child just happy a minute ago? Nothing at all, he replied, throat thick with tears. Then why are you crying? He asked, trying not to get agitated that he didn't know what was troubling the boy. Because I matter, sir, Harry murmured into the man's stomach. What do you mean, Harry? Severus asked, confusion now littering his tone. I matter to you, Harry cried as he repeated it over. Severus found himself getting choked up over those 4 words himself. He picked the child up and patted his back. Let's go, Harry, Albus is probably wondering what happened to us. Severus said as he brought his lips to lightly brush the top of Harry's soft hair. Harry smiled despite his tears. He didn't care where he went just as long as he was with Snape. Severus, is everything okay? Albus asked when they returned back from the loo. Harry's eyes were red-rimmed, and if he didn't know any better he'd say Severus's were too. We're fine, Albus, let's just have lunch, Severus replied hastily before heading outside. They finished the day on a happy note, with Harry falling asleep on the way back in the car. Severus, about Harry's bladder, don't you have a potion that could help that? Albus asked. He was curious to know why he didn't think of that first. I hadn't thought much about it, to be honest. I told Harry the same thing, I had more important things on my mind than just potions. Albus had the good sense to turn towards the window as a big grin took over his face. It wouldn't do for Severus to think he was laughing at him because he wasn't. It was just he never thought the day would come where potions would be once again replaced by someone else. He hadn't seen Severus this happy since Lily, and now he had her son to care for. Well, Poppy is running low on a few potions for the infirmary, and wanted to know if you could help her restock it. It should only take 3 days at the most, and you can find and make that potion that can help Harry, a lot easier when you're back in your lab. Albus knew he had him when he mentioned making Harry's potion. I suppose we could take a break from over trips for a few days, he replied softly before glancing at a sleeping Harry in the backseat. Can you find a way to charm his game? I don't think he'll agree to this unless you can. Severus asked. He knew Harry would go anyway, he just wouldn't be happy about it. After all, what kid wants to visit their school in the summer? Of course Severus, I'll do it now, he answered, reaching into the back and getting it from the seat. He saw Harry squirm in his seat for a bit, but he just ignored it, thinking the boy was trying to get comfortable. Severus let Albus focus on charming the thing and was just about to turn the radio on for a little background noise when he heard the small noise. It sounded like a kitten whimpering. Looking back, he saw Harry moving around in the seat, and vaguely wondered if he was having a nightmare. That was until he saw the boy's hand grab himself. Knowing that Harry wasn't wearing a pull-up, he patted Albus's shoulder. "Wake Harry for me, right now," he said, eyes glancing back between the road and the mirror. "Severus, he needs his sleep, he really tired himself out today," Albus stated, confused. "He's not wearing his underwear, and I really don't want him to start crying for wetting his pants in the car again," Severus stated tightly as Harry fidgeted more. "Albus, please wake him up now," he replied against gritting his teeth. But that wasn't needed, because as soon as he said that, Harry gasped awake, still holding on to his crotch. Blinking his eyes owlishly, a quick look around revealed that they were still in the car. "How long until we get to the hotel?" he asked sleepily and rubbing his eyes. "In about 10 minutes, do you need me to stop somewhere?" Severus asked, trying to discreetly check on him. Fine, I can wait," Harry replied slowly before closing his eyes again. "Stay awake for me, Harry. Albus was able to charm your game for you to work at Hogwarts," Severus said, knowing that would wake him up. "He did? Great, I can wait to show Ron how to play it," Harry said excitedly. "Sleep forgotten. You'll probably get to show him sooner. You still owe him an apology, not to mention we needed to go to Hogwarts for a few days so I can restock the infirmary." "Oh, okay, I guess our trip is over now, right?" Harry asked, trying not to frown. "No, just a mild break for a few days. I still have a few places we haven't seen yet." "Cool, and thanks," Harry replied when Albus handed him back his toy. The ride to the hotel was quick and they went to their room, where Severus ushered Harry into the toilet so he could finish talking to Albus. "I'll be at Hogwarts in a few hours. I just need to drop Harry off at the Weasleys first," Severus said quietly. "There's no rush, Severus, but shall I be expecting you both for dinner?" Albus asked, transfiguring back to his robes. "Yes, we'll be there in plenty of time. Do warn Minerva though. I hardly think she'll be happy that her favorite lion is in my care," Severus stated. "Honestly, Severus, Minnie knows you would never hurt a child, especially Harry," Albus said softly before calling out a goodbye to Harry and apparating out. Harry came out of the bathroom and looked around the room and sat on his bed. "Are we leaving now?" he asked as he reached for the remote control to the telly. "Yes, make sure you have everything," Severus replied quickly, packing up everything. "We're apparating to the manor, and then flowing to the Weasleys," Severus said as he reached for Harry's hand. Harry said nothing. He just grabbed Snape around the waist and buried his face into his stomach as the familiar feeling of being tugged from his belly made itself known. When he opened his eyes, they were standing outside the manor. Going to the living room, Snape gathered the flow powder so they could flow. Landing in the Weasley living room, Harry once again kept his balance thanks to his professor. "Molly, Arthur," Severus called. "I'm right here, Severus." "Hello, dears," Molly said from behind them, coming from the kitchen. "Hello," Harry replied to the ground. The last time he'd seen her, she had a wooden spoon in her hands ready to use it. "Ron is in his room, dear. You know where it is," she replied softly. Harry nodded and turned to go up the stairs, but was stopped by Snape's voice, and what he said made him blush, even though it wasn't at all embarrassing, it was just ironic. "Behave," Severus said before turning back to Molly and discussing that he would be back in a few hours to come and get Harry. He just wanted to have his room in his quarters ready before he got there. Quickly having a cup of tea and talking to Arthur, Severus flowed to Hogwarts, forgetting to tell Harry that he had left. Harry sighed as he walked up the stairs. He knew he was dragging his feet, but he had a good reason. The last time he was here, he and Ron had fought because he tried to take Harry away from Snape, but now that Severus was his guardian, what would his mate think then? He took a deep breath before reaching up and knocking on the door. "Hi, Harry," Ron said brightly as he opened the door. "'Lo, Ron," Harry replied to the ground. Ron looked at Harry, who was trying to burn a hole into the ground, and knew that he should say something first. He understood now why Harry liked to be with Snape. His mum had told him about some of the thing his relatives had did to his mate, and Snape was the one who had found out. He promised Harry that he would never have to return. If their professor was really that evil, then he wouldn't have done that. Not to mention he never meant to hurt his mate, but he knew that he had made him cry when he said Snape would rather him dead. Nodding his head and gathering that Gryffindor courage from within him, he reached over and poked Harry. "I'm sorry, Harry, about what I said before. Mum explained it to me, and I didn't mean what I said about Snape rather seeing you dead. You're my best mate and I never wanted to hurt you. Sorry for your lip too," Ron said, hand rubbing the back of his neck. Harry looked up in shock. He couldn't believe it, and Ron still called himself his best mate, even after all that. Looking up with wide eyes, he knew it was his turn. "I'm sorry too, Ron, about your nose and yelling at you and stuff." "Was your nose okay?" Harry asked worriedly. "Yay, it was fine. Mum fixed it before she whacked me," Ron replied, blushing. "Sorry about that too," Harry murmured. "Not your fault, I hit you too, and I made you cry," Ron said remorsefully. "I wasn't crying, I wasn't crying," Harry replied, pouting slightly. "Sure you weren't," Ron teased. "So what are you doing here, Harry? I thought you were gonna stay with Snape." "I am, but he said that I needed to apologize to you before I could do anything else. He's downstairs talking to your mum." "Oh, go ask Snape how long you are going to be staying here, and if you're staying a while we can play a mini Quidditch game," Ron said excitedly. "Okay, I'll be right back then," Harry said, running out the room and back downstairs. I mean Professor, where are you?" Harry asked when he entered the empty living room. "He went to Hogwarts, dear," Molly said behind him as she was looking through the couch for something. "Oh, is he coming back?" Harry asked, shocked. Wasn't he supposed to go with him? "He didn't say," she said as she continued looking for whatever it was she lost. Harry was horrified as he walked back up the stairs. Snape had abandoned him. Even if he liked being at the Weasleys, didn't his professor promise that he would live with him? If he had realized that Molly was distracted and he just waited, he would have gotten a correct answer, but Harry tended to jump to conclusions always. Harry put on that bored mask that Snape hated, because of the way it hid his emotions. Well, if Snape didn't want him, he didn't care. Walking back into Ron's room, Harry put on an excited look on his face and spoke to Ron, who waiting for the answer. "We can fly, we've got time," Harry said softly. "Okay, I'll go get the brooms. You go ask if the twins or Ginny wants to play," Ron replied, already heading out of the room. "Ron, wait. I want to show you something," Harry said as Ron headed out the door. He wasn't in the mood to play Quidditch anymore, and even though Snape had left him, he still wanted to show Ron his cool game. He held it out to Ron, who was immediately interested. Quidditch long forgotten as they sat on the bed and played it. Soon the twins and Ginny joined, and Harry forgot all about Snape until he heard Molly calling them for dinner. They all quickly washed their hands and headed downstairs to the kitchen, where just as soon as Harry was about to sit down, Snape came through the fireplace. Why was the man here? Did he come to taunt him? Appetite gone, he looked at Mrs. Weasley in confusion. "What's he doing here?" Harry asked, trying to swallow the lump that had suddenly come into his throat. "He's here to pick you up, Harry. Didn't I?" "Oh." Molly startled as she looked at Harry closely, who seemed to be fighting over control of his emotions. "Harry, Severus, join me into the living room. You lot can start without me," she said, reaching for Harry's hand and pulling him along. Harry walked as close to her as possible, refusing to look at the dark gaze that he could feel was on him. Shaking his head from side to side to stop the tears from coming down, he wouldn't cry anymore, at least not in front of him. "Harry, what's wrong, child?" Severus asked, getting on his knees and making Harry look at him. "You left me," Harry said, whimpering, and he tried to release his chin from Snape's grip. "Yes, I did, but you knew I was coming back," Severus asked, confusion clear on his tone. "No, I didn't. You never said. You never even told me that you were leaving. How was I supposed to know?" Harry asked, tears falling down his cheeks now, unable to do a thing about them. "Didn't Molly tell you?" Severus asked as he wiped Harry's tears away. Harry shook his head, unable to talk anymore, the tears finally taking over from all his hurt inside. I thought I did, but I think he asked me when I was looking for Arthur's wand. I was so distracted and wasn't paying attention in the slightest, she said apologetically. I understand, Molly. This was all just a simple misunderstanding, Severus replied, picking Harry up and rocking him on his shoulder. I'm sorry, Harry, that you thought I abandoned you. I would never do that, I promise, child, Severus said into Harry's ear as he rubbed his back to calm him. Molly, can you tell everyone that Harry says goodbye? I think I'll just apparate us to Hogwarts so no one has to see his tear-streaked face and jump to conclusions. Severus said, walking towards the door. That's all right, Severus. See you later, dears, she called before they disappeared on the spot outside the door. Severus apparated to the border of Hogwarts, and by then Harry had stopped crying and was looking around. Feeling better, Harry? Severus asked, looking down at the child in his arms. Harry nodded his head but didn't say anything, instead laid his head back down on Snape's shoulder as they headed for the entrance. He found himself drifting off to sleep, but he knew when they entered the school because of the temperature change. Where are going? Harry asked tiredly. To the Great Hall. Albus wants to see us for dinner, Severus replied. Harry didn't say anything as they entered the hall, although he did notice that conversation seemed to cease when they entered, and he cringed slightly at their reactions. Snape must have felt it because he brought his hand to his back and rubbed it to comfort him. He felt Snape try to set him down on the chair, but he whimpered and held tightly to his neck until the man relented and set him on his lap. It wasn't as awkward as Harry thought, but he still didn't remove himself from his teacher's lap. Pretty soon dinner was over and he and Snape headed to the dungeons. Harry fell asleep on the way to their quarters and Severus changed him into a pull-up and pajamas before tucking him into bed. Severus headed to the floor where Albus was waiting for him. Step through, Albus, he's asleep. Now what did you need to talk to me about? Severus asked tiredly. I hired Remus Lupin for the Dada position, and I wanted to know your thoughts on that, Albus said softly. Not to mention, would you make his wolfsbane potion? Albus knew had Harry not been asleep, Severus would have raised hell, but since the child was, he didn't do that, and he was thankful that he didn't set a silencing charm. We will be talking about this tomorrow. When will the wolf be here? He sneered. Tomorrow morning, and I know that he will be interested in meeting Harry, Albus said pointedly. Severus said nothing and Albus took the hint and flowed out of there. He headed to his lab to get started on that potion. He would be damned if Lupin got close to Harry without his dose of monthly medicine. Harry woke up the next morning with the pull-up wet as usual, but he was in a room that he had never seen before in his life. He didn't have a lot of time to admire it because his bladder made itself known and he quickly hopped out of bed, only to hop back on because the floor was freezing. Looking around for his socks, he couldn't find them. He contemplated waiting for Snape, but his bladder was already stuttering and he didn't want to wet himself. Walking on only his tippy toes, he headed in search of the loo. Every door was closed and he didn't know if he was allowed to open them. As he reached to give himself a quick squeeze, the door down the hall opened, and it revealed a wide-awake Snape who seemed a bit shocked to see Harry in the hall. What are you doing, Harry, and where are your shoes? Severus asked even as he acioed his slippers from his room. I couldn't find them, Harry said, slipping them on before turning back to Snape. I need the toilet, he said softly as he grabbed himself again. It's through that door, child, Severus said, pointing to the one next to him. Harry quickly stepped through it and took care of business before going back to his room. Going through the drawers, he grabbed a pair of jeans and a blue shirt with a snake on it and got dressed. When he finished, he headed back out to where he thought the kitchen was and sat at the table and waited for Snape. He wasn't sitting there long when his teacher appeared with breakfast and he quickly dug in when he was served. Severus for the most part sat there drinking his coffee and reading the newspaper, until it seemed like Harry was finished eating. There is a new Dada teacher coming today. You'll probably meet him at lunch, but he might be interested to meet you. Severus said tersely. Why would he want to meet me? Harry asked, confusion lacing his tongue. Because he was one of your father's best friends, Severus said, trying not to sneer. Really? Harry asked in disbelief. What did I just say, Potter? Severus answered sarcastically with a cutting tone, which he regretted it instantly when he saw Harry's reaction. Harry flinched badly at his answer, and nearly knocked over his chair to get away from him. His uncle tended to use that tone just before Harry got a hard cuff upside the head, and he liked to make sure he was out of arm's length. Although he knew better to run away from his punishment, and even though his body demanded flight, he forced himself to stay where he was. He had forgotten for a moment that he was at Hogwarts with Snape and not with the Dursleys. Severus could have kicked himself as he took in the skittish boy standing next to the table. He had forgotten how sensitive the child really was, and how easily he picked up on your tone. Harry was now standing still, head down, with his shoulders hunched like he was expecting a blow. Getting down on knees, Severus gently grabbed him by the shoulders, ignoring his flinch. "Harry, you are at Hogwarts, and I won't hurt you, child," Severus said softly, looking intently at the child who seemed to be in another world at the moment. "Where are you, Harry?" he asked when the child stayed silent. "Hogwarts, sir," he whispered, not looking up from the ground. "And who am I, child?" "Professor Snape." Harry trailed off. "You're what, Harry?" Severus asked quietly. "My dad," he replied, finally looking up, eyes thankfully dry. "I'm sorry for my tone, Harry. I would never hit you." "I know you wouldn't," Harry murmured before reaching out to hug Snape. Severus wrapped his arms around him and stood up. His knees were starting to hurt. He hugged the child until Harry himself started to push himself away. He set him down and they resumed breakfast. Harry finished his food, but he didn't know what he was supposed to do when Snape went to go and work on his potions. He smiled slightly. Maybe he could help him, and show him that he wasn't dumb when it came to his subject. As the man was getting up, Harry addressed him. "Sir, would it be okay if I could help you make potions today?" Harry asked, making his eyes wide and open. He had learned earlier that summer that they usually worked on Snape, although he didn't know the reason why. Severus was a bit shocked that the boy wanted to help on potions, especially given his current potions grade for the last 2 years. Nonetheless, he wasn't about to say no to free help. "Sure you can, Harry. You can help make the calming potion. Here's the book," Severus said, showing him the page. Harry remembered doing this potion just last year. He had done it almost perfectly until Malfoy threw something into his cauldron and he got a 0 for the day, because it resembled something that Neville had made. He smiled, thankful that his classmate wasn't here now, and there was nothing that was going to prevent him from showing his professor how good he could be at potions. Harry was working diligently on his potion, double-checking and everything. He hoped that he could show the man that he wasn't such a dunderhead like Snape usually thought. Severus looked over to see Harry, true to his word, working on the potion he assigned to him. He sighed. Now why couldn't the child do this in class? He shook his head, and answered his own question. He knew that was no one's fault but his own. Now, knowing Harry like he did, he was sure he frightened him just as much as Longbottom. He wouldn't do that this year, that's for sure. Harry liked the peaceful of working on the potion, and he got so caught up into that he didn't want to stop when he felt his body letting him know that he needed to pee. He ignored it in favor to chopping up the next item needed for the potion. He found himself dancing along and crotch-grabbing for about 10 minutes. He was unaware that he was even doing it since he was so focused on his work. Severus, still looking at his potion, informed Harry that they would be heading to lunch in about 5 minutes and they would be eating in the Great Hall where he would meet the new teacher. Harry nodded that he got it, and when Snape had spoke to him he realized that he really had to pee, but he didn't know if he could just leave the potion alone, so he didn't go. He was hoping that he would have a chance to go before they headed down to lunch, but Snape just put a stasis charm on both potions, before throwing a few cleaning charms at them both. He sighed and tensed his thighs together as they walked down to the hall. They passed the bathrooms closest to the Great Hall, and Harry wished more than anything that they would stop there, but they didn't, and he didn't ask. He sat down on the circle table that was set in the middle of the room where there were normally house tables. Those were absent at the moment. He sat down close to Snape, because everywhere else would have been just too awkward for him. He found himself squirming just a bit in his chair as he tried not to leak into his pants. Snape by this time was having a discussion with the headmaster and a few other teachers, and he didn't want to be rude. "Hi there, I'm Professor Lupin," a teacher he had never seen before spoke to him. Harry looked at him curiously before deciding that this must be the new teacher. He gave off a friendly vibe and Harry found himself wanting to talk to him. "Hello, sir," Harry said softly, fidgeting a bit. "What are you doing here in the summer, Harry?" Remus asked curiously. Albus hadn't told him the reason why. "I'm just helping out for a few days before I go back home," Harry said, smiling shyly, and squirming a bit more in his seat. "That sounds like fun," Remus replied conversationally. "It is, I like feeling useful," Harry said before reaching down and giving himself a squeeze under the table. "Are you all right, Harry?" Remus asked as the boy continued wiggling on the bench across from him. "I'm fine, sir," he said softly before taking a bite of his sandwich. He glanced at Snape again and sighed. He really needed to pee. "Can you tell me some stories about my dad while I'm here?" Harry asked, so soft he wasn't sure the man would hear him. Remus heard him quite clearly thanks to Wolf's senses, and he found himself grinning this time and meaning it. "I would love to, Harry. Just come by my office," Remus replied. Harry was smiling happily and was about to respond that he would when his bladder contracted and he felt a spurt leak out and wet his boxers. He immediately froze and whimpered and glanced down in horror, but was happy to note that his trousers were still dry on the front. He was so focused on making sure that he didn't leak anymore to see Remus narrow his eyes at him. Remus was waiting for Harry to answer him on what he thought of that idea, when he heard the boy whine, before he smelt the fresh scent of urine, and he looked sharply at the child across him. Harry wasn't looking up, he was looking into his lap. Why didn't the child just go? "Harry, do you need the loo?" he asked sharply. Harry looked up in the man in horror. How did he know that? He didn't answer, he just stared at him like deer caught in headlights, one hand still gripping himself underneath the table, as he rocked from side to side. Thanks to the lull in the conversation, Severus was able to hear the wolf quite clearly, and he found himself turning around quickly to look at the little boy next to him. He sighed softly. He knew that potty dance anywhere, and he quickly got up from the table. "Excuse us," he said, hand automatically reaching out for Harry, who quickly latched on it. Remus knew that he was staring with his mouth wide open when he saw Harry grab Severus's hand, and a quick look around the hall showed him he wasn't alone. No one said anything as they watched the retreating figures walk quickly out the hall, getting another shock when they saw Harry suddenly stop in place. They then saw Severus pick him up before running out of the hall. They looked around at each other. What was that about? Severus was trying to figure out why the boy hadn't asked for the loo. He thought that Harry was comfortable now with him to ask. He was trying to walk quickly out of the hall because he knew for Harry to already be holding himself he must have to go pretty bad. No sooner had that thought left his mind, he saw the boy stop, and he already knew what must be happening, even before Harry spoke. "It's coming out," Harry whispered, trying to hold himself tighter. "Wait, Harry, just a bit longer," he said before picking the boy up, not even caring who saw them, and running to the loo nearest the great hall. They burst into the loo, where Severus quickly got rid of the necessities on his trousers and Harry had relief. When Harry finished, he washed his hands before turning back to Snape, who was looking at him with one eyebrow raised in a silent question. "What did I say about holding it for so long? Why didn't you tell me?" Severus asked with an unreadable expression on his face. "Did you make it okay, Harry?" he asked a bit softer. Harry blushed and nodded, before speaking because he knew Snape preferred a verbal answer. "I wet my boxers a bit," he said, mortified, before continuing. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want to be rude since you were in a conversation," Harry replied quietly. "I understand, Harry, don't do that again. You could have just tapped me or poked me, a simple excuse me would even work." "Come on, let's go get you changed," Severus said, opening the door, so they could head down to the dungeons. The next morning after breakfast found Harry not knowing what to do. Severus didn't need his help in his lab, and he even told Harry that his potion yesterday was perfect and that he'd better see him work like that during the school year. Harry smiled as he remembered the praise. He liked making Snape proud of him. At the moment he was walking around the castle, occasionally talking to some portraits. He really had no plans. He hadn't seen Hagrid at all since he'd been there, and he would love to visit his friend. As he was passing the Dada classroom, he remembered what Professor Lupin had said about telling him about his parents. Although he was a bit apprehensive about seeing the man again, especially after what happened yesterday, he did want to know more about his parents. He was still wondering how the man knew he had to go when he was on the other side of the table. As he was contemplating about whether or not to knock on the door, it opened by itself. Before Harry could freak out, he saw his professor beckoning him into his office. "Good morning, sir," Harry said as he sat down in a chair. "Hello, Harry, how are you today?" Remus asked, getting the tea out. "I'm fine, sir, just a bit bored. I don't know what to do today," he explained softly. "Oh yay, well, Hogwarts has a whole bunch of secrets that you can explore," Remus said knowingly. "I know that, I found the Chamber of Secrets last year," Harry said quietly. Remus was able to conceal his shock, and although he was very interested to hear that particular story, he was very curious about another thing. Before he bombarded Harry with questions about what happened yesterday, he was going to tell him a few stories first while they had tea. "I went to school with your parents. Your father was actually one of my best friends," he said wistfully as he remembered. Harry sat there quietly and drank both the tea and the stories about his parents up. He didn't even know how much time had passed until Professor Lupin stopped talking and said that they had about 30 minutes until lunch. At the moment Harry's stomach was feeling a bit full, he hadn't paid attention to how much tea he had drunk because he was so into the stories. As he shifted he became more aware that his bladder was extremely full, and he was uncomfortable. He knew he wasn't supposed to hold it, and since he had already broke that rule yesterday he didn't want to do it today. "Excuse me, Professor Lupin, I'll be right back," Harry said, putting his cup down and attempting to stand up. "Wait just a moment, Harry, I wanted to talk to you about something," Remus said quietly. Harry recognized the tone of voice he used and knew whatever it was, had to be serious. He didn't really know what to do, and as he made get up, his professor halted him again. Harry sighed, hoping that the man would be done quickly. "What did you want to talk to me about, sir?" Harry asked, already jiggling in his seat. "Yesterday, what happened at lunch?" Remus asked as he straightened up his desk. "What do you mean?" Harry asked, blushing. Wasn't it obvious? He had to pee then, like he had to now. "With Severus, why did he take you?" Remus asked, getting straight to the point. "Because no one else was going to take me," Harry said, confused. Why wouldn't Snape take him? Did the man not know of the guardianship? "What do you mean, Harry?" "I'm staying with Professor Snape this summer," Harry said, hand gravitating to his groin as he wiggled even more in his seat. "Why are you staying with Severus?" "Because the head." "Oh, I'll be right back, sir," Harry replied as he felt a spurt leak out from him. "Harry, hold on just a second, why are you with Severus?" Remus pressed, oblivious to everything but why his friend's son was staying with a man who had loathed them both as a child. "Because the headmaster said to," Harry said, whimpering as another spurt hit his already damp boxers. "Why did he do that?" Remus questioned. "I don't know, because, I'm really sorry, sir," Harry said as he felt his bladder about ready to give up, hand firmly between his legs. He swiftly got up out of his chair and ran to the door. "Harry, wait," Remus said, calling him back. But Harry was through listening. He didn't want to have an accident here, not at school. He had just made it to the doorway when his bladder chose that moment to empty itself, and he could do nothing but stop and stare down at himself as it all came pouring at him. He stared at his trousers in horror, wishing that this wasn't happening. He squeezed himself hard, trying to hold the rest in, but that was useless. He could do nothing but sag in relief, though, as humiliating as this was, he was happy that he could finally let it go. That was until he finished and he found himself staring at his shocked professor, eyes wide. He found them filling with tears. He didn't bother to hear what the man was going to say because Harry ran out of the office, tears blurring in his eyes. He was sobbing quite hard to the point he couldn't even see in front of him, which caused him to bump directly into his head of house. "Mr. Potter, what is the meaning of?" She trailed off as she took in his soaked trousers and his wet face that still had tears falling from his eyes. She couldn't find it in her heart to be sharp with him at the moment, not when he was like this. "Dad's gonna be really mad at me for this," Harry said, blubbering around his tears. "No, he won't, Harry. He'll understand, my dear," she said, finding herself unable to call him by his last name when he seemed so much younger at the moment. She covered her shock at what he called Severus, even though Albus had told her of their changed relationship. She smiled softly, she was happy for them both. "Let's get you cleaned up, dear," she said before waving her wand and cleaning him up. Harry tiredly leaned against her after she cleaned him up. He just wanted to lay down right where he stood. All that crying and running and emotional turmoil from the stories was starting to take a toll on him, and it showed. She continued smiling and found herself picking up the light child and rubbing his back as he relaxed on her shoulder. She carried him down to the dungeons where she knocked on Severus's office before walking in before he said a thing. Severus was working on lesson plans when someone knocked on the door. Before he could say enter, they had already opened it. Before he could get annoyed, he was surprised to see that it was Minerva with Harry in her arms and lying on her shoulder. "What happened to him?" he asked, already up and reaching for him. Minerva shook her head in the negative that she didn't know before handing the half-asleep child to Severus. Harry whimpered when he felt himself getting pulled away from her. That was until he felt the familiar smell of potions and he knew that she had brought him to his dad. He tensed up at first. Would Snape be mad about his accident? "Minerva, why is he crying?" Severus asked, concerned when he saw Harry's tear-streaked face. "I believe that was because of his accident, Severus. He was very distraught that you were going to be angry with him," she said pointedly. "Harry, did you have an accident today?" Severus asked, ignoring her answer for the moment. Harry nodded in his shoulder, knowing that in a second, he was going to get pulled away so Severus could hear him speak. He wasn't surprised to find himself suddenly sitting up with his back to Snape's chest. "What caused your accident, Harry?" Snape asked, gently rubbing his shoulder. "I was talking to Professor Lupin, and every time I tried to get up and go he kept asking me questions," Harry said, sniffling in remembrance. "What happened after, Harry?" Severus asked, gently carding his hand through Harry's hair, knowing it relaxed him. "I finally got up to run because it got too bad, but when I got by the door it just came out everywhere." "I'm really sorry, Daddy," Harry said, crying again. "It was an accident. This was not your fault, Harry," Severus said soothingly, forgetting Minerva in the room for the moment. She at least had the good grace not to draw attention to herself, knowing that was witnessing such a personal event. Severus, though he had a calm front for Harry's sake, was seething. What kind of idiot doesn't let the child go to the toilet? Furthermore, what kinds of questions was he asking Harry? "Harry, what kinds of things was he asking you?" Severus asked quietly. "He wanted to know why I was sitting by you last night, and why I was staying with you this summer," Harry said before rubbing the back of his hands across his eye to wipe the tears. "Oh, he did, and what did you tell him, child?" Severus asked, which was much too calm for Minerva, because she tensed up slightly. "That the headmaster said so," Harry sniffled, laying his head back against Severus's chest. "Are you sleepy, Harry?" Severus whispered as he took his handkerchief and wiped Harry's nose. "No, not Daddy," Harry replied sleepily. "Of course you're not, child," Severus said, smirking before turning him around and laying his head on his shoulder. Less than 5 minutes later and Harry was asleep. Laying him on the couch in his office, he turned to Minerva, who had a cat-like grin on her face. Severus scowled that he had forgotten she was here, not to mention she never said a word. "What is it, Minerva?" Severus said, sighing, when it was clear that she wanted to say something. "Nothing, Severus," she said, grinning. "Thank you for bringing Harry to me. Would you do me a small favor, Minerva?" "Of course, Severus. What do you need me to do?" "Stay here and watch Harry for about 10 minutes, I need to have a talk with the wolf," Severus said grimly as he headed towards the door. "Severus, I'm sure Remus feels horrible enough without you going there to remind him," she said sternly, already regretting agreeing to his favor without knowing what it was. "Minerva, I won't do anything rash, after all I am a Slytherin," he said before exiting his office. "That's what I'm afraid of," she murmured softly before gently rubbing Harry's back. While Severus was on a mission, Remus was trying to understand what exactly just happened into his office. He cleaned up the puddle by the door, and he felt awful about what happened. He was remembering their conversation, and now that he was thinking clearly, he could see that Harry needed the loo and had made an effort to leave, but he himself prevented him from doing so. He was a little worried about Severus, seeing as Harry had said he guardianship of him, and seeing as Harry just wet his pants in his office, he knew he would be visiting him sooner or later. As soon as that thought left his mind, he heard the distinct black boots of said potion's master walking down the hall and heading straight for his office. Throwing a complex locking charm at the door, Remus tried to think. He knew what Severus must be feeling, because if something else had done that to Harry, his cub, he would be after them himself. He was in the middle of pouring himself a cup of tea when the pounding on his door nearly made him spill it. "Wolf, open the door. I know you're in there," Severus said calmly. Remus said nothing, for his co-worker's tone was much too calm for his taste. He could sense that something else was brewing underneath, and he valued his health to open the door. Severus allowed himself to seethe in front of the door for a few seconds, until he realized that he would see the man at dinner. Smiling evilly, he walked away and headed back to his office. Remus breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Severus leaving, but he couldn't understand how or why the man gave up so soon. The thought that the Slytherin was plotting was enough to send shivers up his spine. Especially since he never wanted Harry to have an accident anyways, he needed to speak with him immediately. The only question was, would Severus allow it, or for that matter would Harry? Harry woke up by someone shaking his shoulder softly. He whimpered before trying to bury himself deeper into the couch. "Harry, I know you want to sleep, child, but it's time for dinner," Severus said softly as he gently sat the boy up. "I'm not hungry," Harry said softly before his stomach grumbled. "I can hear that, child. Nonetheless, you need to eat," Severus said, smirking slightly. "Are we eating in our quarters?" Harry asked as he rubbed his eyes to wake up. "No, in the Great Hall, Harry," Severus explained gently. "I don't want to eat there. Can't we eat in tonight?" Harry asked, eyes wide. He didn't want to see Professor Lupin again, not after what happened in his office. "I'm afraid not, Harry. Albus needs to speak with me," Severus said. "Then can I stay here and eat by myself?" Harry insisted. "No, child. Who knows what kind of mischief you would get into? Besides, Harry, Hagrid is here, and he was excited to know that you were here." "But I don't want to," Harry said softly. "You want to disappoint Hagrid, your very first friend," Severus said, raising an eyebrow. "No, I never said that," Harry said, shaking his head in the negative. "Yes, you did," Severus said, nodding his head animatedly. He knew that Harry hated to disappoint anyone, a trait which could either harm or help him depending on the situation. Although at the moment Severus wanted to be in the Great Hall because he had a wolf to talk to. "Okay, I want to see Hagrid," Harry said, getting up, stretching. "That's a good boy," Severus replied, opening the door to the office so they could head to dinner. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.